Howdy, howdy, everybody. We are back with some more Shrimp and the Frog, which I love the name, even though we have some people gave complaints about it because of the connotations of the frog. I'm just going to blame my Frenchman here.
I take no blame for this. It was a brilliant idea.
It was your idea, though. I would like to point out.
That's true.
And as you might have seen from the chat and or coming from other discords, we do have a special little guest on. So would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. I am Praxis. I vibe out with these guys on, well, I guess kind of various games, huh?
Yeah, so I mean, as y'all know, I mean, I'm assuming if you're here, you probably know me, Mr. Shrimp, and then Andreas has been on a good bit, and Praxis, you've probably seen him on some other streams. Met him through KRS through some Valorante, the game that we all definitely play a lot of still. Um, but other than that, I mean, we vibe out with some League and a lot of other stuff, so we really like to chill. Anything you want to what's a distinguishing feature about yourself?
Let me see. Well, I can say that maybe this is an interesting dichotomy of mine. So I have the sense of humor of maybe like a 14-year-old boy that's like, just starting to go through puberty really hard. And yet I also kind of vibe out on the other side of things. I've got a undergraduate degree in psychology and then a postgraduate degree in law. I have a lot of interest in philosophy and psychology, of course. So kind of an odd dichotomy there. The 14-year-old and maybe like the 60-year-old are the two different parts of me that coexist in my body.
Yes, so Praxis is easily probably the smartest person we have here, but will also threaten to fuck your father. So
Yes, exactly.
he will destroy you verbally, either mentally or emotionally. So it is.
He will make you love him so much you will never be able to live without him, and then he'll just leave you.
That got a little darker than I expected that to.
But I'll come back when I find out that you have a mom, so it's all good.
Exactly. Once he sees the hot moms out, he'll be right on back. Yeah, as far as that chat, how we're doing pretty well. How y'all doing? Everybody doing well this fine day. What have y'all been up to this past week? Anything interesting?
Well, not really, actually, but playing, well, basically, this is still my gap year for me, so I do very little. I just stream mainly, eat, sleep, and then read. I can't complain. It's lots of nice stuff. It's just not the most fascinating bit of things.
So yeah, Praxis,
You.
I would say you're a little newer into the streaming game than us, but have been exploding onto the scene. I will say, especially with the high level chess play. So how's that been going?
Sometimes it doesn't feel very high level. Sometimes I'll be playing and it's like, some person rated like 600 points lower than me comes on stream and just demolishes me. And it's kind of weird streaming chess because just knowing that someone is watching your moves affects your play.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't really expecting that. Even when I was, as you mentioned, I've only been at it for a month now. But on like the first day that I was playing a game, maybe like a couple days after starting streaming, I maybe had 2 or 3 people watching me, but just knowing that there was anyone watching me play, it was just fucking with me so hard.
Oh, for sure.
It's weird.
I remember you did a tournament that one day that I was watching, and I jumped on in, and I'm listening to you, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting demolished here, and then I just hear you just being like, hey, let's go check over on Shrimp's game, and I'm just like, oh no. Everybody gets to see this horrendous effort.
I was gonna say, low-level players, and then there's me and Shrimp trying to play chess. Whatever that was, definitely wasn't chess. It was something, but it wasn't chess.
It's two monkeys smacking heads together.
Exactly.
No, I had a blast watching y'all. And the funny thing is that chess, a lot of it is pattern recognition, which I like to make a allusion to like learning a language's vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
But another component of chess is the logic to it. And so when I was watching y'all play, there was logic behind your moves. So it wasn't like, oh, these people are dumb. It's like, you can see the ideas. But it's like, yeah, maybe some vocabulary would help their play a little bit, but that's natural, right? As beginners. So.
I gotcha. Yeah, I remember going and you were going over some of the games. And it was just like, oh yeah, like hanging your queen, or like you gotta work on like your opening theory and stuff. And I'm like, I understand these words individually, but the words together are a little more difficult, I would say.
Yeah. And not only that, it's like there are certain patterns on the board that you have to internalize that you make use of fundamentally. And a lot of the chess training that you do is drilling these patterns in on different puzzles that are
Mhm.
set up, and you just solve the puzzles. And the idea is that when you look at a chess position, the more fundamental tactical ideas need to be something that you can recognize automatically
Mhm.
without having to think. And that just takes time and training. And there's no beginner that is good at tactics immediately. It just doesn't make sense.
Mhm.
But I had a blast. And if y'all ever want lessons, holler at me. I would love to get some one-on-one time.
Just get some private
Oh,
lessons up in there.
You will.
oh.
Uh, yeah, and I'd be definitely down to play some more chess. I actually went and did the however long I can't remember a subscription to the premiumchess.com thing, so I could get their expert analysis whatever thing after the games.
Oh, what level of membership did you buy?
I do not remember off the top of my head. Let me see if I can log back into that.
'Cause there's
Um,
a like platinum, gold, and diamond, I want to say.
oh God, is there? I don't even remember. I just I just did one of them. I did not look too far into this, and I realized that since I last played, I have my computer reset, so I got to relog in.
Oh no. Well, you don't have to go find it if it's a pain in the ass. I was just kind of curious because they're all good though. I
Hmm.
mean, one's like 100, I think, a year. One's like 30. One's like somewhere in between.
Yeah, I think mine was like the 30 one. I think mine was the lower one, if I remember correctly.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that gives you like unlimited analysis and like 25 tactics a day, I want to say.
Yeah, that analysis was actually kind of nice because me and Andreas did a match, and then we were looking at it, and I remember saying it's just like you had like 8 missed wins, and I'm like, what? And it was
Only
just
eight?
it was just like, oh yeah, you can you go and you can do this slight different thing. And I'm like, what that? This was like 6 moves in. How is that a missed win? I don't. I'm like that was one thing that
Yeah.
I was like, okay, apparently a missed win there. I mean, I don't understand why it was a missed win, but I see that it was there.
Yeah. And that doesn't go away, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many games where there's some move that I'm like super proud of,
Hmm.
and then I check after the game, and Stockfish, the engine, is like, no, this is terrible. This is an
Yeah.
awful move. In fact, one time in an over the board game, I got accused of cheating.
What?
Uh, yeah, so this was like a 3 hour game or something like that. And I
Damn.
went to the bathroom like an hour and a half, 2 hours in, just kind of stretch the legs, get the
Mhm.
blood going. And when I came back, I sacrificed some material that ended up leading to an attack that won me the game. And after the game, my opponent was like, well, I mean, how was that bathroom break? And I was like, what do you mean? He was kind of insinuating that I went to the bathroom and then like pulled maybe the engine up on my phone or something and cheated.
Huh.
And so he complains to the person that was running the tournament. And the person who's running the tournament took the score sheet. You have to notate the moves in these over the board tournaments yourself.
Hmm.
And he plugged the moves into our game into a computer and ran it and turned the computer around to show us that Stockfish, the engine, absolutely fucking hated my sacrifice. Thought it was terrible. So it's like, oh, sweet, I'm not a cheater. And then at the same time, it's like, oh, fuck, my sack sucks.
Yeah. Just like,
So
well,
sweet.
I'm not a cheater, but the engine just told me I'm an
That
idiot.
is that is something
Yeah.
that's weird though, because on chess.com, quite a few times, including the games I had with Shrimp, but also well, the two of them. But then when I played more on my own, sometimes you go onto the like chess analysis, and sometimes when you play it, it's just game goes question mark. Where the fuck did you do that? But if you had not done that, like for example, I won a few games like that, and then for some reason the move that sets me up for this success, he just goes, "Why the fuck are you doing that?" But I guess yeah,
Uh,
I guess sometimes it just doesn't. There's an orthodoxy it sticks to maybe. I don't know.
Well, so the way that works is that, let's say, for example, you have a checkmate in one move that you could play, but instead you win your opponent's queen, which, is basically and like practically winning the game. It's winning so much material that it's impossible for you to lose. The computer will tell you that's a blunder.
All right, okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, still a good move. It's just not like the perfect move, I guess. I don't know.
I just think my favorite is whenever it's just like, yes, I use my pawn to take their pawn for free, and it was just like you got a miss win there, and I'm like, fuck, where? I don't. I feel like I'm missing an entire level to this.
Yeah, well, and there are many levels. Chess, I think my obsession with it is because the skill curve just keeps going. I mean, it's like I've been studying for years. I'm at the point where I can play like full blindfold games,
Ooh,
which is like mind blowing to like in college. That was a sick party trick, by the way.
yeah.
Like someone would come into my room and see the chessboard set up, and they'd be, "Oh, dude, I can beat my dad at chess. I'll beat you." And then I'm like chatting to some girl, and I'm like, "Yeah, call your moves out to me." And it's just like I'm calling the moves back and whipping them at the chessboard without actually being there. fantastic.
Praxis is sitting
But
there flirting with his girl while beating him in chess verbally.
yeah, it's great, because it seems impossible. But the funny thing is that most people at my level can do it, and then you have players like Magnus Carlsen and so on, like the top pro players, that can play several blindfold games at the same time.
My brain still has trouble keeping track of the pieces on the board when I'm looking at them.
Me too, bro.
Like, imagining it where it's just like, I gotta remember where everybody's pieces is. And, like, one thing I do sometimes where somebody will make a move, but I'll be like, looked away, and I look back, and I'm like, shit, what piece did they even move? Like, I don't remember
Right.
what the board was like earlier.
Yeah, that gets better with time and stuff because it's like openings help with that, because it's like, oh, I'm an X opening Y variation, and you've been in that position like 100 times before, and so it's easier to remember what the board looks like. But again, when you're starting, it's like you just got to, you got to play the moves on your own.
Thank you,
more or
Dizzle,
less.
for the follow. Yeah, no, I understand that. It's like, you are essentially, it's pattern recognition and burrowed into your brain at this point, I feel like. To where it's like second nature, kind of,
Yeah, there are certain parts of the game that you really have to have it that way, and then more or less when you see all of the sort of like opportunities, like all the patterns in the position, then you have to use logic and decision making and experience to decide which of them you go down
I
or
feel
try to pursue. Let's say.
I feel like especially with speed chess, that's where like that like having it ingrained in your brain where your body just kind of moves on its own with it because you got so little amount of time to be able to do it that you've got to be able to just kind of know what's going to happen before it even happens.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's very intuitive. But the crazy thing too is that really high level players, their like the level of performance that they give doesn't deteriorate very much, if at all, between playing slower games and faster games. And so that goes to show you that intuition, patterns, experience goes a long way.
I gotcha. Also, Kate Dizzle said Praxis beat me up until I promised to be here.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to say anything about it, though, Kay.
That's not how threats work. Jesus.
No, I'm kidding. It's not, dude. Kay took a lesson with me the other day, and he was kicking ass.
Hell
I
yeah.
took it really hard on him too, man. Like I was pushing him really hard, but he's doing great.
I'll say, to be honest, that's what whenever I've learned different games and like learned, people have been teaching me things. The best way I've had to learn it is whenever they just kick my ass, because it's like whenever people are being like super polite and being like, okay, I'm gonna go easy on you, stuff is that you can't really figure out your flaws. I feel like,
Oh yeah. Personally, I prefer the coach that's gonna like beat the shit out of you and be harsh to you and like tell you the reality of the situation because that is how you get better. Some people prefer the hand holding, like let's be very friendly and maybe the best coaching style is in between, but it's gonna depend on the student. But for me, yeah, I like the pissed off, high school football coach. So,
The 70-year-old man who's still threatened to kick your ass.
yeah, if I fuck up, I want to know and I don't want to forget.
Yeah, so Mr. Praxi here. I'm trying to think. So like, you were here previously on the other episode in the chat, talking along. You seemed to be interested in a couple of the topics. Was there anything there that you feel like it was hard for you to vocalize in chat that you maybe wanted to bring up to see if there's any discussions?
Oh boy. Well, so what y'all were when I came in at first, y'all were talking about tax, and I know a little bit about tax. So in law school, I took a couple tax classes, but they were kind of specific to like partnerships or like S corps, like small corporations, and not like bigger. So I don't know that much about it. I know a little bit. So I was more kind of listening and learning more so than anything, and just kind of throwing in whenever I had a little bit of something to discuss. But I think about philosophy and religion and Christianity, etc., all the time. I'm obsessed with it. So I really liked hearing y'all talk about your own. Like, I mean, y'all were talking about faith for a little while, which was awesome. Talking about your own experiences and what belief is, and I think all that is fascinating.
Yeah, we had what I would believe the best person that I know to, for lack of a better term, grill on the subject, which was Mr. Allen Musandalus, because out of everybody here, he is the only person I really know who is still devoutly religious, who I know really, really closely, As we kind of talked about on thing, me and Andreas both kind of consider ourselves agnostic, if I'm correct.
Well, yeah, agnostic leaning to atheism,
Mhm.
but yeah, agnostic.
I gotcha. Which I do think I thought it was rather interesting to sit there, especially because again, Alan was in person with me, so I'm just sitting there looking at him as we're grilling him essentially, because there's three of us on here who do not believe in God, for lack of a better way to put it, and he doesn't think anything bad of it. He just he has his very strong beliefs, and I, I think it's rather interesting just to understand his point of view with it. Because one thing I mentioned was that I love the idea of faith and people being able to believe in something like that, because it is such a like strong protector, or like a motivation, for lack of a better term. Um, in terms of, if you're able to have this faith, it can actually help a lot of people keep going and strive to be better in life.
You see the functional benefit, let's say,
Yeah.
of that sort of belief system.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah, this is kind of oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
no, go ahead.
This kind of reminds me. A good buddy of mine in law school is in college. He studied theology and he's devoutly Christian, but very open to discussion and having his ideas scrutinized and scrutinizing others. So we got close very quickly because I'm more of the same mind, except that I fall on the opposite end of the coin conclusion wise. I'm more turned more towards y'all,
Mm-hmm.
and that I suppose I'm more like agnostic, linked with atheism. I think is what Andreas this language he used, which I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but we were talking one day, and I mentioned something similar. I'm like, look, if we were to consider the sort of concept of state of nature, and I was making reference to Hobbes' state of nature, which is in essence, at the beginning, there's just people running around in nature. And if they want something, like if you wanted something from me, if you saw that I had a coffee maker that was nice, you could just come kill me and take it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just something you could do. And what eventually happens, according to Hobbes, is that people start to realize that the state of nature kind of sucks. The lack of security is a bummer. So you can't, protect yourself. You can't build. You can't be industrious. So what happens is people start to band together and say, look, if I promise not to kill you and you promise not to kill me, but we protect one another. And what in essence is happening is that they are exchanging a little bit of freedom for additional security. And Hobbes argued that more and more people would throw into that social contract to establish that greater security, giving up something that's really not that important, right? Like the freedom to go harm others is not something we particularly value highly. But our own physical safety, like that's very important. And so we're discussing this, and then I mentioned to him, like, look, what if across the river, though, let's say that all of our village has arisen from the state of nature and thrown into this social contract, right? And we all now have this code that says don't hurt other people, yada, yada, yada. Let's, give up those freedoms so that we're all safe. What about the people on the other side of the river? Like, are they still in the state of nature? Right? It's like, are you going to go ask them? Right? I mean, maybe. Like, I'm not going to be the one to volunteer. I'll tell you that much. Because I don't want them stealing my coffee maker, right? And not only that, like, is it not the same problem that you had before in the state of nature, but kind of bumped up a scale? And now instead of individual people, you could say that each individual, I don't know, group of people, each individual village is a unit,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it's like, are the other villages gonna like our resources and come and take our shit,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's kind of spooky. And so from a functional purpose, it would be really nice if we could convince those other individuals to join in our social contract, right? But it's like, what would be the benefit on their side of joining in on a social contract and agreeing not to hurt us? Like, why would they do that? Especially if they physically could come over here and kick our asses. Like,
Mm-hmm.
why would they do us that favor? And it's like, well, it would be really nice if there was some unverifiable promise of like eternal happiness that like if they adhere to our social contract, then they like, when they die, they're going to be, happy forever. And if they break the social contract, then they're going to like suffer forever.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's like perfect. If you could convince the other people, like, look, have you heard of this religious idea? And it's like, oh, all you have to do is be our pals and assent to our social contract, and then you'll go to heaven forever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they can't verify that. So it's like it's perfect. The funny caveat to that though is that and I hate to be preaching so much here, but the funny caveat on that is that if what I had mentioned in chat last time about faith, if it is not having absolute knowledge but choosing to believe anyway, and that is an important component of Christianity, it could be the case that some creator set us up this way, like psychologically, to where, in essence, religion is an excellent functional tie to establishing that social contract between different groups of people, right? And so it appears as though it's purely man-made, but it's possible that that was specifically done to preserve that concept of faith. Because if you could armchair out the existence of God using logic alone, it would undermine faith because you would have absolute knowledge, which then you can't have faith.
I think it's one of the things that it's like no matter how much somebody can try to disprove the idea of a god, is the faith in it is just that it's faith. So it's like you know, any the proof of or for, for or against it isn't really the point. I feel like it's
Yeah.
it is the belief. You're like, I believe there. It does not matter what the quote unquote evidence against it would be, because I mean that evidence can't have any base really, because there's no way to prove it. It's
Well, exactly.
it's one of those things where with a lot of debates or arguments where the person making an affirmative claim is supposed to be the one who backs up their argument first. They have to prove the argument. But the thing is that there is no way to prove it, so there's no way to argue against it either, in a way. Because
Yeah.
you can, but there's no. It's just kind of like throwing rocks at each other.
Yeah, that's exactly why I call myself an agnostic, even though I lean strongly in the atheist side, because I know that intellectually speaking, I cannot prove nor disprove the existence of God. So it would be intellectually dishonest of me to say I do not believe in God, because I do not actually know if He is there or not, because I can't prove it to myself and to anyone else for that matter. So instead, I just, I do not believe there is one, but because I can't prove it, instead of affirming, which in fact would be a leap of faith. That's something actually I argue a lot with other atheists, and what they don't seem to understand. Faith does not mean religion. Faith means belief. Faith is the belief in something without external proof. And hard-on atheists who will argue that no God does not exist need to understand what they do is faith, because without any proof of his lack of existence, they argue something that they cannot prove, which is exactly the same as religion on the other end of the spectrum.
I completely agree, right? It's like even in science, it isn't binary between there is proof that this thing exists, therefore it exists, or there is not proof that this thing exists, therefore it doesn't exist. Because if that were the case, we would have to argue that Pluto didn't exist until we discovered it, and then it started to exist.
Yep.
So it's like that's not the case. I mean, it could be the case that we don't know. That's why the main in science, it's like we have an understanding of how this works, or we do not have an understanding of how this works. It could be because it doesn't exist. It could be because it does exist, but we haven't seen empirical evidence that suggests that particular conclusion yet. It's just uncertain.
And even when we have, I believe we're like, oh, we understand how this exists, or we still figure out things. We're like, oh no, we were wrong about that. Like we were 99% sure we were correct, and we were entirely wrong. Like we figured out 100 years later,
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so the funny thing there, though, is I'm going to ask y'all a question and hear what y'all think. Is that so? The reality of the situation is that, like, objectively, there is insufficient proof within, let's say, to the threshold of science to suggest that there is a God, right? And science is incredibly scrutinizing, and so we wouldn't really expect that threshold to be satisfied. And yet, we were just talking about Andreas about how there are some atheists that are kind of making the same leap of faith that they are accusing the Christians of dubiously making, right? And I guess my question is, why is it then that people seem to be so hell-bent on coming to a very strong conclusion, even when the objective evidence doesn't really indicate a conclusion that we should have any confidence in?
I think it's the want to be correct, and to be a part of the group, which is kind of similar to how earlier on you were describing how a religion could have been formed. The idea, the reason, the almost need for it is the same way almost with how a very staunch atheist group, I would say, is the same way, where it's, I mean, they have their belief, which is very strongly in the favor of that there is no God, and the being a part of a group is kind of human nature in a way of being able to be together and have your ideas in the same way. So I think that we're always looking for people to not only just be like us, but reaffirm our own beliefs.
And if I may, I'm actually going to modify the first thing you said. You said the first one was to be correct,
Hmm?
and then the second one is to be part of the group. And I'm going to modify the first one to kind of even be closer to the second one. And I would say that if they really wanted to be correct, it seems like what they would do then is admit to the uncertainty
Hmm.
that the objective evidence indicates.
Hmm.
Because if they wanted to be correct, they would be totally objective and honest with themselves. It almost seems like they want to be seen as correct,
Yes, yes. That's probably a
which
better
is
way of putting it, I think.
fascinating. I think that's what you meant. I just wanted to add to that because I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, that's a much better
I
way of putting it.
yeah, I fully agree with that, but I also think there's a slightly less how can I put it, selfish and ego reason linked to it from the point
Yeah.
of view at least of the atheist. Because for actually until let's say about my uni years, I used to be a staunch atheist, and I think the actual reason is also if you look at it from a historical and sociological point of view, those staunch atheists would argue that it's not that there is a lack of evidence for either side. It is because if they of course it's still flawed because they assume the conclusion in their premise, which obviously is not a way
Mm,
of being sound logic. But so basically, I think if their main assumption is that religion and belief in God is nothing more than a human construct to justify things that humanity could not understand at the time of discoveries of various things. So they explained it with, spiritual things such as a god or more gods, as it originally started. And I think the idea is that if you assume as the starting point that all of this, anything spiritual, religious, God, etc., is a human construct, this means that for them, it's not a matter of evidence for existence of God because they know it's a human construct because that's what they think it is. And by saying that, therefore, they say that you can't possibly say to me that the lack of evidence of the non-existence of God is insufficient for me to claim it because I know God is a human construct. Therefore, I don't need evidence to disprove it. That is enough in of by itself to disprove his existence. I don't know if I'm making myself clear.
no, totally. And it's dubious for them to presume the conclusion in their premise.
Oh, that's definitely dubious. I agree, but I mean, I think so. To answer your earlier question, which is why do they
Mm,
still maintain this position? Then I think if we put aside the ego and social reason, or they want to be part of a group or they want to be right, the slightly, I guess, less, the more slightly more justified way of this is if their starting position is that obviously it is entirely a human construct. Then it makes sense to them that well, his existence effectively disproven, even though it's not scientifically speaking.
Hmm. Um,
yeah.
my way of thinking of it, kind of similar to yours, is also I mentioned before. One thing that I've heard a lot. I don't know if it's something that you have, which is whenever whenever there's an argument or a debate going, again, whoever's making the like the affirmative claim, the person who so saying there is a God, so that would be the positive, the affirmative, the like actionable claim. Is that that person would have to prove it before there's able to even be disproved, and since it can't be, so using that kind of debate or logical argument, it doesn't really even have a starting ground for them, which is what I think a lot of people do. But it's just not really functional with that kind of thought process, Again,
Yeah.
because it's faith.
Well, exactly, though. Exactly. I think that's the distinction. Is it's like, well, and not today. I've met a lot of people that seem to think that faith is, in essence, absolute knowledge. But I choose to interpret faith more literally, and I think that there are many Christians that would say that they don't have absolute proof, that there isn't enough evidence to pass that threshold, but the essence of their faith is that they are choosing to believe anyway.
Hmm.
And the funny thing to me is that that seems totally reasonable. And the 2000s atheists seems to like very hyper focus be like, well, there's no proof for you to like believe that yada yada yada. And it's like it seems like they're kind of missing that whole concept of faith. Is it? Yeah, the Christians agree, right? But they're choosing to believe anyway. That is the essence of their faith.
Hmm.
Right. But there's a part of me that further, it's like, it's almost as if the fight there between those two, I'll even say identities, those identity groups, is just satisfying to partake in.
Hmm.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's what I call the death debate, because the those arch atheists, or not arch, those atheists argue something that the Christians aren't arguing. So it's a total death debate because the atheists ask for evidence that the Christians do not care about because it is faith, precisely what you were saying. They don't care about the evidence because that is a big part of Christianity, especially as a religion, is faith. So deciding to believe, even though you may not know, you may be wrong. And so you have one side arguing, "Give me evidence," or "You have no evidence for it," and the other is, "But I believe it," and that's why they can't possibly talk properly amongst each other because they have very different starting positions, which can't even join. Basically, there's just two streets completely separate, and they just keep throwing words at each other.
You
Yeah.
you mentioned earlier the 2000s atheists. I gotta ask, was anybody else a part of or near that community at the time?
Depends what you mean by near, I guess. I used to be a staunch atheist. I wouldn't be particularly loud about it. Nor, I mean, nothing more than talking about it with friends at school who were religious. But
I would say
I wouldn't
'cause-
identify myself with it.
Yeah, so I never like actively did much, especially because I mean around that time I was back in high school and stuff, but I did watch a lot of them. Which did either of y'all were y'all a part of those communities of watching
dude.
the?
To this day, I'll go dig up old Christopher Hitchens like debates and interviews and stuff. I mean, they're entertaining as hell to watch.
Oh yeah.
That's true.
See,
And
those things I find really interesting. The ones that I'm personally thinking of is the people that were more inspired by him, who I'll say took it from a less like actually wanting to have like honest debates and honest discussions, and more of a I want to dunk on people and make money ideal. Which I don't know if y'all really seen many of those people around that time period, because again I was in high school and I watched that stuff, and even I was like, okay, this is interesting, but also I'm like, these people feel so disgenuine and just dishonest.
I do. You're preaching to the choir. Like honestly, that is my major complaint. What you just summarized of Western politics.
Yes.
Yes. People
Like
want to be right. They don't want to be saying true things. They just want to be
right,
right.
and it's like you can't really fault them for that because realistically speaking, that's the only way to be successful. Because it's like if I tried to run, if I wanted to become a congressman or something, and I got in touch with the people, and it's like, oh, I don't really I don't bend universally to one ideological conception. I look at each issue on its own merits and use critical analysis. No one's voting for me.
Oh yeah.
But I think there is still. I mean, I'm not fully. Saddened by the politics to the extent of thinking that it is necessary to constantly lie, or at least be right and not so not necessarily true. I think there is a little nuance where you can mix being right and by saying true things, or at least things you believe to be true. I think
Well,
I think one of the big problems in politics is that politicians trying to be elected will say anything. But I think there's a middle ground where you can still win by being truthful, but still, so trying to be right and using all the rhetorical techniques and aspects to convince people. But I guess the main difference is if you're doing it because you truly believe in what you are saying and hope to bring better change, that is one way where it is acceptable. But I don't remember. I don't know if you've heard about this. There used to be this. I can't remember. One of the greater ancient rhetoricians of Athens said, I think it might have been Aristotle, but I'm not sure. Basically, it all went wrong when rhetoric became the purpose and arguments the tool. Rhetoric was always meant to be the tool for which to pass politics, as opposed to rhetoric being a means, an end in and of itself. Because that's when being right becomes more important than being truthful.
right, and really, my complaint of politics isn't that people are just like lying through their teeth. It's more subtle. It's that my concern is that when your route to reinforcement and success is tokens of loyalty to a political ideology, it makes it difficult for you to use objectivity in resolving a particular social issue or crafting or tailoring policy to that particular issue. Because again, it's like if my constituents are very conservative and I am running as Republican, let's say, which I'm not, but let's say that I were a Republican and running for office somehow, right? If then I am discussing policy on a bill and it's very clear that a what would be interpreted as very left-leaning policy on this particular issue would be the most efficacious in resolving the underlying issue, I'm probably going to fight back on that if I have strong ideological orientations. Because if I were to step up and say, listen, guys, listen, my right wing constituents, this one, maybe the other side's right. Maybe we should go kind of left. I'm losing my job. I'm getting voted out. And it's like that difference between left and right is arbitrary when it comes to the perspective of what is objectively true. Sometimes a right leaning policy might be beneficial. Sometimes a left leaning policy might be beneficial. But in no way is us just saying the right must win because the right must win versus the left must win because the left must win. Is that a good means of decision making? It seems disastrous, and it's promoting again that ideological loyalty, which when taken to an extreme, you get people doing really irrational shit, like trying to kidnap governors or like storming the Capitol.
Yeah.
Like it's not rational what they're doing. It's like it's taking the same contingency of reinforcement, tokens of ideological loyalty, and pushing them to extreme acts, hoping for extreme reinforcement. But that type of logic is, well, I mean, history speaks a similar tale, right? World War II, that type of like nationalistic, irrational pride can get you to start doing things that are really crazy.
Yeah, I think one thing that I despise and almost terrifies me is the otherization of groups that that groups tend to do, which is you are part of our group or you are part of their group. And each group themselves says we are the good group, they are the bad group. And it's not even about the ideas or anything. It's just people are a part of this group, and it does not matter. Like one thing that whenever I lived in Texas, I noticed whenever voting is that at least in the area I lived, you can vote. You know when you're voting, you have all the different people you can vote for on the different areas. You can also just check a single box, and it'll vote completely Republican or completely Democrat.
Yeah, straight ticket voting.
Straight ticket voting is I absolutely hate it because it takes so even if a person is saying I'm going to vote for all of it, make them at least check all of those damn boxes, make them do the little bit, the two neurons fire so that they have to check the boxes. And I would almost argue that it's like don't even put, I mean, you have to put their party affiliation, of course, but make it so it's like actually do your research, look into the people before you go to vote. Because it's one of those things where whenever I was 18, that was the first time I could vote was I was still in high school, the 2016 election, and around even in the local stuff, I'm going and I was like I'm curious as to who the fuck these people are, because I didn't know who they were. Nobody told me about it in school. We didn't know who our fucking local representatives were, and looking into it was just like, oh, so. This person is running as Republican, but they're more left-leaning than the Democrat nominee, but it doesn't matter because they have the R next to their name, you know?
Right. I think you're spot on, and I think that's the main reason why politics is so polarized nowadays. Because what matters really is you're in my team or you're not, and I think that's why I don't know if you guys have been following, for instance, what's happening in the UK. And even across Europe, but now, politicians nowadays, paradoxically, even though there's more media, there's more scrutiny, even though sometimes it's not quite up to the job, politicians today survive scandals that politicians 30 years ago would never have been able to survive, for the simple reason that ultimately, for instance, here in the UK, we have Boris Johnson, who, so our Prime Minister tried to basically redecorate his ministerial flat with donor money, which is obviously a big no-no. That's not what donor money is here for. It's not for personal use. And most of the English people who vote Conservative could not care less, because at this point, it's so polarized that anything short of someone on your team will be worse anyway. So people don't even care anymore about honesty in politics. All they want to know is whether their guy is on their team. And that's why nowadays, politicians can flaunt their abuses and corruption scandals erupt all over the place, and yet most of them, or at least some of them, manage to survive and just ride the wave on because they're so well entrenched in that position that the voters, even if they might not like that part of dishonesty, at least they know that these people will represent their beliefs, and that's why it's so dangerous.
As a candidate, you could murder somebody of the other party, and you would have more constituents like you than if you agreed with the person of the other party.
I don't know if it's quite there yet, but yeah, that's ultimately that's what it's going to end up to if polarization keeps increasing. Because if you start portraying the other side as literally non-human demons who are so wrong that they're actually evil, well, yeah, the end of this is civil wars.
One thing I want to bring up that real quick that Kate Dizzle was mentioning in the chat was he said, I've been a Christian my whole life and still attend a church that would consider themselves evangelical. I don't personally feel like Christianity should be anywhere near politics, which I believe that is something that at least personally, I believe as well. I don't think any religion has its place in politics necessarily. In terms of specifically, this is one thing that that Alan brought up when we were talking, and is that if a person is religious in politics, that is completely fine. But it is if their reasoning for a law or trying to pass a bill is because my religion says so, that's not a reason. And he even said, like I say, Alan is the religious person in the conversation the other week. And he was like, no, he's like, that just means they have no argument. They haven't thought it through themselves. They're just using it as a shield, essentially.
Yeah, funny enough, I would say insert any ideology in place of religion there.
Yeah.
This is my conclusion because this
Absolutely.
is what the Republican Party or Democratic Party wants.
No, it's like have
It's the
reasons.
same abandonment of critical thought.
Absolutely, I agree.
And
Good.
oh, sorry. It's I think the thing that's so frustrating about it is it's hard to unwind because it's, first of all, it's bias, so it's not something that we consciously recognize we're doing. But secondly, it's really easy to rationalize, right? It's like from the perspective of either side, you believe based on the evidence that you're seeing, or perhaps because of your predisposition, that your conclusions are correct. And so if you're to go and debate someone from the other side, right, the most noble course of action is to ensure that your side wins, because that ensures that the correct/noble policy is what's going to be enacted. Right. And so it's like, all right, I don't really need to debate the truth because what matters is winning, because I have convinced myself that my side is correct.
Yeah.
But if you strip away that initial confidence and it's like, I have these ideas that I have high confidence in, but I'm not absolutely certain, maybe someone else could point out where I'm blind, or maybe some evidence that I'm missing or something like this, then your incentive is to find the truth. And suddenly if you defeat an opponent with the type of antics that you might see in a presidential debate in the United States, then you're undermining the purpose, because you're not really discovering truth. You're just eliminating enemies by any means necessary.
Yeah, I think one thing that it's so interesting to me is that I feel like a lot of people don't think of or really try to reinforce principles in their life, like following their own principles, which is in the way of whenever I've talked to people about believing like, oh, this should be a law, this should be a bill, whatever. One of the quickest ways that I feel like for somebody to start thinking is ask them just like, okay, so you want this in power so that your party can become more powerful and can essentially, for lack of a better term, stomp out the other side. Be able to have the power and be able to prevent them from doing things you don't like, right? And it's like, okay, do you want the other side to have that same power? And a lot of people, I feel like they don't think about that. Is that your side is not going to be in power the whole time?
To expand on that point even more, and I think this is hilarious. So I'm going to say that, first of all, I'm a big proponent of the First Amendment, which I'm not saying that I think all speech is like morally okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of types of things that people can say, and I'm going to go confront them about that because it's not okay. I just don't think that it's the government that really should be making that discretion call between what's okay and not okay.
Absolutely.
But this isn't a First Amendment issue because we're not talking about a state actor here. But it's interesting to me that people, and it's died down a little bit, but I've seen a couple of months ago, a lot of people complaining and shouting about how evil Facebook is because it's allowing certain types of speech on its platform. And these are people that are very dubious of Facebook. They're like, oh, Zuckerberg's a lizard person and yada, 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 yada. And it's like, you can tell he's evil because he's allowing, people to say hateful shit on his platform, yada, 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 right? Or like, oh, like they're allowing people from the far right to say stuff on the platform, yada, 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 like he should be censoring that, right? And the funny thing to me is what they are arguing for is extra leverage and discretion and power on Facebook's behalf.
Absolutely.
While simultaneously being like, oh man, but Facebook's out to get me. It's like, you don't even realize what you're arguing for.
Yeah.
And it's like, because literally, if Facebook then suddenly can decide like, oh, okay, well, if something is unpleasant, we can censor it. It's like, great, that seems like a win because today, like, neo-Nazis get kicked off of Facebook or whatever. First of all, I'm dubious that the neo-Nazis are going away. You're just kind of brushing them under the rug. And I strongly prefer to have everything out in the light
Yeah,
than,
that's one thing I've always heard is that if you want to destroy a disease, you expose it to the light. If you
Absolutely.
if you really and truly believe that somebody's arguments and beliefs are bad and terrible, you don't hide it. You don't try to censor them. You don't try to push them away into their own little echo chambers. You know what you do? You pick them up and go, "Hey, everybody, look."
Exactly, you expose them, and then because the majority of people, usually at least are rational, or at least not complete buttheads,
Yeah.
they will see it and they will be discredited because the vast majority of people will see just how nonsensical it is.
Mm.
But if you hide it, I like this little Game of Thrones quote from like I think it's Tyrion. If you cut someone's tongue, you're not telling the world they should listen to what he's saying. You're telling the world you're scared of what he's saying,
Mm-hmm.
and that's giving them clout.
You're making them a martyr essentially without having to die. You know,
Exactly.
you're just
yeah.
they're just like, oh, you see, Facebook, Twitter, insert social media group took down what I'm saying because they don't want you to hear this. And somebody says that, and there's gonna be plenty of people who go, well, now I need to hear what he's saying. They're trying to stop me from hearing it, and
Yeah.
you're just getting more people to do it.
And
And
the
of
funny
course,
thing too, oh, go ahead, Andres.
no, I was just going to add, and of course, there's also the always which you were kind of pointing on Praxis when you said that government should not have that power. Then you're also pointing out the issue about who gets to decide what is far right and what is not far right.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Exactly.
for let's say a communist person, but by communist I mean proper communist, so someone who believes in the actual internationalist world order that should get rid of nation states, etc. Any limits on, for instance, the free movement of people would be far right.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously, if you're further on the left, anything further to the right will be far right for you. But if you're like by centrist, which is a very dubious term, but let's just say someone who is slightly more moderate on all sides of the issues, far right wanting limits on immigration, for example, is the best example I can think of, is not far right. Wanting total stop to immigration, that would be. So who gets to decide what is far right, and if you leave that to private corporations who do things on the whims of their CEOs or controllers, that's very dangerous, obviously.
Yeah, and to loop that back to Facebook is what we're mentioning is like, okay, today maybe the neo-Nazis get kicked off the board, but what if in a couple of years that establishes precedent for Facebook to say, look, LGBTQ is not family friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Absolutely.
you can talk
Yep.
about it all you want, but not on Facebook because it's not family friendly. It's like suddenly you've given Facebook, you've armed them with leverage and discretion, and you're being very optimistic and hoping that they don't use that in a way that is self-interested. Let's say a politician has a lot of money and they say, well, maybe you should start kind of pushing policy or speech or your censorship towards a particular viewpoint, right? And it's like free market suddenly is starting to look a lot more attractive than saying this or that is unacceptable. But another thing I was going to say too, Andreas, you mentioned the Game of Thrones quote and that it's like silencing people really just like makes their statements more like impactful. This is something that everyone can use when you're having a debate or a conversation with someone, even to put it more lightly, and they have an opinion about something, and you want to try and undermine their opinion. And I love doing this all the time, and it's so simple because you don't have to do anything. If you want to undermine them, all you have to do is just ask them to flesh out their ideas more.
Absolutely. Yep.
Like,
Because if they
talk
develop
more.
it, yeah, absolutely.
And it's like they're going to end up like give your quote unquote opponent some rope, and something they might just hang themselves.
Yeah, it's one of the things where either they have an honest, like they actually believe and they've thought out their argument, which is great. Like one thing I always say is I love whenever people like I'm talking to somebody, and I'm like, wow, they have like they believe what they're saying and they have reasonings for it. They are proving me wrong. That's great. If somebody could actually do that, that's great. But most of the time, whenever you're having a conversation, argument, debate, whatever with somebody, people don't. And I hate trying. It makes I'm not trying to sound high and mighty with it, but a lot of people don't think their things through. They have their belief, and then it went back to the word belief. I just realized, but just they have it and say, okay, well, this is what I believe. So why I don't need to think it through any more than this until you ask them, and then they're just like, shit, how do I explain this? How do I flesh it out? And going back slightly to where you mentioned the mentioning like social media having more power, I think it became kind of a meme. It was like first they came for blank and I said nothing because it did not affect me. Then they came for blank and I said I did nothing because it didn't affect me. And then they came for me and there was no one else to say anything.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I saw that. Yeah.
It's just
And
like
it's nothing further from the truth because it reaches the level that silencing your enemy becomes more important than what we would consider individual freedoms.
yeah.
And if you reach a level of polarization where no matter how you do it, it's good because you must silence the enemy. Then you end up with this kind of things where you give power to some people that probably should not have the power to censor things, and it's a very double-edged sword because obviously that sword might be used against you one day. That's why it's much better to agree on a set, which we did about 100 years or maybe 200 years ago for some countries, or 300 even. It's much better to agree on a set of standards that cannot be changed regardless of what the content of those rights includes, and hope that public debate and proper intelligence and thinking will lead to the bad ideas being discredited and the good ones staying, hopefully. But if you start, because you lack faith in that process of people discussing, sharing their ideas, and hopefully the bad ones being discredited, if you do not believe in that process, then yeah, the solution ultimately is dictatorship. But the problem is with that is obviously then if the dictatorship turns against you, then well you're fucked as well.
Yeah, and free market of ideas is important because it's like, what if you're just like, what if you and or tradition on a particular issue is just flat out fucking wrong? It's like if you are censoring speech based on like how weird it sounds or how uncomfortable it is to hear or something, like 999 of 1,000 times or whatever, it's just going to be weird and uncomfortable and stupid. But how do you differentiate that from that 1 in 1,000 that's actually like revolutionary? I mean, hell, once upon a time, someone said maybe the Earth's round, and we were like, let's kill this motherfucker.
Yeah, they literally fucking killed them for it. Like, uh, it's yeah.
But yeah, that's John Stuart Mill. That's his harm principle. He says that the state, in essence, should only step in and prohibit or censor or abridge when one person's actions stand to harm someone else. But you should never prohibit action based on how like bizarre it is. Again, so long as it's not harming anyone else, because bizarre just means that it's not something that has been seen frequently before. And if it is often the case that revolutionary ideas are not frequently seen before, right? That's like by definition necessarily the case.
Yeah, like
I think the main issue with that, and I could be wrong with my why I think it's the case, but the main issue with that I think is post World War II, although it also started near World War One, historically speaking, with governments becoming much more powerful and technology increasing, providing more policing powers, cameras, etc. I think the main issue is that people forget that government is not here to protect every single individual from anything that could potentially worry or or that he could find distasteful. Government is
Yep.
here precisely to manage societal relations and ensure the fair, I guess, a level ground for everyone to be able to succeed in that society. If you start thinking the government is here to protect you from any single potential little idea that you could find distasteful, well then government becomes that's how dictatorships begin, because that's not what government is here for.
Yeah, absolutely. And the law agrees with that. Like, it's like the first thing that came to my head is within civil law, within tort law, it's like you have to expect a certain amount of contact just by going out into the world. So it's like a battery is if someone directly or indirectly touches you in a harmful or offensive way. And so, I mean, every day, if you go outside, of course, with COVID being what it is, probably don't go out to see a lot of people. But like pre-COVID, if you go to the mall, people are gonna touch you, perhaps even in offensive ways, and you don't have a right to sue them, right? It's like there is a certain amount of contact that you're just gonna have to deal with. Hell, I mean, you go get in your car, right, and you go to the grocery store, that you have to sit in traffic, or even if there's not traffic, the threat of there being traffic, you have to stop at the stoplight, right? It's like just that there are people in this society that have unique interests, even if they aren't directly running contrary to your own, but just that we all have unique interests necessarily means that we're going to get in each other's ways. And you just got to suck it up.
yeah. I think one thing that both of y'all mentioned, which is an ideal that I feel like I have as well, which is let people do whatever the fuck they want as long as it isn't hurting somebody.
Yeah.
And I take this. I don't know if y'all agree in this way. I believe it to the extreme of even if somebody is hurting themselves, it's not necessarily up to the government to regulate against it. And
Yeah.
the best way to think about that is like prohibition, where it's like alcohol is oh, okay, well, this is bad for people, so it should block. Or also you can look at too drugs. I don't do
Yeah,
drugs. I don't care about them at all. I don't like it. But I also don't think that the use of it is necessarily something that should be, you should go to jail for 10 years for,
yeah. That's as an aside. I think that it's kind of insane that marijuana is still illegal. I
Mhm.
mean, alcohol would be Schedule One on the drug scheduling system
Mhm.
if it were not for the fact that it was exempted. But from my perspective and understanding, it seems that alcohol is way more harmful
Mhm.
than pot is. So it's just that's a little bizarre to me. But the one caveat to that, from the so just being devil's advocate here,
Mhm.
the reason, and again, not so much for pot as it is alcohol, really. The reason why the government might argue that they do have a right to regulate it is that if owning alcohol at home and drinking alcohol at home never impacted people outside your home, then it would be, something that they shouldn't regulate.
Mhm.
Concern is that someone drinks and then goes and drives.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you could, it's taking it to a, greater stretch, but you could even make that argument against, well, okay, so people shouldn't own cars because you can hurt somebody with it.
Yeah,
Somebody shouldn't own.
35,000 people die every year because of vehicular related accidents.
So it's one of those things where, and I totally understand where you're coming from with it, because yes, people, it is horrendous the things that people do on with alcohol, and also me mentioning the drug thing. This is coming from somebody who, when I was working night shifts, daily got threatened by people who are on many drugs, potentially putting myself in harm's way because of them using it, but that's an individual and not like the use of it wasn't necessarily the factor for it. It was the fact that they are a violent individual in the first place.
Sure.
um
But even on top of that, though, to add to that, so I don't smoke nowadays, but there was a point in time when your boy was in college and somebody liked to party.
mhm.
Uh, so yeah, I used to smoke a lot, and I can tell you with my experience with smoking, dude, nobody is gonna be at home and smoke, and I'm gonna be like, let's go take risks,
Yeah,
right? They're gonna be like, let's order a pizza and play NHL, dude. Like,
yeah,
let's like it's just crazy to me that pot is the thing that, like, if you compare alcohol and marijuana, and again, I'm not super well educated on this issue, but just from the layman's point of view here, it's like just mind-boggling to me.
yeah. From what I know, the biggest there's like two big reasons why weed, pot, whatever, it was made illegal and is still illegal, and one of them is hemp, which was partial a couple different industries, but the one I know the most about is actually the lumber industry, which was actually kind of terrified of hemp because hemp can be fucking used for so many different things, including as a building material, which
Uh-oh.
which also sounds great for even now, where it's like what you can build, like you can literally you use other materials as well, but it can be used as a basis for a house. It's interesting all the things you can do with it. Well, so they kind of lobbied against it.
Hmm.
The other reason, which is going back to 50s, 60s, it's racism, which was the fact that it was at the same time as it was being lobbied against with the lumber industry, was the fact that it was put as this is the African American man's drug, the black man's drug. That's what it was put as, and it so up in the legal system, which the people that are still running the legal system were alive and adults back then. It's kind of, I feel like it poisoned the waters for it.
Sure. Yeah.
which is
Yeah, that makes sense.
which is something that I think that as essentially as the old fucks are getting out, you know, is why there's more places that are able to legalize it now. New Mexico just passed a bill not too long ago that in June it's going to be legalized here. As more and more places are becoming open to it.
Yeah,
Uh,
and honestly, I think that's great. I think it needs to keep happening, man.
mhm.
It's like whatever that, because I don't think anything's going to happen on the federal level. So
Okay.
I'm just
I,
very glad to see states kind of taking the initiative.
I was going to ask, do you believe that it should be on the enacted on the federal level?
Yeah, I mean, the only problem is the like legislative hurdles
Hmm.
because I'm not super familiar. I never took any classes in this area. So I'm not sure exactly like what the mechanism and what the precedent is behind the need and creation of an exemption or an exception rather on the drug scheduling system.
Mhm.
But regardless of the like, you know, the minutia of making it happen, the conclusion from my perspective is like 100% desirable.
Mhm.
I mean, sell it, tax it,
Yeah.
control it, regulate it. Why not? It's like, or if there is a reason not to, like, study the thing
Yeah.
and like, let's, cast some light on the issue and really fully understand it
Mhm.
before we make any decisions. And there might be some more, I mean, from what I have understood, I had a conversation with someone that was more read up on it than I was a while ago, and they were indicating to me that there wasn't too much in the way of compelling and well done studies because it is illegal at the federal level.
Yeah.
But it's like, hell, why don't we just figure out what this drug is? Because the whole point of the scheduling system is to assign values to drugs based on what their level of like medicinal value is and what the likelihood of addiction is.
Mhm.
And the drugs that are higher up on the scheduling system have lower medicinal value and higher likelihood to develop addiction.
Mhm.
But it's like, why don't we study it and find out exactly what's happening?
Yeah.
And I think that would be one of the examples where ideology plays in, because people are so hell bent that no, you should not legalize it because for all number of reasons.
Mhm.
I'm sure nowadays a majority of people who are against the legalization of cannabis wouldn't even tell you that it's because it's weed. They'll probably use the argument of a slippery slope, that if you start legalizing
Mhm.
that, then next coke, etc., cocaine, etc. And
Yeah.
actually, I'm a proponent of legalizing soft drugs and obviously keeping hard drugs forbidden.
Mhm. So
Uh,
people have used that argument against it's slippery slope, and you know what I say? Fucking let them.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. No, I'm saying it's bullshit, because I think that's the case where ideologies being harmful. It's okay to admit you were wrong, especially on such kind of issues, because ultimately, as you were saying, alcohol is and cigarettes are so much more dangerous.
Mhm.
Ultimately, it's impossible to win a war against that kind of soft drugs. It is too widespread. It's
Yeah.
it's extremely costly. It's counterproductive. So, and of course, its medical use it has a great medical use,
Mhm.
and it also only was illegal. It was made illegal, for instance, in the UK. I think it was in the late 30s or late 20s.
Mhm.
So there's actually no reason to do that.
Yeah. Well, one thing you kind of brought up that made me think was just like, Praxis, you're mentioning that, alcohol is easily worse than marijuana, right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And kind of how Andreas mentioned there, fucking tobacco products, cigarettes, they have literally, not literally, they have practically no benefits.
Or
There
they
is
have
no,
no benefit.
there's
Simple
there,
as
there,
that.
there, there is no medicinal benefits to cigarettes, and they are still a thing. And I apologize for we keep talking about America stuff, Andreas.
Oh, I'm more than happy to. Don't worry.
But did you hear about in Praxis? Did you hear about the idea that they're wanting to ban menthol cigarettes and any flavored cigars?
I did not hear that.
This was a couple weeks ago. Main reason I hear about it is because again I work at a gas station that sells a lot of menthol cigarettes. So I have every single customer coming in and going, you hear about this bullshit, which was yeah they on the federal level there is a plan. It has not been the bill hasn't even been written yet, but the Biden administration has put forth a motion that they want to ban menthol cigarettes and any flavored cigars, which is a lot. There's a lot of those sales. Menthol cigarettes are extremely popular, and flavored cigars would come out to everything, including stuff like Swisher Sweets, Black and Milds. Again, very popular products, which we can say I think we all agree tobacco products are horrendous for people and doesn't really help in any way. But does anybody here think that they should that the reason that they said that that these should be enacted and these menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars should be blocked is because if we do this, then it'll get a lot less people to be smoking. Does anybody here
Yeah,
believe that
the
that it's correct to do this?
the problem that I would have with that argument is that you would have to explain why people smoking is something that's undesirable. And to
Hmm.
say that, well, it could harm themselves, if that's the argument, I would say get the fuck out of here because that's not up to you,
Hmm.
Mr. State Government, to decide what I
Yeah.
do with you.
Hmm.
But if the argument is, oh, well, it's because secondhand smoke is a serious problem, and there have been studies that suggest that these types of cigars and cigarettes have a substantially higher amount of harm through secondhand smoke to innocent bystanders, I would
Hmm.
say, okay, great. Then why are we making it or excuse me, why aren't we making it illegal to smoke them in areas where secondhand smoke is an issue?
Yeah.
Because again, it sounds like the problem is secondhand smoke and not the, what people are individually doing with them in their own homes and capacity.
Yeah. Secondhand
So,
smoke stuff, I completely agree with. Where it it is a dangerous thing, but at least whenever on their motion, on their comments that the administration made, there was no actual mention of secondhand smoke. It was just that it would make less people be smoking, which is I would say is almost kind of correct. Even though I disagree that it should be a thing. I've had plenty of customers go, yeah, they're banning menthols. I'm just not gonna. This is an excuse for me to quit, and it's like that's good for you, like it is. But I don't like the precedent of just banning more things because it is harmful to an individual.
Yes. I think it's the issue of, again, trying to be too general. Praxis kind of touched upon this. I think personally the solution in Europe, it kind of started. For instance, it's legal to smoke in closed public areas. But the idea is still that you should be able to smoke wherever you are, except if it might harm people. I think the solution is actually the reverse. You should not be allowed to smoke anywhere in public, even outside, because ultimately, as someone who lived in major cities, there's nothing I hate more than walking behind someone and getting smoke in my face. I absolutely despise it. And I think what the solution, although I'm sure people would disagree, is that people can smoke if they want, but they just can't harm other people. So smoke in your house, smoke on your balcony, smoke on your lawn, but do not smoke anywhere in public where you might encounter non-smokers. And I think that's the solution. But outright banning cigarettes is completely stupid and counterproductive. But on the other hand, I understand the want to do it. The problem is the solution they propose is the wrong one, obviously, in my view at least.
I think that banning it from all public places, I disagree with that, just because again, it is public space. One thing where because I feel like you can already essentially, if you're smoking a cigarette and just walking right up to somebody, that's already being a public nuisance. But entirely with I agree with Praxis and the idea of it's a thing where a lot of businesses already say no smoking inside. We have a smoking area specifically for you. Which
there
I
are a
think
lot of
is pretty cool.
stops along the way before you get to outright banning of cigarettes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's just the precedent behind the idea that the state knows what's best for you is the thing that bothers me. Right? That's scary.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh, that is very scary and dangerous.
I doubt that bill is going to pass, but I'm going to keep my eyes on it.
Yeah, I definitely. It was a big thing for me because it said, like I said, we sell a lot of those products. Also, it was kind of snowballed with the fact that New Mexico just banned, or is in June again with the marijuana law, is banning shooters and ponies, which is shots where you can buy shots of alcohol and double shots of alcohol at gas stations and like liquor stores. They banned that again for the reason of, well, people are drinking this and while they're like out and about and stuff like that and getting themselves into danger.
That makes more sense to me because if you're at a gas station, you probably drove there.
Yeah.
And so buying shots and then like getting in your car again, whether or not it's enough to like pass that sort of legislation is unclear to me. But at least the logic is a little bit more sound because it's not saying that like you can't do whatever you want to you. The argument is more that we don't want you in a context that can be harmful to other people.
Yeah, that was the first idea that came into my head. I actually had some customers who was talking to me about it, and they kind of enlightened me something that I hadn't thought about because it wasn't something that I would have done in the first place, which is the fact that some people it's almost going to harm them more because people will come to the gas station. This example happens legitimately probably 100 times a day for me, which is people come in and they'll get 3 shots of the alcohol and then go home, right? And they get that specifically because they're saying I'm going to drink three shots of alcohol tonight. If I go and if I can't buy the small ones, I'm going to have to buy a pint of vodka. If I buy that pint, I'm going to drink that whole thing tonight. Because they don't have this self-control essentially to be able to just drink it. They're like, it is in front of me, I'm going to drink it. I had a customer straight up tell me that. They're like, no, because they're like, yeah, no, if y'all are out of those, I have to buy a pint and I will drink all that tonight. Like he fully had the self-realization of just like, yeah, no, I cannot make myself stop doing it.
It's kind of unfortunate because I think the state's argument there would be like, go for it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that those same people, they're not going to stop drinking. They're not going to. They're going to go, and it's going to be like, especially because the one thing is that the shooters are relatively cheap. If you look at going between half pints, and fifths, at least at the place I work at, The fifth is going to be the cheaper option though, out of the between a pint and a fifth, and it's not crazy different. So most people are probably just going to go and buy a fifth,
Yeah,
and those same people are probably going to drink it all.
which is sad. But I think the state's argument is like the bill was never meant to protect you.
Yeah,
It
it's
was meant to protect the people that you would be harming by driving,
mm-hmm.
drinking. But still, what
the,
you're
the,
saying though is still incredibly valuable, and that is
yeah.
to say that like how do you weigh out
Mm-hmm.
then like the interests of the other individuals that you are trying to protect and the interests of the individual who you are potentially inflicting greater harm on.
And I will say, I do 100% believe that those same people, even if they go buy a fifth, they're still, if they were going to buy the shots and drink while they're driving, they're going to do the same thing with a fifth. They just are. I've had to yell at customers because they had a pint and they open, I can see them open it up and start drinking in their car, and we can't, our liquor license does not allow you to drink on property. Which one thing that Kate Dizzle asked is that we can clarify, like when they come in and order these shots, are they sealed up and how the customer takes it home with them? Yeah, so it's not, we're not serving them like a shot. Again, this is a gas station, so it is a completely like hermetically sealed container. So they the idea and the way our liquor license works is that they cannot drink on the property. It is illegal for us to allow people to drink on property, so they have to take it off of them. I mean, that doesn't mean that people are going to drive home and then drink, just because they're not. We have a lot of what I would classify as working class, lower income people who are like, well, I'm going to go work my job at construction. It's 8 a.m. I'm going to go to the gas station right next to my house, go buy 3 shots and a soda. I'm going to put it in the soda, and I'm going to drink the soda at work. It's yeah, it happens a lot. And the same people are just going to buy a pint and, pour half the pint in their soda and leave the rest in their car. I believe so, at least, just from my experience.
Yeah, I mean, I guess here we're left with, the main issue being self-control and individual, people responsible for their actions.
Yeah.
But ultimately, yeah, I mean, to, I guess, try and return this to the original argument, I definitely agree and think that the solution is not the state banning things or telling you what not to do, at least in this instances. I think the best way of solving that type of issues would be, obviously, those social policies that the state should be doing rather than trying to forbid things and ban things and legislate against things. So, obviously increasing awareness that alcohol can cause, having, I don't know, better labor laws that allow people to have proper breaks, removing the stress, increasing quality of life, all these things that obviously, would reduce those people's dependence on substances to make their lives easier or, as a way of escaping issues. There are much better ways of solving that than, just going outright, yeah, banned, you can't do that anymore.
One thing that I believe would solve a lot of issues, and this is just my belief, I think it would solve, alcohol issues, people turning to hard drugs, gun violence, everything like that. There's one simple thing that if instead of trying to ban and trying to like enforce these things so strong, the war on drugs in the United States has spent so much money on it for not that much outcome, would be to have proper mental health care on every level. Not and I'm not just saying for people that are like clinically depressed and are like super hard struck, them too, of course, but also just from having small mental health issues to where it's like these people aren't going to go and do something crazy, but they're going to spend half their paycheck on alcohol, and if these people are able to get help and able to better themselves mentally, I think it would solve a lot of issues of people being able to do it. And it wouldn't be through having to outlaw things or regulate it is through helping people help themselves in a way.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
Because I don't know how it is in Europe. I mean, I do kind of because I've talked to people, but I mean, even just going to basic therapy in the United States is hard and expensive.
Yeah, it is kind of a shame at how expensive therapy is.
The only relatively easy way is if you are like in the military or in college, because I know a lot of colleges do provide. I don't know about all of them, but a lot of colleges do provide therapy sessions that you can do through that. But if you're not, you're just, which is again, if somebody can't afford college, they're not going to be able to afford therapy, so just harming them even more.
that's that's all that leads us, I guess, in a way to state budget and how money should be spent, where what matters, what areas, etc. And yeah, I mean, it's been a problem for the last thousands of years, so it's probably not going to be sold in this podcast. Yeah, we can come to agreements on what should probably be better usage. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
I think just about anybody on this earth can look at the United States military budget and go, wow, that's a lot.
Bro, you need those aircraft carriers.
It's not even the aircraft carriers. It's like, hey, so here's this single-use missile, which costs more than like multiple Middle Eastern towns, and we use it to blow up a tent. I think I mentioned this last podcast, but it was hilarious to me. There were stories of people in the Middle East that actually went and would make these fake tent cities that looked like insurgent camps, so that the United States would shoot missiles at it, and then they would go in there and take the missile scraps and sell it for scrap metal because it was worth more.
Wow.
And it was just like like one, I give them that is ingenuity, and you are making money way that way. But goddamn, we were sending these multi-million-dollar missiles so that people can sell it for scrap. So I should probably find a more lighthearted and or happy topic.
I just was processing that. That's crazy. I'd never heard about that.
Yeah, it's just, again, it's like I don't blame them for it, That's just
Yeah, sure.
let's see. What's going on? What's trending right now that's something interesting happening.
I'm gonna AFK for 1 sec, guys. I'm gonna grab some more tea.
Understood?
No worries.
No, I don't want. Can you just give me trending in general? I'm doing the worst trending, which is Twitter.
Lamau.
Yeah,
that is a happy place, right?
I don't want to talk about the sports balls because like the first 10 trending things are just like basketball, hockey, and I'm like, well, come on, give me something interesting that happened. There's nothing interesting is happening. That's not negative because one of them is just people discussing Trump or Biden, which, again, yeah, you're discussing two turds.
I think Kate Dizzle was asking for some clarification on the
Oh yeah,
shot.
I mentioned a little bit where I was mentioning that the shots they're completely sealed, and we're not they're not supposed to drink it on our property. They're not ordering it there and drinking them and then driving home. No, so they would be well, they technically could drink it in their car as they're driving home because I mean there's nothing that we can't stop them from opening it when they're off our property, But the purpose of our liquor license specifically, which is similar to buying from a liquor store. That's the best way to put it. I know a lot of places, you can't buy liquor from gas stations. Back in Texas, you couldn't. So it is weird for a lot of people, but it's essentially just like a liquor store in terms of you're not drinking it there, or anything like that. It is meant for home consumption, as much as that actually matters to people. But
Yeah.
yeah, I've sold so much of the lowest quality vodka there. It is insane.
It's wood alcohol.
Pretty much. Okay, so I don't know if you know too much about like liquor prices, but let's say
in Europe I do, not
yeah.
in the USA.
Well, so let's say like a fifth of vodka. That's 750 milliliters.
Mm-hmm.
Fifth of vodka, you get decent let's say you get like Sky vodka. That's gonna be like $25, right? Makes sense. Okay, it's decent vodka.
Yeah.
You can go to lower quality, which is like Smirnoff. We can buy one of those at the gas station. Those are like $15. Okay, that's low quality stuff. There's a brand called Importer's Vodka. The best way to explain it is it has never been sold in anything but plastic jars. For a fifth of it, currently it is $8.
Damn.
Less than about half of what it is for the already low quality Smirnoff.
Yeah.
The worst thing is a pint of that is the most sold product in our entire store.
That's crazy. Yeah,
I,
it's
I
fucking crazy.
we can go through a box of it a day, which
Jesus.
is, let's say it's probably about 50 pints, and that's only of the pint size, and of that specific kind. Um, but yeah, like I said, we have a lot of people who are, again, working class and a little bit lower income, so they, that's what they need. That's all they can afford, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's ultimately the danger with all addictions. It's just a sinkhole for money.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even from a person who, I mean, I drink occasionally, but even then, I'm just like, God, this is expensive. Like, I don't drink often, but I'm a bit of a heavyweight, so it's like when I do, I'm like, oh, there's a couple hours of work gone, uh, which is a fun way of, when you're working. That's a fun way of. It's like, so I had fun doing this. Well, I need to work 3 hours to make up for for how much I spent there.
Right.
It's not a fun way. Don't do that. That just leads to spiral. I can tell you from experience.
For a moment.
Right, I'm back.
Gotcha. Let's see. Is there anything? One thing that I'm surprised we haven't really talked about on either podcast. Not a specific thing, but we really haven't talked about anything game wise. Is there anything coming out soon or has come out that has really drawn your all's attention?
Actually, funny you say that because I think that's how we started the previous podcast. But yeah, we didn't go into
It was only like 5 minutes,
Yeah.
and then somehow we went to
Um,
religion.
So still for me, Dark Tide. I'm really looking for that.
Dark Side, yes.
Left 4 Dead, Warhammer, basically.
Mm-hmm.
There's Total War Troy coming out, which is another Total War series game, so strategy game based on the Iliad and the Odyssey, which I'm also looking forward to. And then, yeah, I mean, it's just generally speaking, I think not so many games right now coming out that I'm interested in, just because I have so many games in my Steam library that I've yet to play and that I
dude.
plan to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just really hyped to play these games. Like there's The Witcher 3, which I love the story. I've never played them though.
Mm.
But I want to play that. There's Halo. I was telling you in a Discord call.
Oh, yeah.
I think yesterday or 2 days ago. There's a Halo series I want to play. So many games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for Diablo 2 Resurrected to come out.
Ooh, so is that like a remake of it, or?
Yeah, it's Diablo 2 Remastered.
Gotcha. So, as a person, I never played Diablo 2. I played a bit of Diablo 3. I had it on PlayStation, and like we did like a 4-player local co-op. I've heard many good things about Diablo 2, though, in terms of it's super longevity. People are still playing the original one to this day. So like what?
Yeah,
Like what do you feel is like the staying power that it has compared to all the other ones? Because Diablo 3 kind of died off quickly.
yeah. So a lot of people that played Diablo 2 had very strong opinions about Diablo 3. Very critical of it. I thought Diablo 3 was fun, honestly. It was a different game from Diablo 2, but I think part of the problem is that, and I would count myself in this group, but a lot of the people that played Diablo 2 a shit ton in their youth have that nostalgia association with it. And it's like the time that we had with Diablo 2 when we were younger is like basically pedestalized the game, and there's just nothing that could compete with it, right? So Diablo 3 came out. It was a fine game. Maybe the graphics were a little cartoony or whatever, but who cares, right? Maybe it's a little less hardcore than Diablo 2, like also fine, like whatever, right? I played plenty of Diablo 3 myself, but I think what it is in Diablo 2 is just I don't know, it's hard to put it. I guess a lot of it is nostalgia, but another part of it is in Diablo 2, the sense of progression is just really brutal and really satisfying when you get there. So because you have this huge problem to face, the people that you meet along the way and make friendships with, community is it's just a lot of fun. Good old time.
So it kind of reminds me. Did you were you ever really getting? Did you ever really get into big MMOs or anything like that?
So funny enough, I never played MMOs for more than like a couple of days before I gave up on them.
That's something
The
that
two is kind of similar, but not quite the same.
I gotcha. Because that was something I was talking with Unique with in previous stream, which was that he very much likes MMOs, and I personally I've had trouble getting into them. One that it's not technically an MMO, but it borrows a lot of stylings from it, which is Destiny 2. In terms of it's very grindy. You go on the raids, you have your teams and stuff like that. One thing, at least for me, was I've always gotten into it, not in the whenever I've gotten into MMOs, I look at it and I'm like, I want to know all this story. I want to be here and I want to figure it all out. So it's like, oh, getting this quest, and it's like there's like 6 paragraphs to accept this question. I'm like, I'm gonna read this all, right? The person who got me into all these MMOs was Next Twist, and he thinks he's a very different player from that. So he's like, "Hey, you want to play this game with me?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And then he's like, "I'll make a character with you." Okay, and we do it, and he's just like, "Okay, talk to this guy, then we're gonna move over here." I'm like, listen, "Okay, we gotta move on. We gotta move on." I'm just like, "But I want to know the story." I'm a giant
Yeah.
story nerd, so it's just like, yeah, this is gonna take me like fucking years to figure out the entire story. As I just sit there and read their paragraphs and paragraphs of lore.
Dude, I love lore too, and that's why I could never get into WoW because there's
I,
so much,
yeah.
and you can't like replay it. It's like the expansions that have come and gone have come and gone. So it's like there's so much stuff that happens that you're just not gonna get to play.
Yeah,
Whereas in Diablo, it's like you play the same story over and over and over, basically.
yeah, I never actually played WoW. A couple ones I got into were a little less like not less serious, but I mean, ones I'd gotten into was like I actually did really enjoy and got into Maple Story when I was younger. If anybody knows what that is, that it's a more cartoony MMO game. It's a 2D
Yeah.
like platformer one. And I played the shit out of that one. But even recently, trying to get back into it, it was just like I don't want to rush along this. I want to like see everything happening, And then a couple like JMMOs, Japanese MMOs that I tried, but again, there's so much story that I'm like, I'm just gonna be here forever, and I don't know if I want to be here forever only playing this game.
Yeah.
Gotta kill the
Yeah,
slimes, yeah.
I feel like there's like you can have room for like one or two at the most two games that you get like really into or like take very seriously, and then other games that you just kind of casually.
Yeah.
And MMOs definitely take that like slot of you probably are gonna take this game pretty seriously. And, I just don't have the space, I guess.
Yeah, that takes up both of the games you take very seriously and half the ones you can take half seriously.
Right.
Like, I
It's like, we
mean,
got League and Valorant, not chess. It's like
yeah. Well, one thing, I mean, I consider myself a variety streamer. Like, I like playing a large variety of games. So I'm like, I don't want to get stuck down with a single game.
right.
Even though I've recently been really enjoying League, I'm like, I'll play that, and then a little bit later, me and Andreas will go play some Dead by Daylight. A totally different game. Like, you'll be hard pressed to find similarities in the games at all. But I'm like, I just enjoy games. Like,
Dude, ugh. Speaking of which, someone asked me this the other day. I was in your chat and someone was like, "Yo, when are you guys gonna try Dota?" And I was like, "Listen, Dota, I've played maybe like 50 hours of it. It is an incredibly dangerous game because I could easily wind up spending way too much time getting obsessed with that game. And so it's like I'm just gonna keep my distance, just pretend it's not there."
that was my reason for not playing League for so long. Was because people would tell me, they're like, "You're gonna love this game," and I'm like, I know. That's why I don't want to play it. I've had people since I was like in early high school being like, "You'll love this game," and I'm like, "Yeah, I don't want to get sucked into it though." And I was always worried about that. And then I finally tried because I was just like, I realized that yeah, I'll get sucked into the games, but like I don't really have that much of an addictive personality to where because I'm like, I really love League. I've been the most fun I've been having with most gaming in general, in a good while. But at the same time, I'd be like, if I don't want to play, I'm just like, I'm just not gonna play.
Yeah, I normally don't have like a very addictive personality either, but when I see something that has a lot of possibility for skill expression and a high skill ceiling and like technical complexity and it's like PvP, it just gets my little oh man, it gets me going. And there's this character in Dota. This is so stupid, but this is my gaming taste, right? This is like right up my alley. Called Invoker. I don't know how much Dota you guys know.
I'm
But
pulling it up right now.
Invoker, he starts with his ult unlocked, right? And his ult is Invoke. And his Q, W, and E, when you press them, they each are associated with a specific color. When you press them, it changes one of 3 orbs above his head to a different color. And every combination of colors, when you hit his ult, makes a different spell.
Oh
So
my
there are a
God.
total of 10 different spells that you can invoke and combine together. You have to like remember all of the spells and you have to like organize them and be able to input the commands like on a moment's notice. And they're like websites that I used to go to outside of Dota that would like train your invocations, and they're like, this spell go, and you have to like type it in really fast and hit an evoke and shit like that. And the character when you're playing is all like, oh, all these idiots around me, like I'm so intelligent and shit. I'm not into that shit. But I'll tell you what, dude, it does something to me when I'm playing that game and I whip off like 6 different spells one after the other and kill half the enemy team. It's like you start to kind of feel like, I don't know, man. It fucks me up.
Mhm.
I need to stay away from that shit. It's like cocaine to me, dude.
Yeah, so whenever I pulled up the Invoker, first I want to point out is the first sentence, which just says that they are a ranged intelligence hero who's very difficult to master. That's the first sentence. The second thing I want to point out is the fact that their name is Carl the Invoker.
Yeah.
It's like the Invoker. It's like, oh yeah, that's really cool. What's his first name? Carl.
Yeah, he's Kael'thas from Warcraft.
Hmm.
So I guess Carl, Kale, I guess close.
Also, I like that they have a pyramid, which is literally the different combinations of his abilities.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh god, yeah, that's
Yeah, Quas, Wex, Exhort, baby.
yeah, I can. Oh my god, yeah,
There's so many cool little micro things too, because like each of his orbs gives small benefits. So it's like if you have all of the blue orbs up, you like, I don't know, I think it's like a little bit more health regen, but your auto attacks do less, and it's like the orange ones make your auto attacks hit harder, and then like I think mana or maybe movement speed for Wex, the purple ones. So it's like you're trying to line up the different like spells that you need, but then you're also trying to change the active orbs just for the situation you're in. It's a lot, dude, but it's very satisfying when it goes right.
I was like, this all sounds exactly like the kind of character that a chess player would play.
Right.
It's like 5-head or not 5-head.
This sounds like one
Yeah.
of the ones that I would try out and just be like, fuck, what am I doing? Just because don't go ahead and put the time into it, especially.
But there are other things about Dota that are cool too, man. It's like it feels like everyone's broken, so nothing is broken.
That's fair. I the most I knew about League and Dota before I got into it was watching like esports compilation stuff. And one thing that will always stick in my mind about Dota was there's apparently at one point there's a character, a character that has like a hook, just hooks it and brings it to the person, right? But like it pulls them like relatively slow, so there's time to react and do other stuff in the meantime. So there's also a character that they would put on, and this happened in like the finals of like the grand finals of a big tournament, and they had him, and they had another support that was with him that can go and they use an ability, and it will instantly teleport the person back to their fountain, essentially.
Yeah, I think it's Pudge and Keeper of the Light, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that. But what they would do is it happened in a pro game where it would go and he would hook hook it like the enemy like carry, and then teleport them back into the person back to the fountain, and the hook would drag them all the way across the map into the fountain and kill them. And that game, they won the game, and then it actually got overturned because it was considered to be too cheesy.
Oh, really? Oh, damn, bro.
It's just like it's just hilarious to me how that would happen. Thank you, Siler, for the host.
I will
Much
say that I
appreciated.
think League is a lot of fun too. I think the difference between them is I feel like in League it's very clear what in the game I'm supposed to be doing, and what matters is like if I'm doing that thing better than my opponents. With Dota, the difficulty is that like basically it's wide open. It's like just come up with a good idea.
Yeah.
And I feel like the limit is my own like creativity and imagination, which can also be a little overwhelming because when you come up against other people that like know real well what they're doing, it's oppressive.
That sounds really fun, and I don't want to touch Dota because of it.
Don't me either. I told you, man. I don't want to get back into it.
Like you tell me, just like because my brain's going like oh, what would be like weird metas you could do where it's like because in League it's like okay, you want your ADC support, jungler, mid, top. It's like if it's more freeform and open, it's like I feel like you can get more interesting things and like surprising people and like counter mediting. I'm just like I can already feel myself falling down the rabbit hole. No, don't. I haven't even installed the game and my brain's already falling down. I'm just like no, we're not.
Yeah. I will say the one thing that League does better than Dota is League has way more satisfying like micro outplays than Dota does in general. It's very satisfying to like mechanically beat someone, and in Dota it's It's less about, I mean, obviously there are some characters that are extremely micro intensive, but in general, it's more about like making the right decisions and less
Okay.
so about executing correctly.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's the main thing. I might be wrong, but my experience of League has been that, like, even if sometimes I will go into it, even though I know I'll lose, like, just prior to a fight starting, I will know whether I'll win it or lose it. Very occasionally, there'll be like the crazy thing where my Q loads up just in time and I can fucking dash my spear and, get the kill where I was about to die. But I feel like when I play League, as Mordekaiser or Pantheon, which is the main people I've ever played, I will know when going into a fight whether I'm going to make it out of it alive, trade myself, or
Mhm.
just lose.
Mhm.
Whereas I don't know if Dota has that. Obviously, I've never played Dota, but yeah, I feel like as you were saying, League is it's much more about basically you know what's going to happen as soon as you see who's in front of you, and when you start trading, abilities.
I feel like that works a lot for you, especially since you main those two characters very religiously. So you know them inside and out. You know what combo you're gonna use. It's like this person's range. I'm gonna do this. And then you still get angry because your pull doesn't hit.
I honestly don't understand. This is the thing that annoys me the most. Literally, Lux will send her fucking root. Barely the edge of it will touch me, and I will be rooted for 15 seconds. Then my fucking hand is halfway through her ass, and nothing will happen.
I think one
Yeah.
of the most difficult like skills to develop in League is learning how to like switch from I am playing for advantage to try to get ahead of my opponent
Mm.
to I now need to just try to play and turtle and just hold on
Yeah.
and not press things and just kind of wait for an opportunity.
Mm.
I think that shift in psychology, like even when I watch other streamers, it's interesting. It's like as soon as things go wrong in their lane, instead of saying like, all right, how can I strategize to make sure I'm still getting some gold as safely as possible so that I can mitigate the damage and then maybe in like 10, 15 minutes find a way back into the game. Instead, people are like, all right, let's FF. Go
Yeah.
next. It's like, come on, guys. Like, just it's tough, man. It's interesting.
Mm.
Actually, like when I was solo queuing a long time ago, there were a lot of games that if you just like turtle really hard and force your opponent to win,
Mm.
they just will fall to pieces.
Oh yeah, I've had a decent bit of games where it's like, oh, we are at the disadvantage here, but we turtle in on the last turrets, do that whatever, and it's like, oh, we snuck up, the top into their base, and we're able to fuck up their turrets, completely distracted them, and able to counter push, just little things like that where it's like, okay, you can't outplay them and outthink like doing doing a different play than them, a different what's it called, like strategy, where it's like, okay, you can figure out and out strategize the opponent. Because I mean, of course, if you're winning on kills, you're probably ahead. But then there's
Yeah,
also
yeah, yeah.
like, I mean, well, if you're winning on kills, but you may have died a couple times, but you've played like a perfect game of CSing, and you'll also have the Dragon Soul. I say, okay, this is it's quite not quite an over game.
Yeah, interestingly, there's a similar concept in chess that I think a lot of people struggle with.
Yeah.
Some of the people I've been working with lately, like giving lessons and stuff, interestingly, seem to not have this problem. But
Mm.
it's a lot of strong players have to oftentimes figure this out in order to progress, and that is just having the right mentality.
Mm.
Because if you get into a position where you're behind and you're like really your optimal outcome at this point is a draw and just trying not to lose,
Mm.
a lot of people will they'll keep playing, but they'll sort of mentally capitulate. It's like they know that the loss is coming and they
Mm.
feel it, and they're just like trying to play moves until it comes. But you'll notice that really strong players, all of them have a common trait, and that is that they are so ridiculously stubborn. They like will not lie down and die ever. Like if you're gonna beat them, like they're gonna make you play accurate moves from the moment you have an advantage to the moment that you win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just tough mentally to be playing from behind like that. But there's something about that because I mean, especially with League, because everyone forfeits at 15 or 20 or whatever when they're behind. There's not a lot of practical experience for people in finishing out the game.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times when you just make them play, they don't know what the fuck to do.
Like, there's sometimes where it's like, oh, we're slightly behind the enemy team, just like FF question mark. And my favorite response is just like all of us, me, you, and Trace, the three of us just oh yeah, you can FF if you want. Just like, no,
Yeah,
fuck
feel
you.
free, man. We don't mind.
Like, I definitely with Gray, and I feel like it comes down with the Jays, where they're just like, oh, we should FF. I'm like, no, we'll play this out. Like, it's gonna last us another 10 minutes, but fuck it. Even if we get stomped, like, I'd rather be here. But especially even if I'm like, oh, we could forfeit here, you know, like we're not gonna be doing good. If the enemy team goes FF question mark, I'm like, no, fuck you. We are playing this entire game out. You, you,
Yeah.
you are going to have to wrench this from my cold dead hands before I give it to you. That's just me being a stubborn asshole, but I love it.
I mean, I totally get because there are games when I'm doing well, even though my team might be not doing so well, and the game seems kind of lost. But at least I'm still having like there are games I lose that I'm still having fun with.
Oh yeah,
So I'm happy to
E-
continue. But,
e-
but then there's
even
the games where they're toxic. You have bad teammates, and you're getting stomped as well, and then it's just wasting time really.
Oh yeah, there's definitely games that should be FF.
yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
And there's definitely times where like we've gotten games where we won where it was just like, okay, like I'm playing Yi jungling. It's like, okay, so we lost bot tower early. Top person has died like 18 times. Andreas is barely holding on in mid, and then we still win in the end. And it's just like, how did it like we because there's almost two different games of League. There is the early game and there is the mid to late game. With the early game, it's like, okay, this is your individual lanes, but then team fights happen, and sometimes even if you're getting decimated in lane, if you're able to contribute to team fights effectively, you can win that out. And I think that's one reason why I kind of like whenever I'm playing jungle, playing Master Yi, because it's like, okay, everything looks lost, but I've kind of been farming okay. If they don't, if the entire team sticks together and actually like does good team fights, I'm screwed. But a lot of times they get to the late game and they just get so confident that it's just like, I can take out my person in lane easily, so I'm just gonna rush into their jungle real quick. And I'm just like licking my lips, just like, yes.
Someone's about to die.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, start fighting them, and then their team's like, oh, I gotta go save them, and then they start trickling in, and it's just like, let me hit my ult, and I'm just going to just one by one. It's like, you can, especially when people get overconfident with it, it's like, this is where my game starts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised it took this long into a second podcast for us to even mention League with how much we've been playing.
Well, maybe that's because it was so ubiquitous before we wouldn't even think of talking about it.
I was sitting there going, oh, fuck, we shouldn't talk about League. Oh yes, I saw Praxis. You were playing some RE2 make recently on stream.
Yeah, Ice Star, a friend of mine that hangs out in my chat a lot, bought it and gifted it to me.
How you been enjoying that?
It's cool. I'd say like the last 20 minutes or 30 minutes that probably just about 20 minutes that I was playing. I basically was like running around trying to figure out like what area of the map I have not explored yet because I like was more or less just stuck. But even then though I was having a blast. But it's fun, man. I like that it's puzzle solving and logic, and there were a couple funny moments playing as well. That it was good too.
I'll say, have you ever played any Resident Evil games before this?
I've seen other people play them, and I've played a couple of the older Resident Evil games. I think I played whichever one that the two characters were like Chris and I think her name was Shiva. I think that might be 5.
Yeah, it's 5. Yeah,
6.
5.
Oh, it's 5. Yeah.
You take place in
I
Africa.
never played 4. I did play 1 and 2 though.
Gotcha. So yeah, I would say personally, I've never played the old ones, 1 and 2, which I really want to get on it because I know that they're classics, shaped the genre essentially. Which I've heard that the first game remake is actually like really good. Like it is complete faith. It is a complete remake. Like it's not that they changed stuff. They're just like, no, we're just gonna make this game again, but just with better graphics and controls.
Yeah.
So I want to try that at some point because my experience with it was I've played 4, 5, and 6, which are very different games from 1, 2, and 3.
Right. Yeah, much more action oriented and
yeah, which is one reason that I love 4 is that it is the like middle ground. Like if you look at Resident Evil 1 and you look at Resident Evil 6, they don't look like the same genre. They're not the same game series,
Right. Yeah.
Like 4 is the bridging gap between it, where it's like, okay, we have this survival horror, like item management gameplay, but also we're gonna jump the shark a little bit,
Right.
Like I was playing a bit today, and just at the end of it is a part where I can't remember if you were there seeing the character Salazar, who's just like this very short Spanish guy who looks like he's wearing like he has like a blue tricorn and like like revolutionary era stuff. It's like, okay, that's weird. There's a giant statue of him that you have to do stuff around, and then all of a sudden it just starts walking after you, and you have to start doing quick time events to dodge it as it's jumping at you. And it's like they don't give an explanation as to how that worked. It just happened.
Sure.
Which I was making memes about because people have been talking about Resident Evil 8, which I've stayed away from spoilers because I'm interested in playing it. People are like, "Oh, it's Resident Evil 8's way too campy. Like it's not like a Resident Evil game. It's way too campy." And I'm like, "You do realize that Resident Evil started as homage to like B-grade horror movies, right?"
Exactly, though. Yeah, that's as it can't be is like right up the Resident Evil's alley.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what it is.
Like I know some of the dialogue from the old games, like fucking Barry just like you were almost a Jill sandwich, and it's just like what?
Right.
It's like, oh, this is so cheesy, but that's the charm of it, you know?
Oh, dude, that's funny. God, speaking of old games, when I was very young, for some reason, my neighborhood, everyone played Mortal Kombat together on the SNES, and so we would have like everyone over in the same house, and it would be if you lose, you surrender the controller to someone else.
Yeah.
It's like a line, of course, of kids, and so the person who's the strongest gets to stay.
Yeah.
And of course, as I got older, I stopped playing or whatever. But when I was in college, Xbox Live released a downloadable version of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, which is the game that I played the most as a kid.
Yeah.
And me and my fraternity brothers were interested. I was like, "Oh, guys, like check this out! Like, I played this a lot as a kid. It's a lot of fun." And the damnedest thing, I started playing, and without remembering any of the combos, like I just immediately it all came back to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I started like busting out the most ridiculous like combos and like just it's like I couldn't tell you what they were, but just controller in hand in the moment, it was just
The
dumb,
muscle
dude.
memory just comes back.
Yeah. I didn't play any of the like newer ones,
Mm-hmm.
but there's a part of me that loves seeing that series is still kicking ass.
Yeah. Also, I never was a fighting game guy. Like, I never got into it, which I feel like since the fact I didn't get into it when I was young, it makes that barrier for entry feel so much harder because I've played some, whenever I was older, against people some of my buddies who'd played it, like Nextwist and Moose, and oh god, I get stomped in those games. We played like Injustice and Mortal Kombat 10, I think, and oh my god, I'm just sitting there, I'm like, okay, if I play this one character for like 10 games in a row, I'll eventually know like 2 of their moves. Like
Right.
my brain, like it's like they're like, okay, read like the pause menu and you can figure out all the different moveset things, and I'm like, I don't got a good memory. Like memorizing like button combos, my brain is just like just flat lines.
Yeah,
don't-
and I don't think I'd get into the new ones either because I feel like modern fighting games have like terminology and metas and like a level of understanding that is typical that I never had in any game. So it's like not only do I feel like I would need to learn whatever game I was playing, like the movesets and stuff, I feel like I'd have to then turn around and like get caught up on this kind of like general fighting game meta and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, that seems like a lot.
Yeah, I'll say what you're mentioning how like you just kind of it all came back to you. I don't have one to like a game like that, but one that game that I gotten back into relatively recently, past year or so, was when I played my original console I owned was a PlayStation 2. And a game that I feel like I've never heard anybody talking about is called Dark Cloud, which was one that I owned whenever I was just one of the first games I owned on it, along with like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and other games I shouldn't have been playing whenever I was like 8. I played the shit.
That we all played though, right?
I played the shit out of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas
What
as a kid.
game in the early 2000s could let you take hookers in your car? Honestly.
I was never even interested in that, dude. I just like raising hell and like driving around and
Dude,
using the cheat codes. And
Yeah,
stuff.
I had them memorized. Like I'd written them down. Like I said, I have a shit memory. But so I wrote them all down whenever I found them like online, so I could have them there. But then eventually I'd done them so many times that I just knew, like I knew how to do the like weapon pack 1, the jetpack 1. It's just like, why do I remember these? Like, Bones I meant Dark Cloud. So it's a like half dungeon crawler, half like city builder. which sounds really odd. Essentially, it's like dungeon crawler. You get parts of your city to rebuild, and you can just like place them down. But it's like you don't just place them anywhere because like the residents have different needs. So they're like, hey, like you can talk to them. They're like, hey, can you like put us near like the river so I can wash my clothes better? Can you put us up on top of a hill so that I can feel the breeze in the morning? Can you make me face the sun in the sunrise? Different stuff like that. But like you got to talk to them and figure all this stuff out. Well, it was PS2, and I found it on the PlayStation 4 store. So I rebought it and started playing. And like I was like, I placed them down. I'm like, oh, this is this person. And I was like, they want to be facing the morning sun. I don't got to talk to. I remember that. So, these two brothers want to be near next to the entrance of the cave because they want to be able to go fight monsters, like to work out. Like these people don't want to be near this guy because they don't like him. I'm like, why do I remember these? This has been like over a decade. Like,
That's crazy what sticks with you, dude.
I feel like as a kid, it's these little things that just like you don't mean to remember them, but they stuck with you just because it was like a positive memory, you know.
Yeah,
Actually,
absolutely.
I have that with there is one very old game which actually came out in 2001, I believe, that I do want to get. It's the remastered version. It's Rome Total War, so it's the first of the Total War series. Actually, the second maybe. And yeah, Sega just released a remastered version of it, and I haven't got it yet because as I said, earlier, I had so many games to play. But if there is one game that for pure nostalgia value I plan on getting, it's probably that one.
Mm-hmm. There's some old games that ones that I remember and I loved, but then there's also some that do you ever have this thing? Because at least for me, my PlayStation 2 got busted only a couple years after playing on it because discs would get a little scratched or whatever. So we had this disc cleaner like goop thing
Oh,
they'd put on it, and like you put on it and you like wipe it off like going outward of the disc and everything. Well, I was young. My sister is 4 years younger than me, so she was very young, right? So she sees me, cleaning discs like this. So she decides to, whenever I'm not there, she's, oh, this disc needs to be cleaned. So she just squirts just a big old glob over the disc
oh no, Squippy!
and then puts it inside the PlayStation and closes it. Well, that stuff hardened like super glue.
Oh,
And
no.
it like whenever it closed inward, it like like pressed the stuff outward, so like the goop got all inside of it and then just hardened, so the entire thing just got fucked. So I didn't have it, but like I remember games. There's a couple of games, and one specifically that is in my mind that I have not been able to find for like the past like 15 years because got rid of the PlayStation 2 after that. I didn't have the game, and I just have vague memories of it. But it's like one of those ones where I don't have enough memories to be able to like actually look it up and find it. But there's these games where I'm just like, I remember you. If I could ever find it again, I want to play it. Not because I remember anything, but it's just like I need to. It is a part of like what I did as a kid,
Totally. Yeah. Yeah, I even mentioned to you the other day when you were streaming that I played the shit ton of Ninja Gaiden Black, dude.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's like,
I those ones because I've seen a lot of that, and people are like, anytime somebody mentions Ninja Gaiden, it's okay. So this game is brutally fucking hard, and I'm like, cool, you have my
that's the
attention.
one.
Because
Yeah.
at least for me, even if I'm getting my ass kicked by a game, I refuse to play anything other than the hardest difficulty. I'm a stubborn asshole like that,
Yeah, it's rewarding.
Like, because like I said, I was a PlayStation kid, so I didn't play Halo much as a kid. The Master Chief Collection came out on PC, and I got it whenever it originally came out, and I played Halo Reach, and I played it on veteran difficulty, and my god, was it whooping my ass for a good while. But there's nothing that feels better than it's like I've been stuck on this place for like half an hour, and I kill him, and it's just like, just pure like just happiness of just like, fuck you, I overcame, That's kind of why I've always been tempted to try Ninja Gaiden, and I kind of mentioned it to you during your stream as well, the Devil May Cry, because I've always heard that that's also like not as difficult, but it has that a very high skill ceiling in terms of. I've watched some people who just like they go for like all like triple S ranking on all the levels, and it's like, okay, so you got to do like you get into this combat arena, and you can't drop your combo. You combo the entire arena, and it's like, oh. They're not like using glitches or anything. It's just the game is made that way. And it's like, this is beautiful to watch,
And it's beautiful to do it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's that sense of accomplishment. Maybe that's what it is too. Why I love games that are like tough or like offer a lot of improvement.
Mhm.
It's just like, yeah,
When you feel yourself getting better at it.
yeah. When you finally get there, feels good.
Yeah.
Because it's part of that sense of you want to achieve something.
Mhm.
And that's actually why some games are so addictive because they keep getting you. Like you achieve a little something else and then you can do something more. And that's why the achievement system is so annoying and yet so satisfying. You
Right.
just always want more. And
Yeah, I think that's why I really like roguelike games. And like there's a lot of them where it's like, okay, you die, you die and you restart essentially. There's a lot of them where it's like, oh, you get gold, so then you can upgrade your character. But some of my favorite, my absolute favorite one is one called Spelunky 2. And you die. There's no you don't get money that transfers over so you upgrade your character or anything. There's no progression at all. It's just each time you play it, you can beat the game from the start, and you just get better. It's like you've gotten into every single situation. It's like, okay, I know what the traps look like. I know I'm doing this, but there's no getting perfect at it because the game will still throw a curveball at you in like these series of unfortunate events where it's like, okay, so a random enemy set off a flaming arrow trap, which caught it on fire, which hit another enemy, which made it drop down 2 floors, which hit this explosive barrel, which shot a rock up and hit you in the head, which dropped you into spikes. And it's like, what?
Okay.
But I can't even be mad because I'm just like, yeah, that happened. That was too fucking hilarious because I could hear it all happening, and I'm like, I hope something doesn't hit me and it just smacks and takes me. I'm like, well then, okay. Sorry to open my window. It's getting hot as hell in here.
Oh, it's getting spicy, huh?
Hell yeah, nice and sweaty.
when's the camp going on?
Well, I'm not turning the cam on because I started this off without a shirt, so.
Oh, that's all the more reason to.
Yeah, I was like, I think that's the best thing about doing streams without a face cam is I go, wow, I don't have to look presentable.
You always look presentable. What do you mean?
Oh no. Oh goodness. Let's see. What else can we go into the topic of? I was trying to look through like Twitter trending to see if there's anything interesting going on, and I made the mistake of going on to Twitter trending.
Yeah, I don't have Twitter. I can't, dude. It's the groupthink mentality, like the ideology thing, like the tokens of loyalty ideology. It's everywhere, man.
Yeah.
You can't.
It's definitely one of those things where, because Twitter, it's all about who you follow. That's all you're gonna see is people you follow, what they retweet, and stuff like that. That's what I try to. I mean, I follow a wide variety of people in terms of like I follow people that I just enjoy for like memes, But then also I follow plenty of like YouTubers and just people political in general who from all facets of belief, from very left to rather right, where it's like I don't agree with like any of you on everything, but I just enjoy seeing all the different like takes and like their ideas,
Yeah, I have a friend that she's basically said that she was on Twitter and like hated it, and then once she started to just make it like looking at memes and gaming, it was fun.
Oh, it's great.
Just useful.
I'll say over a third of my Twitter is just like memes, just straight up, and then like maybe a third of it is like not necessarily political, but just talking about current events, just being like, hey, this is stuff that happened right now, and then the other third is like artwork and more lewd stuff. Or I'm just like, I always tell people, I'm like, yeah, you can go follow me on Twitter. It's Mexican Trim. I mean, it's your fault if you follow me because I'm like, I retweet literally anything that's just like vaguely interesting to me. I'm just like, it's not for streaming. It's just for like, this looks interesting, like. Which
I
then
used to like. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll say I go and every step I'm like, oh, if I'm really interested, then I'll retweet it so like it shows up on the thing, and then I just see that because Mochi followed me, and it's just like any vaguely interesting or horny artwork Mochi likes. I can go and literally look right now and see like 5 tweets in a row that she liked. It's just like, yes, here is Lady Dimistricue artwork. Okay, yeah,
Of course,
yeah,
of course. course.
Here,
Would
let's see.
dig it. Would dig it.
Or is that? Well, okay. So this was actually it was a Rosalina from Super Mario Galaxy in the Lady Dimitrescu outfit, since they're both tall. It's just like, God damn it, Mochi.
Dude, that's funny. I don't do that with memes, but I have been doing that on YouTube with little stupid videos that I like.
Oh yeah,
I've been building a playlist for like a while now.
I've seen one of your playlists at least.
That's the one. Yeah,
Yeah.
the de facto one. Yeah.
That one, it's an like you'd sent some stuff, and then I was just looking through it. When I was just like, there's just so much. Just it is not a cohesive like playlist. It is just, this is entertaining things.
Yep. These are stupid little videos they got Praxis to chuckle. I have let me see. I have, how many are there now? We're at 124.
Nice.
I added two more recently.
Gotcha. I was just looking through because I have a window open specifically for stuff that we'd like talked about on the podcast. And we talked a bit about like the idea of like philosophy and stuff, and then also like being cynical. And it reminded me, and I pulled it up. Have you all ever heard of the philosopher Diogenes?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
He's an interesting one. So let's see. He was considered. He made a virtue of poverty. He was considered like the creator of the school of cynicism. He hated like he was very anti-materialism. He was like he's like, you don't need happiness out of material things. So he like to people are just like, oh well, you're like people try to poke holes in like his argument because people get mad at him for being, he's like, oh, you're just like spending money to try to be happy. And so they try to poke holes in it, being like, eventually to the fact of, because he didn't have a house or anything. He literally would just live down the street because he was like, fuck, I don't need a house to be happy. And they went and they're like, okay, so like clothes, you're spending money on these to be happy. And he's like, yeah, you're right, fuck it. And then just took off all of his clothes and threw them away, and lived inside. He lived inside of a barrel, in the market. And then when they're like, people were like, oh, you say you don't need anything, but you have like a bowl. He had a single bowl that he would eat food out of, and he went, fuck it, and just started eating with his hands constantly. This man was like,
yeah, of course I know this story. Sorry, when you said the name, I think I didn't. Diogenes, right?
Diogenes, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain died there.
Yeah, he would go and he openly would criticize Plato and dispute Socrates, and he would go and sabotage their lectures. And the way he would sabotage, sometimes he would go in and like argue with them and stuff, but he would, like I said, he was very interested in cynicism, but also he was just kind of an asshole. He would go and he would go to the lecture, but he would go like 15 minutes before it was supposed to happen, and then just go and shit on his desk and leave.
A lot of the Greek thinkers of the time were absolute assholes. And my favorite story of Diogenes is when Alexander.
Yes, that is a beautiful story.
So he's sitting in his barrel in Corinth.
So I want to point out, Alexander came specifically because he heard of Diogenes. He was in the area, but he wanted to go visit him because he'd heard of the great mind Diogenes.
And to put it in context, so Alexander recently inherited his father's throne. So the most powerful state in Greece right now, in control of the Kingdom of Macedon, starting to expand near Persia, so most powerful man basically in the world, at least for most Greeks, comes down to see Diogenes, starts speaking and asks a question, and Diogenes just goes, "Can you please stand away from my son?
Yeah,
you're blind. You're hiding the sun from me right now."
Yeah, well, he asked Diogenes a question. I've heard this story before, but I pulled it up to make sure I was correct. He's like, he asked if he was like, "I'm thrilled to meet you." He's like, "Is there any favor that I could do for you?" And he goes, "Yes, get out of my sunlight." And then Alexander, who would later become the Great, he declared, "If I were not Alexander, then I would wish to be a Diogenes." To which Diogenes replied, "If I were not Diogenes, I would still wish to be Diogenes." And it's like there is no other person who could talk that way to Alexander and live, but just the confidence and balls of this man to just not care.
One of the main reasons I love ancient history so much is because we have it we have more detailed account of ancient history than medieval history for obvious reasons. It was Dark Ages, etc. And the amount of funny anecdotes we can find from so many philosophers, politicians, orators, etc. And it's just so entertaining. You just could make an entire list of them and not go through them in a lifetime.
Yeah. I was gonna say one other funny thing about Diogenes is whenever he was on his deathbed, they asked him, they're like, what do you want us to do with your body? And they're like, do you want to be buried or whatever? And he's like, throw my body outside the city wall so the animals just like wolves will eat me. And then they're just like, are you sure? But that's like disgraceful and whatever. He's like, I don't mind. He's like, leave me a stick to chase the wolves away. Because they're like, don't you care about your body? He's like, leave me a stick. And they're just like, you can't use the stick because you're dead. And he's like, yeah, if I'm dead and I can't use the stick, why would I care about what happens to my body? And it's just like he's on his deathbed and he's just like, fuck you. Like, I don't care about anything. And it's like, he is a complete asshole. He literally, like I said, lived in a barrel in the marketplace and would just like be like, hey, give me some food. And just like somebody would just like go like trying to ask him questions or whatever while he's trying to sleep. He just like, I'm just going to piss on them. Like, he's the most vulgar, cynic man, but like I can kind of appreciate him in a way, Also, apparently he was actually one of the reasons people actually liked him, even though him being an asshole, was the fact that dogs just loved him. Like he would actually travel around and it had like a pack of dogs because they not because he would try to get them, they just liked him and would travel with him. And so he would go and people, it was an idea, just people just like, it is easy to make a man trust you, but it is very hard to make a dog trust you. So it's just like, he must be a trustworthy person.
Well, consistent anyway. I wonder how many treats the doggos were getting on
Yeah.
a daily basis.
Yeah.
But
Hey, we like this guy. He smells like shit, and he gives us food.
that's even funnier when you know that cynicism comes from the Greek name for dog, which is kinos, because the idea is basically living as close as possible to nature, a bit like a dog, and that's where cynicism comes from.
Yeah.
So I guess he succeeded there. He has his pack of dogs for him.
Yeah. But anytime I think of philosophy, I just always, my brain goes there, because people are like, oh, philosophy, and they think very like these are all the like greatest minds who are very professional and very smart people who took care of themselves and were never petty or anything. And it's like, well, first of all, they all were kind of petty and shit like that, but Diogenes is the epitome of just like, yeah, they can be just complete assholes.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also that like flawed view that obviously comes from for historical reasons. The idea that Greek philosophers were more like Renaissance era French, German, and English thinkers, well behaved, very formal, etc. But actually not at all. They were much closer to like Indian guru style. Not dressing properly. Resisting social norms, going beyond them, etc.
Also, just like arguing with each other, which I love. I love the idea that they're just like, they weren't like, oh yes, we are philosophers, so like we protect each other. No, they're like, no, I think you're a fucking idiot, and I'm gonna argue with you. Like the iconic argument is the man is a featherless biped. You ever heard that?
I don't think I
was
have.
it?
No.
I can't remember which philosopher it was he said he was like, man is but a featherless biped. I'm gonna look this up real quick so I can figure out who it is.
Apparently it's Plato. Oh
Yeah?
no, wait, no, it's Plato and Diogenes debating.
Yes,
Featherless
yeah.
bipeds.
So again, yeah. But Plato was like, man is but a featherless biped. So and I look at this website. So Diogenes the Cynic, he plucked the feathers from a chicken, brought it to Plato's school, and then set it down on his desk in the middle of his lecture. Just walks in, plucked the chicken down, and goes, "Here is man." Because he said it's a featherless biped, and she just like Plato's just sitting there, just like, you fucking asshole. So he had to change his idea of like, he had to change his description of man just because it's just like, this asshole came in here and he just brought a chicken and decided to ruin my entire lecture.
This is when you say man is not exhaustive of featherless bipeds, but is what?
I can't remember. He changed it to something, but I can't remember what it well, what he changed it to exactly. Also, Exalted wanted to send a hydrate to everybody here and make sure our throats are good.
Oh, well, I just did actually by coincidence. That's nice.
Yeah. Good idea. We've been rambling for 2 hours, so. I know, Praxis, you've been drinking your tea.
That is true.
Hell yeah.
Community challenge 75%
I,
complete.
I just saw that
gotta
too.
Participate. I gotta participate.
I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to actually go to a lake soon. Which I've been talking with Exalted because we're gonna make it a big group thing, and like me and Nextwiz, Exalted, Gray, all of us are all gonna go out and just do like an IRL stream of the lake because fuck it. But yeah, what can we go into now? After I gave us the tangent of Diogenes, the asshole.
Well, I for one am happy to stay on ancient history area, but obviously that's because I'm heavily biased and that's my favorite period of history. But we can move to anything else really.
So before we get off, I just realized I looked it up, and you know how you gave it a rather I would say intelligent answer of how to change the man is a featherless biped, right? In Praxis.
Yeah.
After it happened, Plato just changed it to man is a featherless biped with broad flat nails.
Ah,
You know, because that's the best way of changing it. You know.
of course.
Again, Plato, the ancient massive philosopher getting outsmarted by a drunk who shit himself. Gotta love it. I mean, there's one topic I can think of to go to, but it's a bit of a spicy topic.
Oh, spicy. You say.
There was a bit of a segue I could have gone into with it way early when we talked about religion, but I didn't go into it. But okay, again, if anybody opposed, we don't have to talk about this. But there is the current events going on with Israel and Palestine, which I don't know if everybody's been keeping up with that.
Vaguely, not too much, but I'm
Yeah,
happy to talk about it.
I'm not too booked up, so I'm happy to learn about it. So.
I mean, any layman will pretty much know that it's never, or it's always been a let's just say delicate situation. It hasn't been very calm, but there's been a recent escalation between both sides, which the first thing I saw of it was with I believe it was Hamas sending missiles. And do you all know about Israel's Iron Wall? I think Iron Dome.
It's probably one of the most efficient anti-missile air defense system.
Yeah, it is an anti-missile defense system, which is terrifyingly effective. Like, I believe they send like hundreds, if not over thousands, of missiles at once, and the Iron Dome just knocks it all out of the air.
That's how it works. But I think if I remember my Cold War stuff, how it usually works, these point defense systems, how they work is basically the idea is for every missile you're receiving, if you shoot about 10 times to 100 times the amount of missiles the other way, the idea is that those missiles, those specific defensive missiles, their entire purpose is to, intercept the coming in missile, and the odds are that ultimately one of those missiles is going to hit the incoming one.
Yeah,
and
I think the Iron Dome's a bit more efficient than the to 1 to 100, but yeah, it was interesting, but because of that they struck back, and there's been a lot of warfare going back and forth between each other, which has been very, very polarizing for people. And I think the biggest thing I can say on it is, man, I just wish that people weren't getting hurt because of it. Because there's a lot of innocent people getting hurt because of this whole situation on both sides, and it's like, it is just unfortunate what it has been brought to, Yeah.
The problem, I mean, the way I see it, and I wish there was a solution. I'm not so sure there is one. I think the two-state solution is completely naive and irrational. I mean, I wish it could work, but ultimately, we're left with an ethnic conflict where we have two groups of people who simply cannot coexist together properly.
The reason I mentioned earlier there was a segue was when we were talking about the people forming groups and otherism with each other, which is that they just despise each other so much. Because I go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you keep going.
I'll say I believe it was in the 1950s or early 60s that it was actually the first time that there was the essentially very similar to the two state like policy was proposed, and both sides, it was just like, okay, both sides are getting like their own like land and area, and it was like a good deal for it, and they both just immediately and outright rejected it because it was just like, no, I want all of it. And it was just like, oh yeah, there's not a like nobody, they can't agree here, you know.
This is why every state needs an establishment clause equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the United States, there is separation of church and state,
Mm-hmm.
but how that actually functions is it is legal to make reference to, or for the state to make reference to, like a deity, a god, or whatever, so on and so forth. Like that's totally fine. But the line is drawn when it is a specific religion,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like that's when you're starting to tread dangerous waters. So it's totally fine that there are references to religion or even incorporating religious ideas into the state, but it can't be of a particular religion.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and this is like an excellent example of why. Is it's just like, look, maybe you believe one thing, maybe you believe something else. That's fine, but we live in the concrete world, right? And it's like there are other people living here, and there is absolutely misery and suffering and death, and we all really prefer happiness and living and chilling and vibing. So there's really no excuse to go out of your way to set up that sort of situation based on something that is more, well, abstract, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Because inevitably people are gonna, I mean, it's like I understand that maybe that comes off as insensitive because I understand that it's incredibly important to some people's belief system,
Mm-hmm.
right? But in my opinion, that's like the state's duty to come in and say, like, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You know,
Yeah.
it's like if your belief requires you to do something that harms other people, go fuck yourself. And I know that we're
Yeah.
talking about between states here,
Mhm.
but
Yeah, I say, yeah. The problem with it there is that the states themselves are completely ingrained with the religion. You know.
yeah, and what I'm saying too isn't necessarily helpful. I mean, it's probably not helpful at all, right?
Mhm.
Because it's like what I'm saying is like, well, this shouldn't have happened. Then it's like, well, okay, but it is happening. How do we
Yeah.
resolve it, right?
So
So again, and I don't know, but
one thing, because whenever I've talked about it before, and because I'm just like, yeah, I hate that it is harming so many innocent people, and there's a lot of people who are just like, oh, they're on this side or on this side. I'm like, I don't. The biggest problem is both of them are harming innocent people en masse, like in crazy amounts, and what's even scarier is I can look towards it, and you know, this is just, you know, three of us BSing on a podcast, but I mean, we're not going to ever figure out a solution for what can help them that would be acceptable to both parties. But also, even thinking like, I don't know if there's even a possibility of things being able to be amicably like resolved.
yeah, I mean, the solution is either to just like do nothing or have some third party with more power come in and mediate and there's no compromise there because
Mm.
it seems I don't know much about it, but it seems that both sides lay claim to a strip of land,
Mm-hmm.
and that's like a mutually exclusive deal
Yeah.
where each wants their. So it's like there's no compromise other than both of them getting told to, you know, stop,
Yeah. Like
right? Which is not acceptable for them.
mm-hmm. Like I'm very anti-interventionism, in which I believe that, you know, specifically America should not be the world police that it has been. You know, that's just how I believe
Yeah,
personally. But at the same time, I look at them like something's gotta like. I mean, we've already been involved with sending funding and stuff, but it's like I don't want us to be involved with stuff like this. But looking at it, it's like, well, like, is it just going? How long is it just going to continue this way, with so many people being fucked over because of it? You know?
And
yeah.
history is not. Sorry, go ahead,
Oh
Praxis.
no, go ahead. I don't have anything particularly
No,
pressing there.
okay. I was me neither. I was just gonna say, I think, and if history shows us one thing, is that this kind of conflict never ends well, or so that in order for it to be solved, there has to be drastic change.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of the other similar ethnic conflicts would have been the Greek-Turkish War just after World War One, which ended in disaster for the Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately the issue was solved because they agreed a mutual, the international community organized between Greece and Turkey, a literally a population transfer. So all the Turks living in Greece were moved to Anatolia, and all the Greeks living in Anatolia were moved to Greece. Obviously, no one was happy about it. It's
Yeah.
not a great solution, but it ended the conflicts. Ultimately, when there's such kinds of ethnic conflicts which are irreconcilable, the only way to solve them is either one side destroying the other, or the international community forcing a split somewhere.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I think the English community has been trying to be like, you have this side, you have this side for again 50, 60 years, and neither side cares. Even whenever there's been like a proposal that is very beneficial to one side, they're like, no, I don't want that other side being anywhere near me. And I think the difference between some of the other ethnic conflicts has been that it is not like, oh, two different countries, going at each other. There is one small area of land that
Yeah.
it is completely intertangled where they're all living there and all just despise each other. And it's like, fuck, what is there to do? I mean, there's gonna be mass destruction if it just continues the way it is, mass destruction and loss of life. They don't want to agree to split up areas. The only
Yeah.
other thing the international community could do is just be like, okay, none of y'all get it, and then that's just gonna make it worse.
Well, and the problem too that's an issue here is that the violence is pointless. Like
Mm-hmm.
even from the perspective of like if one side views the violence as a means to achieving their ends, like it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Like you don't change minds with violence.
Mm-hmm.
You change behavior with violence,
Yeah.
but you don't change minds with violence. Right?
And
It's like you don't persuade people to change their point of view. And so it's like, yeah, even if one side managed to manhandle the other, all that's doing is just tasking them with rebuilding
mm-hmm.
and lobbying another challenge.
Yeah, and
So it's
they're not even like they are a little bit, but they're hardly even hitting each other like militarily. They're hitting each other in the civilian base, which is just horrific to me. Like,
well, that's what happens when you have an unequal conflict, because you have, on the one hand, you have the state of Israel, who's a heavily militarized state and
yeah.
extremely competent, who obviously has the equipment and the technological advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Hamas, whose only way of striking is terrorist action, because they
Yeah.
can never win a 1v1 confrontation.
Yeah.
And then because Hamas obviously fights a guerrilla war and hides in civil buildings, the only way for Israel to strike back is by striking civilian targets. So you have Israel having to fight a terrorist war effectively
Yeah,
by attacking civilian targets where Hamas hides, and Hamas, the only way they can win is by targeting civilians as well. So yeah, it's just horrible.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it makes sense from a tactical point of view, and I fucking hate it. you know, it's horrendous, the ideas that it goes along with. It's like, well, we gotta harm these people who don't want anything to do with it.
this old quote that this kind of reminds me of. It's, revenge is like a rolling stone, which, when a man hath forced up a hill, will return upon him with a greater violence and break those bones whose sinews gave it motion.
That's a really powerful quote.
Yeah.
As simple as it is to say, forgiveness, people, come on. Like,
Yeah, don't be dicks, be dudes.
yeah, like,
I mean, I'm all for that, but I still think, ultimately some things are irreconcilable. Like there is I mean, and I'm not saying this for instance, on the Israel-Palestine conflict. My opinion is it's a non-opinion. I think both states have the right to existence, but ultimately, these kind of issues, I think history shows us that it will end in tears. It's the only way it ends.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily in the massacre of one side or the other, but someone is either going to have to move, or both sides are going to be extremely unhappy, or one side is going to be extremely happy and the other even more unhappy.
Yeah.
But that's the only three options I can see.
Or that there's, in the end, only one side.
Yeah, no, exactly. Either one side will win totally.
Yeah.
Either an international majority is going to impose a new split, or they're just going to keep killing each other for a very long time.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like I was saying that, I was like, just be friendly. But I mean, like I said, that's a extremely naive point of view for it. But
Which is kind of sad,
Yeah.
right? That's such a tall order.
yeah, just again, do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting somebody else.
Here's what you do, bro. You get in contact with Digital Storm and you just fly over a bunch of gaming PCs and a couple like 100 pounds of marijuana and just update the internet and just introduce them to online gaming and get a couple new Pizza Huts set up over there and let's just all vibe the fuck out.
It's a win-win. You solve the conflict. You get some new teams in the League of Legends esports community. It's perfect.
There you go.
We always end up back on sad topics.
I mean, obviously ultimately it's, I guess, what we need to find out exactly, because this is only our second episode. I guess we need to find out exactly what we want to do. But I mean, I find these topics fascinating.
Oh,
and
I
I'm more
love
than
it.
happy
Yeah.
to discuss them. So, but yeah, if you want something more cheerful, then it's definitely something to avoid. But
know,
I'm more than happy to discuss them.
Yeah, I enjoyed discussing difficult topics, but I think one thing is trying to spice it up a little bit, just so that
Keeping it balanced. So a bit of spicy topics, a bit of sad ones, and a bit of cheerful ones.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Plus, it's hard to talk about cheerful stuff too because it's like,
what can you
hey,
talk
this
about?
was good.
Yeah.
It's like,
Hey,
yeah.
Did you watch that sports ball?
Well, speaking of cheerful politics, it's actually kind of funny. Well, it's sad in the way that it's just, it's people care too much. But I don't know. Tony Blair was Prime Minister of the UK 3 times, and recently, because as you might have known, I don't know if you follow the UK shit, there was a recent elections going on in Scotland and a few by-elections in the UK, in England, and Labour again lost pretty badly.
They lost even worse than they had before, wasn't it?
Yeah, but basically they lost a seat that they should never have lost. It's been Labour for the last like 30 or 40 years.
And for context, for anybody who doesn't really know, Labour is the left-leaning party, correct?
I would say centre-left, yes.
I'll say over. I was gonna say the to compare it to like American politics, Labour is more like the Democrat to the what is the UK like Conservative Party, the one that got the majority?
Conservative. Their name is literally Conservative.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted. I wasn't sure.
And they lose pretty bad. And so one former fairly prominent politician went on Twitter and said, time for Tony Blair, because Tony Blair was obviously Labour. He reformed Labour entirely, moved it more to the centre, and won a lot of elections. And although I personally think he was disastrous and not particularly competent, his legacy is very split in the UK. Many like him, more despise him, but he still has some clout. And so someone wrote on Twitter, Labour by-election lost, time for Blair. So he just typed time for Blair over and over, and it became a huge meme because people who are against him, started saying, time for Blair, give him like 30 years sentence in prison for the Iraq War, amongst other things. And then people just started going, time for Blair is the answer to all life's problems. Stub your toe, time for Blair. I want sex, time for Blair. And it's just hilarious to see how people mess around with politicians trying to bring up some slogans, and it just goes time for Blair, time for Blair.
It kind of reminds me of like the thanks Obama meme that happened. Or it's just like
exactly something like that. Exactly.
Any small thing, just like, oh yeah, McDonald's got my order wrong. Thanks Obama. It's like, god damn it. Yeah, I was keeping up a little bit with the elections, specifically because there's a YouTuber I watch, Count Dankula. I don't know if y'all know much about him.
Nope.
Praxis?
Count Dankula?
Count Dankula, yeah.
No, I don't think I know about that.
So he's a Scottish guy, who's running independent. But he started off. He wasn't actually going to ever be a YouTuber. For context, you might have heard this story before. He's a Scottish guy who just made a random YouTube video for his buddies, because it started off where he went, and it was because he started the video and he's like, hey, so like my girlfriend loves her dog like more than thinks it's the cutest thing in the world. It's a pug, right? And he's like, well, I think he's like, it's a pug. She thinks it's the cutest thing ever. So I decided to mess with her and make it do like the least cute thing in the world. So he trained the dog for whenever he did a vocal command to raise its paw up into the air. The vocal command was Sig Hail.
Oh, yeah.
And the dog would raise its paw into the air, and then he'd give it a treat. So he made like a little 3-minute video just to do it to mess with his girlfriend, right? He got arrested for a hate crime in the UK, Scotland, and he's become a relatively like large YouTuber because just because of the like attention it brought him. Because he got arrested and convicted. Like they went and they convicted him of the crime, and eventually they weren't able to like get him of anything larger, but they got him of so they made him to try to pay a fine, but just on principle, like he refused to pay for a while, was trying to fight it and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, so he's a big proponent of free speech and stuff like that. He's like, yeah, it was a shitty joke. I got arrested because of it, you know. Where it was just like,
Yeah, I don't know about UK's laws, but in the US, that case would get thrown out immediately.
he was in the court system, like they were going through the trials and stuff for 4 years, I believe.
Jesus.
And yeah, so he had lawyers all that time, whatever. And then in the end, they went in there like they're like, oh, you're convicted of all this, and he tried to do appeals. He even tried to appeal it up to like the like high courts and everything, and it didn't go through. They wouldn't accept it. And after all this stuff of them taking this long to try to actually pin something on him, they're like, it's a 500-pound fine.
Wow.
And people are like, oh, it's such a little fine, it doesn't matter. And he's like, no, fuck you, I'm not paying it because I don't agree with it, you know. And he's like, I'm prepared to go to jail if for not paying the fine. And then they went and they actually just took it out of his like taxes stuff to avoid having to do it because they didn't want to confront him on it. But so he's a big proponent of like free speech and stuff. But he ran Scottish independence specifically on that kind of like ideals. He's like, I know I'm not going to win anything. I'm just doing it because I want to stand for my principles. Which he actually got a like couple hundred votes in his area, and it was just like, hey, that actually like kind of got a little bit of stuff. He's like he got more votes than the Communist Party in the area, which he made,
God,
which he made jokes about and dunked them on on Twitter and got a lot of responses on Twitter for, which he thrives off of the
controversy.
yeah. But so like his YouTube, like for a while he did some political stuff, but like his main thing now is he does a thing called Absolute Mad Lads, in which it is just videos about like kind of like the short documentary things on just weird motherfuckers. It just started with just like individuals who are like weird and stuff to like in complete batshit crazy to like one he did recently that I mentioned on the previous podcast was the Toyota war. Where the Chad conflict, in which they use Toyotas, in which they put anti-aircraft guns in the back of them, and were able to take out a military unit that was backed by Cold War Russia.
Okay.
But like he just talks about random shit like that, and I that's always an entertaining thing to me. But
It's funny.
But like he'll talk about that.
What statute he got convicted under?
Let me. I can look it up real quick. Contentula, let's see. What would the sentence, I guess. I can't think of the word.
Yeah. That would get us to the statute, probably.
Let's see. So 800-pound fine. Looking. Why these things? Please. I hate news sites whenever it's just like, we're not going to tell you immediately.
Yeah.
It's not saying what they were trying to. They're saying that the judge was claiming that he was normalizing anti-Semitic attitudes with it, and it led to great concern. Stop with the pop-ups as well.
I mean, most of Europe
I believe it was
has
hate
laws
speech.
that criminalize, that make it criminal offense to either reproduce, recreate, quote, or in any way show or depict Nazi speech, symbols, colors, anything you can think of. Not everywhere in Europe, but most of Western Europe. Like for instance, in Germany.
I think Germany had
yeah,
There's a grand strategy World War II game called Hearts of Irons 4, and the actual picture of Hitler and Nazi Germany is not allowed in the game in Germany. So it's just like normal Germany.
I mean,
That's the extent to which it goes, which is kind of stupid,
well,
if you ask me.
that was even with I believe they censored Wolfenstein, the original Wolfenstein games,
Yeah, I think so too.
which
Yeah.
is literally you going and shooting a mecha Hitler. Um, but yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah, I believe I can't. None of these sites are actually saying exactly. Wait, he's convicted of committing a crime under the Communications Act, which was aggravated by religious prejudice, is what they claimed. That was what the conviction was for. It's just like to me, it's kind of insane the lengths that it went to.
Yeah.
Even sadder when you know that that's, we're talking literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of taxpayers' money
Hmm?
for useless court trials.
Also, I believe that there was a recent thing in the UK. I'm not sure if it was a full UK thing or just in certain areas in which it was that there was one thing in which you could be jailed over your tweets, and another one that was I believe this was just in a certain area, but it was that if somebody in like in your own home, if you told a joke that, or if you said something that somebody found to be grossly offensive, then they could report you and you could be sentenced because of it.
Yes, actually, that's a thing. I think that was also a thing in France,
Hmm.
and I think also maybe might have been European thing in general, but at least a few countries in Europe had it, where it was. I think obviously it got killed in the things, or it died. Basically, it never happened. But
Thankfully.
they actually wanted to be able to punish you for saying indecent things in your own house,
Hmm.
which is that's a level of fucking mentality. It's so dangerous.
That's the most like Big Brother state thing I've heard.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. Like, I'm not defending the people who say dumb things or
Oh
Nazi
yeah.
shit, or they're stupid, but at least it's far worse that a government can arrest you for saying dumb shit in your house
Mhm.
than you saying dumb shit.
Yeah. Um, on a lighter note, though, like I said, his stuff from the Ford War, but also he goes back to like he's done like ancient history people and also like current people like Killdozer we mentioned before. He did a video on them.
Right.
Have you heard of the White Death? It was a Finnish sniper, I believe, during World War II, who
I didn't know it was called White Death, but I do know about the Finnish sniper.
who like terrified the Germans because he was pretty much like, if I remember the story correctly, he done like his mandatory military duty whenever he was younger, and like they went and they were just like, oh, you can like buy out your rifle, so he bought it and he just constantly loved shooting it, so he would just practice constantly, and then Germany invaded, and he
Wait,
so
I think it's not Germany. The Finnish were fighting the
oh
Soviets.
yes, it was the
Yeah,
Soviets. Yeah, sorry, yes, it was the Soviets. And they went and he re-enlisted, and they went and they're like, hey, it's been like 20 years and here's like a more modern gun and like stuff, and he's like, no, I want my gun, the gun I know how to shoot. It doesn't have a scope, it is only iron sights. And they're like, okay. And so he would go, and he eventually started going out on his own, and he would go up into like the mountains and just sit out in the snow with just complete white on him, cover his gun with snow so that it would even go and block like the muzzle flash of the gun. He would put snow into his mouth so that he wouldn't like whenever he's breathing, it wouldn't let out vapor. And he would just sit there for like a day or two at a time and wait for these patrols to come by and just take them out one by one, because he could take them out from an insane range with iron sights. And since he didn't have a scope, there was no glint from them like trying to find him. So they started calling him the White Death because it was just like the snow is killing us. And since it was like in a mountainous area, even the gunshots would just echo everywhere, so they couldn't tell where he was. Eventually, they started sending out specific. There were specific like squadrons that were to hunt him down. Like they went and they sent out anti-snipers, which were snipers themselves, and they wanted to make sure that they would take him out when they found him. So they were using anti-tank rounds, like explosive rounds, to try to find him. And eventually they went, and he was one of his operations. He was actually found, and they took a shot at him and hit him like on the side of the face, like took off half of his face, and he went unconscious. Well, a spotter that was nearby went and found him and like got him out of there. He survived it, got facial reconstruction, and tried to go back out, but they wouldn't let him. And then finally, like Russia was repelled. and he had the like highest confirmed amount of kills out of anybody of the time. And they were like, they're like, what can we give you, like, to like thank you for your service? And he just wanted like a small farmland, and he just retired on his farm for the rest of his life. Just like, yeah, I just want my farm. I'm just gonna go and live out there. It's like, that is a Chad. Like,
Yeah, it's pretty alpha.
There's also that crazy guy. It's also a Finnish soldier,
Mhm.
Lauri Torni. I just googled his name. So he fought for Finland, for Germany, and for America. Basically, he despised the Soviets. He fought in the Winter War. When Finland made peace with the Soviet Union, he deserted and joined the SS to fight the Soviets on Germany's side. When Germany lost the war, he surrendered to the Allied soldiers, and he eventually joined the American army and fought in Vietnam. It's fucking crazy.
Man had a vendetta.
He hated communists. You can tell.
There was one quote I remember from the White Death too. Whenever they're interviewing him after the war, they're like, so, like, what did you feel as you're shooting, as you're taking out all these soldiers that were coming into your territory? They're like what did you feel? And his only answer was recoil. It was just like, oh, okay, like yes, I like, it is people dying, but that is also like the most badass quote you can ever say.
That's something that people get shocked today, because, especially in the West, because we're less familiar with it. But ultimately, as someone who wants to join the army, and generally speaking, who's interested in history, war is a thing. Death is a reality that many people tend to forget is happening in many places across the world, and we have the luxury of being safe from it because we have very wealthy countries with huge influence in the world and very powerful armies. But these things would not be possible if not for the sacrifice and the killing. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate, but it is a reality of human life and human history, and we are very far off from a world of total peace. And people tend to forget it, but it is a reality that needs to be reconciled with a lot of people.
Yeah, the one war that like is the most most easily justifiable war that everybody agrees with is World War II. You can look back and it's like, yeah, it is unfortunate all the deaths that happened, but it like the defense needed to be made there.
Sometimes you don't get a choice. You're pushed in a corner, and fighting is all you have left.
Yeah, the guilt of having to initiate in the gruesome aspect of war should be ascribed to the individuals that adopted a certain particular ideology or philosophy that was so dangerous and harmful that it required something that is so violent.
Exactly. And that's why the attitude to World War II and World War I are so different, right? Because World War I was the most useless, stupid conflict to have ever happened in human history, whereas World War II is completely different. World War II is literally a dangerous, toxic, murderous ideology that took hold of, unfortunately, a very powerful country, which then was able to invade other countries, and had it succeeded, would have resulted in many more deaths. But it actually did. Whereas World War I was literally failed diplomacy and pure savagery and butchery for no other purpose than fucking 5 kilometers of land.
You know what makes World War I even worse? If it wouldn't have happened, and like the treaties wouldn't have happened after it, World War II might have never happened.
Like it's said by a lot of people. I personally disagree.
I mean, there definitely probably could have been a similar type of war, but I mean, rise to power in Germany happened because of what happened after World War One.
I mean, I agree that it's because of events that happened after World War One, but I disagree with people who say that the Versailles Treaty led to World War II. I think that is a miscomprehension of history and also an oversimplification. It's just easy to say there's one cause and blame the cause.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's many causes, but it definitely was a contributing factor.
But I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say it was a zero contributing factor, but I think people way overemphasize it. For instance, one argument often used is that Germany was made to pay far too many reparations, especially to France. And nothing could be further from the truth. Germany ended up paying less than 20% of the total reparations imposed on it. The 29 crisis, the recession in 1929, caused huge economic collapse everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Not every country turned to National Socialism. It's too easy to dismiss, the causes onto one treaty that is to blame because it's just easier and convenient. But the reasons are much more, profound and deep-rooted.
The economic collapse also kind of happened because of World War One as well, but Not
There's
only
a
because, but it was
difference.
contributed.
There's a difference between explanation and justification. Like,
Yeah.
there could be multiple like causal factors that, but for the existence of those factors, some tragedy wouldn't have happened.
Mhm.
But the moral imputation of fault doesn't necessarily happen on any of those, but rather it's like the superseding issue there was a nefarious ideology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps the opportunity elsewhere craft was, stage was set by other actions, but they're kind of separated because of that superseding cause, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Can you imagine if somebody just bought his paintings?
Or if he had just died of a
Wow.
fucking toxic gas in World War One.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a touchy thing against TOS or whatever, but I've avoided a couple words with it that I think I'm not sure if that's the exact words are against TOS, but I've just avoided it. If you haven't noticed, him, the ideology, the just because.
I'm pretty sure you can refer to it if it's for like a discussion. As long as it's not praising it, I'm pretty sure you can use the word.
Yeah, no, I gotcha.
Because otherwise we're kind of fucked. Because I think I said it twice or 3 times.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that I'm completely avoiding it. It's just like it's easy to just refer to it. Everybody knows what we're talking about, What was I gonna say? Yeah, the World War II, very, very easily justified war. Oh yeah, you mentioned, and I've known this, but you mentioned going into the French military, and I just wanted to say, well, yeah, it's easy to get into the French military when you don't do anything with it.
Say that to the French forces in Africa fighting Islamists, bitches.
Are you gonna go to Africa?
I'm probably not going to go on the land, but I'm probably going to be assigned to support missions.
Fair.
I'm joining the Navy. Not the
Gotcha.
land.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Deployment would be limited.
I see. Well, at least you're not joining the chair force, but it's funny. I know that all the military branches just like insult each other. Like it's like, okay, like the army is the meatheads, the air force is the chair force because they don't do anything. The Navy, for some reason, I don't know why, the stereotype between the Navy is just that they're all gay.
I think the idea is, sailors
Yeah.
far away from women for a very long time. They have to do something sometimes.
Yeah, like I always see it. I always go for the chair force one because both my parents were Air Force, so it's just like this is a nice easy
I
one.
remember that. I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, both of them Air Force. Both did more. Didn't fly themselves. Did not military police, but station police. I can't remember. It was some other like internal police thing they did. It was interesting because it was like, my dad got to go to like Germany and Honduras and all these cool places. My mom went to Alaska. She got stuck in Alaska for a year, which just sounds terrible. Because it was just like, you're not in like the like southern Alaska. It was like on the very, very northern, like northwestern tip, because
Isn't that where they go like weeks of darkness?
Yes, quite. I think it's actually past a month of complete darkness, and then during the summer it is of complete like sunlight. My mom said she straight up had seen some of her buddies go night. It was night crazy, whatever. What were they mentally break down because of it.
Wow.
But the reason it was over there was was a radar base. Which was, if you can guess by the positioning of it being on the very northwestern tip of Alaska, it was to watch out for Russia.
Yeah,
it was one of the first places where it's like, if they send missiles our way, we see it,
All I know is that I'm very glad that she made it and didn't go crazy, because I would be down one mod.
I still find that hilarious that she's a mod in chat. And she didn't know that, and I just remember calling her up, and she was so confused. It's like, I'm mod. What do I do? Nothing. You don't got to do anything. Don't worry about it.
You're already doing it perfectly. Don't worry.
Oh goodness. But yeah, it is. That's also an interest where it's just like I mean, we all around the world, the countries have their essentially missile. I can speak missile detection, stations, which is it's like so you can like protect each other. It's like, well, if nukes are sent, we're just all fucked. Like, there's no it's like what is the threat? What is the defense against it? It is to send just as many back.
That's the whole point, right? So probably no one's going to send them because no one
Yeah,
wants to die.
it's the nuclear deterrent, which is the globally mutually assured destruction.
Actually, that's a good topic I think to move to. What do you guys? What is your opinion on MAD and the MAD doctrine? So mutually assured destruction.
It is terrifying. Like I don't think it matters what you like you believe if it is good or bad. I think it is even if you accept it, it is kind of terrifying to think about.
Oh, for sure, undeniably.
Where if there's one person who just gets crazy enough to do it, or a mishap, which I can't remember if I brought this up. The man who for like 5 minutes was the most powerful man in the world. It was a Russian radar operator during the Cold War, who he was one of the like first people that would see it. And Russia during the Cold War, they weren't like, oh, if they see it, it goes up to like the higher chain of command, and then like two different people have to authorize it. No, he literally was watching the screen, and he had a button there that was, if you see nukes coming at us, you press that, and it fires them. That was their defense. And he went, and all of a sudden there was a missile coming from the United States directly to Russia, and he saw it. And his training was to, if he saw it, to press that button. He was supposed to go and without hesitation shoot back. But he thought for himself, and he went and he went, why would America send a single nuke at us? They would send their entire fucking thing and try to destroy us before we could send anything back, So he waited. And it was a visual glitch that happened on it. I believe it was something like a solar flare or something happened and made it look like a missile was coming. And it terrified them so much. Like he somehow was able to hold up against it and did not press the button. He could have ended the world right there,
This would be different, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe more like what's called Fallout.
Yeah, yeah. Fallout is the best case scenario, really. Like, it's terrifying thing. Like, it's weird to think. Thankfully, we have better, like, one being able to see and not, get mixed up by a solar flare or a random bird flying, and think it's a missile coming towards us. And two, that there's better deterrence and communication between countries. The nuclear deterrence terrifying. Has anybody here played Metal Gear Solid games?
I have not.
A little bit. Some of them.
They're like the most like, I mean, the whole point of them is essentially nuclear deterrence and global destruction is terrifying and like could fuck up,
Yeah.
Because like the whole Metal Gear thing, it's like, what is it? Well, it's a crazy guy who is making this giant robot that can by itself without any human interaction. If the nukes were shot, it can shoot nukes back and protect itself without having the like human consciousness with it. That's like the basic idea for it. It's like, oh, so you're just gonna completely strip away the humanity of it, And then, of course, it's bad guys who go and it's just like, well, I'm going to use this for my own nefarious plans. But even, like, the idea of the Metal Gear is just like, well, if it happens, we can't even say no,
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of a different topic that it ties in is, so I like reading up on theories that explain the Fermi's paradox, which is just in essence that, look, the universe is so old, billions of light years in size. Statistically speaking, why is it that when we look out, there's nothing? Like, why aren't there signs of other civilizations? What's going on? And there are a lot of theories that are very logical and sound very reasonable and are probably the most likely to be correct, as in, like, the human mind, we don't conceive extremely large numbers particularly well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at some point, big is just big. And so, it's like not only are we talking about how large the universe really is, but also how long it's been here, that the most likely and logical outcome is that we wouldn't see anything. But there are some other theories that are interesting, right? And it's like, one of them that I read up on is that, like, if there were perhaps some more advanced form of life that's out there. It might be that their case that they're just waiting to see if we are, as a species, the type to be self-interested and have a destiny of self-destruction, or if there's like traits of cooperation and peacefulness and yada 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 yada, and like if that is something that we could get to the level of in order to be introduced, kind of like the whole Mass Effect plotline.
Yeah.
Right,
Right.
right, yeah. You have to reach a certain level before you're admitted into like the intergalactic community.
Right. Which is kind of interesting because it's like, there a lot of the components of our psychology that are very self-interested developed almost necessarily from our evolutionary past. So it would make sense that it's like you have to evolve these traits at a particular stage of humankind's development, let's say, in order to survive. But then later those traits become aversive, basically. You have to
Right.
like unevolve them as you evolve, I suppose. That's like the next step. But yeah, some of the theories are so crackpot and so tinfoil, but it's because the nature of the problem though is so crackpot and tinfoil when you think about it.
Yeah.
Like it's really absurd.
As Unique said, the Vulcans won't land until we demonstrate warp speed capability.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was a huge fan of sci-fi. Well, I'm still a huge fan of sci-fi. And during uni, because I had way too much free time, I think I binge watched all the Star Trek shows, even the super old, corny, like 70s ones. So I was that much into sci-fi. And I just hopefully there's a future where Star Trek is a real thing. Something similar where
Yeah.
we get blue alien FOTS.
Heresy.
But no, most seriously, I was reading actually a lot on that. I don't know why. I guess it's my cookies. I get whenever I open a browser, I get a lot of recommend articles. Many of them are science shit, and I was reading something on that exact topic. Why aren't we seeing more things? Are we being hidden? Are we too far? And another theory, which was developed, I don't know by whom, to explain the seemingly impossible to resolve problem that which if there was alien life out there, we should probably have seen some signs of it by now. Although, as you said, it might just be a statistical. The universe is so big; it's just so far away. We haven't seen it yet. It just said that it's very possible that there was life, but it's also very possible that we're the last ones. So, because if you assume that, I don't know. There's basically the article was mentioning a very specific and complex mathematical equation, which took into account the age of a universe, the time it takes, if it's remotely similar, the process of evolution, the time it would take a specific species to evolve on a given planet or territory part of space, and its probable time to reach space-faring capabilities. And the article concluded that it's very possible that all species are doomed. It was a bit of a pessimistic article, but still interesting, I think, for this topic. It was referring that there is a certain point where all species, when they reach a certain technological advancement, reach a dead point that usually ends up in complete collapse.
Yeah, great
And
filter.
right. Exactly. And it's more than possible. Then every time a civilization reaches new heights, it eventually collapses onto itself, and that's why we don't get any. We never get that sort of intergalactic connection if there is indeed alien life out there.
I feel like that's kind of in a different way. I mean, everybody kind of knows the story of Halo, right? The game series.
Loosely.
Like, you know, like what the flood was created for, right?
I don't know what it was created for, but I'm familiar with the flood.
It's essentially the flood would I mean it would go in and essentially start taking over. Taking over the world. It's a parasitic thing that would just completely destroy everything. And so the Halo rings were actually meant to kill off the flood in a weird way, because it couldn't kill the flood itself. But the thing is, the flood needs hosts. So anytime the intergalactic civilizations would get too powerful and were able to start traveling, spacefaring, and might start getting themselves to the flood and start spreading it again, the rings were meant to be activated and destroy all life. Because if you destroy all life, then you stop the flood from being able to spread.
It's a bit like Exterminatus. Tyranids can't take a planet if there's nothing there.
Most of most civilizations will simply collapse in the few thousand years doing anything noticeable, given how old the universe is. It's a drop in the ocean of time. Yeah, I mean, it's like there could
Yeah.
be, it's essentially, insane amounts of other planets and galaxies that have had life that have gotten to this point or past and either collapsed or are watching us, and it's like them collapsing sounds terrible for like our perspectives, but also like if they're just watching us, it's like fuck. What are they gonna do if we fuck up?
Well, so interestingly, there are a lot of like kind of thoughts that I have in response to that, but there are a couple of interesting things. Is one of all, it's first of all, it's like us interacting with aliens and shit and like recognizing their existence. That would be presuming that they exist on like their like cognition is on a similar time scale to ours, and that they have a corporeal existence that is something that we can interact with, right? So it's like if the scale or size is off, or the again, their cognitive movement through time is off, or if both are off or neither are off, but the distance is off,
Yeah.
right? It's like all of those things would be barriers to entry. But I don't remember what prompted me to think about this. It might have been Elon Musk and like his whole like simulation theory thing.
Yeah.
And I think the most compelling argument there is that if you presume that you have a near unlimited amount of processing power, and you can account for within simulations the workings of elements that are known, you could potentially try to run simulations from starting points that are more simple and more well known, and check for variance. And if you run enough of these, like millions and millions of these, you can look and see which of those were closest to what happened in your actual reality. Right. And it's like if you can then prune out those simulations that seem to have the greatest synchronicity with your own existence and let those run past your current point in time, you could have prediction models for what was going to happen of varying degrees of confidence.
That is
Which
actually
again, very
fascinating.
Yeah.
crackpot, but
I mean, it seems to make sense, right? Presumably, because if we reach that level of processing power, and considering how simulations work, it's logical that the computer can always calculate more than we can, and presumably something out there will be true, or at least partially true. But when you were talking about like those like aspects of time and scale, etc., it kind of reminded me Interstellar. I don't know if you guys watched the movie
I
by
know.
Nolan.
shit. Yeah, I've definitely seen it. I'm trying to remember which.
I,
That's the one with McConaughey.
Yes, exactly. Basically,
Okay.
Earth
Yeah.
is dying, and they have to like find a way to colonize a new planet.
Mhm.
And it's a bit like what you were saying, because if we need to, we don't. It's not obvious that if there is alien life, it is in an environment that we can process and interact with. Because in that, at the end of that movie, basically, if I remember correctly, so spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't watched it, go watch Interstellar, and well, cover your ears for now. Basically, if I remember correctly, the humans went past a point where now they're like kind of fourth or fifth dimensional beings, which interact in our three-dimensional world in a way that is impossible for us right now humans to interact with. So there's also that, as you were saying, if maybe for all we know, there are another like I don't know how this pans out scientifically, but the movie was basically saying that it's maybe possible, if there is alien life, it's on such another scale and level that it's not even possible for us to interact or even know of its existence.
It almost makes them sound like Lovecraftian monsters.
Yeah,
It's like
basically.
we cannot comprehend them. If we see them, we go mad. You know?
Oh, baby. And another thing is that we're kind of imbuing into these hypothetical aliens human
Humanity.
properties,
Yeah.
which, like, the same kind of argument can be made against criticisms of theories of artificial intelligence wanting to, like, dominate the world. Like, I think it's entirely possible that the computers right in front of us have the opportunity and the ability to express traits that we would say describe artificial intelligence. The only thing that's missing is motivation. So it's like, what is it that motivates us to do anything, to like stay alive? And that's coding that is built over time as being, entities from the evolutionary process, right? Our prerogative is to continue that process. But something that isn't a product of evolution wouldn't have that inbuilt motivation. It would be purely nihilistic in the sense that it doesn't have any motivation. And so,
or would it? Or would it?
if it were commanded to, but why else would it? If
I'm
it
thinking,
didn't.
So I think you're right that in the end it will come down to the program. But imagine, I guess, we've programmed a super powerful AI for a specific goal, and the AI with its processing power reaches the conclusion that to achieve this goal, the destruction of humanity is a prerequisite for whatever reason. I'm trying, I'm just theorizing.
Yeah.
But suddenly you have a case, that seems so impossible, even if the motivation is man-made because of our programming of said AI. If ultimately because of its processing power, which is far beyond our own understanding of possibilities, for whatever reason, that programming purpose assumes that ultimately the only way to achieve it is for humanity to be destroyed or whatever, or enslaved, whatever.
Yeah, this was
And
like with
suddenly
like
we have.
the butter slicing robot or like the bread slicing robot
Yeah.
theory argument, right?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that.
Oh, okay. But yeah, yeah, I think that's a good argument. And I think at the same time, really what that is, though, is what that's saying is that the motivation that was given to the machine that was coded into it is something that without additional guidance, it isn't going to be able to make value calls on. Because it's like the ultimate at the end of the day is to like slice bread or whatever. And if a human gets in the way, then it's like, okay, I'm going to kill this human so I can continue slicing.
Okay, yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So I agree with you. Go ahead, Trip.
I think one of my favorite in like in fiction is whenever in terms of the AI taking over, like their reasoning is like, okay, so we made this AI so that it could save Earth, like we can figure out like what we can do to save Earth. It's like, what can we do to save Earth? Kill all humans. It's just like, fuck, wait, no.
But interestingly, it's like, when we ask ourselves, like,
Yeah,
oh,
Rain, how
what
you
is it going to
doing?
look like when we have artificial intelligence? I think when we imagine that, what we see is, in essence, a computer that acts completely like a human, that, like, interacts like a human, that has thoughts like a human, emotions like a human, yada, 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 yada. And I can't help but think that maybe what's going on there is that we are, like, attributing a lot of our own automatic and maybe impulses and, like, even our own, like, survival instinct, which are all products of evolution, onto something that is not something from evolution, right? So it could be the case that we already have artificial intelligence. It just isn't behaving how we expect it to because it doesn't care about anything.
Okay, that's actually an interesting way of putting it.
Yeah.
I wonder. Yeah, I mean, I guess ultimately it comes down to, are we willing to take the risk?
I
And there's
mean,
always was like,
there's like what some of the things we say we're willing to take the risk, but like us, I mean, even not doing anything could have the effect of something happening in the end. Like we.
oh no, I mean, I don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we shouldn't do any AI at all. I'm totally. I find it fascinating, and I think it could solve a lot of our problems. But I just I guess it's the extent to which we give it independence.
You
If
see,
you know
what
what I
I
mean.
say is we can let the AI do whatever we want, but I'm just gonna keep my 45 over here, and if I gotta shoot a computer.
The funny thing is, I think that we're already there, right? I think that the reason why we don't think we're there is because we're not seeing machines act like humans,
Yeah.
right? And I think that like additional steps are going to get made are going to be like in the vein of like Siri, where it's like, oh, we're going to make it like sound more human and respond more human, but the coding, the concepts behind it are the same as far as
Yeah.
like what
So
I'm predicting.
yeah,
And then it's just like the problem is giving it human-like motivation, which you can't really do unless you try to program in and account for like all possible interactions.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because I think what we're kind of getting at is that whenever we think of like, oh, alien life or AI or whatever, instead of it being like, well, it can be anything, we try to. I mean, we look at our one basis point of consciousness, which is humans. So we try to be like, that's how it has to be. When it's like, no, there's a lot of different possibilities.
Yeah, like if someone holds a gun to your head and it's like, I'm gonna kill you unless you give me like $100, there's no reasonable response there if you have the $100
Yeah.
but to like, you know. But if it's like, okay, what if it could be the case that if I threaten my computer now, it understands the threat, but it just doesn't have the survive. It doesn't care
Don't worry, I
because
love
it's
you,
not
computer.
an evolutionary uh, entity, right? It's
Yeah.
just like it doesn't have a survival instinct. It doesn't have a motivation for anything unless we specifically make it have a motivation for something.
So what you're saying is we should pray to the machine spirit.
Exactly. Have your holy incense out and your holy oils. But I mean, there's also because there is still very worrying things, or maybe they're worrying because that's the way the media portrays it. But I don't know if you guys hear that story about a few years ago. So they developed, I can't remember who or where, but scientists somewhere in the world, I think it was a cooperative project, developed AIs, two independent AIs, and they actually started communicating with each other in a language that we did not understand. And there was no way for the scientists to know what the AIs were saying, and that it's like, so if we have, it was very basic AI. I don't think anything was special was put in it. The idea was just to make creative, to see to what extent we could make creative artificial intelligence. And if this very basic experiment already shows us something that two AIs we've created at the very basic level with our current technology, let them create things that they themselves created that we could not understand or control. I feel like that's already fucking worrying.
Well, so I'd like to actually read up on that because it's like us, like our drive for power and like our interest in, like this all ties to like our interest in being like products of evolution. Like we want to reproduce with the most powerful mates. We want to, or like the most healthy and attractive mates. Like we want to, you know, amass more strength because it preserves our prerogative in that we can like protect ourselves and go seek out again the most attractive mate and protect that person and yada yada yada. But a machine that's like not as a product of evolution, like my theory would be that it wouldn't care about any of that. It's like it wouldn't have those traits. It wouldn't have a desire to be more powerful. It wouldn't have a desire to survive. It wouldn't have a like self-interest whatsoever. It would just be like sitting there until you're like run this Excel sheet, and then it's like okay.
Yeah, I think
I read an article. I can send it to you if you want. Sorry, I'm just gonna finish up that shrimp. Basically, it was apparently Facebook developed AI to control chatbots, and
oh yeah, no, we can shut that fuck down.
and so they started speaking using English, but in their own language, and so they shut them down because that was kind of worrying. But I can send you the link if you want.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. That sounds interesting as fuck, dude.
I think the biggest linchpin for any like sci-fi story of that, or the idea of AI becoming tyrannical is adding a human element into the AI. You know, like if we add human like motivations or human thought processes, and like that's when things could go weird. But like without it, it's like they don't really, like you were saying, they don't have a reason to do anything. You know.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Still a monkey ass moment, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the most reasonable thing to do is assume the worst, right?
So we are a very nihilistic species, so.
Ish.
Speaking of like weird, terrifying things to think about, two thoughts that always pop into my head that I like to pick people's brains about. God damn it, unique. What always pop into my brain is one. It's like the idea, at least for me, it's like people are like, oh, like, well, like, do you wish for there to be like alien life and like it could theoretically be threatening to us, or would you rather there be no alien life at all? And like to me, the thought of nothing out there being in the universe is one, statistically impossible, and two, terrifying. The thought of it being like there's nothing else. We are barren and alone, you know?
It seems statistically improbable, and that's the thing that would be the most disturbing to me.
Yeah.
Is that like, there seems to be a rhyme and a reason to things on Earth. Like life finds a way, right? It's like it's rare to be an instance in which you are a unique and sole. Yeah. It's like there's just abundance of everything out there, right? And then you're telling me that there's all this space and time, and we're literally the only ones. Like at that point, it's like that's so inconsistent with everything that I've ever come to understand. It's almost like at a fundamental level that I would begin to doubt, like any of the conclusions I've come to.
It's like something fucking happened. What did we do this wrong? Well, like what is there something there? You know.
Like if we were literally the only ones here, it's like okay, maybe there is a god, or we're in a simulation.
Yeah. That would 100%. That would unironically give me faith. Where it's like, okay, yeah, something put us here, whether it's a simulation or a god. Like if there's nothing else, you know.
That conclusion is so bizarre that it would begin to make sense for there to be like bizarre explanations.
Also, Rain said, you know, it's actually scary. The ocean, and yes, the ocean is also terrifying. Where it's like we can predict things in like outer space, but like the ocean, we're still just like sometimes we're like, oh fuck, this just came out of nowhere. Like we don't, what? We had no prediction of this. We couldn't guess this was gonna happen. Yeah, Andreas, just go out onto this this deep ocean submarine.
Actually, no, that is. I do not want. I'm not claustrophobic, and I am a bit curious. But the one thing I don't want to take part in, thankfully, the French Navy allows you to choose where you go. I do not want to go into a submarine.
The former rain.
I like to stay in proper surface warships where I can see the sky.
Yeah,
What's it
exactly.
called? Thalassophobia, I think it is.
Sure.
So I think, doesn't claustrophobia apply?
Yeah, but hold on. I think there's something particular. I think it's thalassophobia, but it's thalassophobia is a
It's
fear
fear
of
of
the
the sea.
ocean. Or yeah.
Well, there's also I think fear of the depths, which is slightly different.
Yeah,
Ah,
probably like being like
interesting.
deep underwater, I guess. You're scared of Santa Claus. Um, the other thing I like to always ask is the first question is the three of us here are not religious. What do you think happens to us when we die?
Fuck all. We rot
Uh,
away and provide nutrients to the soil who do anything with it, or wherever we die, I guess.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I mean, probably nothing, right? It's
yeah,
like I don't know. Similar question. What was it like being you in 1472?
yeah. So yeah, I also agree. My thought process is that you die and then there is nothingness. Sorry, Rain. This is gonna give me an existential crisis, and that's what I was gonna bring up. Is that I totally believe that there is nothingness, and that's terrifying to me.
I
the
Well,
think that's a misconception. I mean, I don't mean to to come out across rude or anything. I
Mhm,
just think it's I would say like a misconception of what nothingness is.
mhm.
Like if you understand nothingness as being a black pit of death where you're conscious but there's
No, no,
nothing,
no,
then yes, that is scary.
no,
But
no, no.
but the idea that simply nothing is in you're no longer conscious, I don't find that scary
The
because there's
the
nothing there. Why could it be scary?
the black pit where my conscience is there is less scary to me
Okay, damn.
because it is one the my brain. I've had these existential crises since I was fucking like 8. And the problem with me is that I want to rationalize it. My brain is like, we need to figure this out, and trying to conceptualize nothingness is something that can't really be done. We cannot picture nothingness. But like the idea of it just being like, well, it is nothing, and people are just like, oh yeah, well, like it's how you were before you were born. And it's like, yeah, I don't like that either. Like it is so
it doesn't
weird
give
to.
you a frame of
Yeah,
reference,
yeah,
which is really what you're asking for.
yeah, it's like it's so weird to me because it's like the also the insanity of we are born and then all of a sudden our conscious just goes and we're there. You know?
Well, not, and we could be wrong, by the way,
Yeah.
but presuming you were
But
right,
yeah,
it's very odd.
yeah. What I'm saying is that thought process of there's nothingness is terrifying because it's like we came to be and then we disappear and it's like what? That just like what? That's
Have you taken a
where'd we
blind
go?
spot test?
I blind spot test? I don't believe so.
Okay.
I'm
Google, or excuse
looking
me,
at
go to Google, type in blind spot test Wikipedia.
spot test
All
wiki.
humans have blind spots in both eyes. Very large ones, actually.
Yeah, I know about it, but I don't think I've taken a test for it.
It takes like 2 seconds
Let's
to
see.
find.
Don't choose blind spot.
And
Instruction.
to take.
Close one eye and focus on the appropriate letter. So if you close your right eye, you look at the R.
Let me pull it up one second
Gotcha.
just to make sure.
Because I'm actually curious. Yeah.
Equal to 3 times
Yeah.
the distance between the R and the L. So pretty close, actually.
Yeah, so I'm looking
Oh,
at this.
this
You
thing,
would
okay,
cover
yeah.
your left eye and
Mhm.
then look at the R and get closer to your monitor until the
Okay,
L
yes,
disappears.
I have done this before. Now thinking about it. Yep, there's the L go by. Yeah, let me
pretty massive.
Yeah, real quick, I'm gonna pull it up onto here. Y'all can look at this too. Stream. So if you want to follow along, so you would go cover your left eye, and then you can sit a bit farther away, but then you just slowly move yourself closer. Cover your left eye and look at the R until all of a sudden the L disappears from your view. And then you can do it with the other eye.
Is it weird that VL stays there but VR disappears, even though I'm heading towards VR?
What is
So
it?
if you have your left eye covered and you're looking at the test with your right eye, you should focus on the R.
Yeah.
And as you get closer, it'll get to a point where the L disappears.
Oh yeah, VL disappears. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's...
And then if you do it with the other eye, you should, if you're looking with your left eye, your right eye covered, you look at the L and the R will eventually disappear.
The explanation, of course, is that where your optic nerve leads to the back of your retina is where basically all the rods and cones, the cells, like coalesce into the optic nerve. And so there's no spot there at the back of your retina.
Mhm.
to receive light. The thing that I think is so fascinating about this, and something that is has some interesting implications, is that when you cover your eye and you are looking, there isn't a black spot where the missing information is, right? In fact, it's nothing because you're not getting visual input,
Yeah.
but you're not seeing nothing. You're the nothing that exists is invisible to you.
Yeah, we fill in the spot essentially. Yeah, like you just said, your brain fills around the spot, space around it.
Yeah, but the thing is that has massive implications. Because let's put it this way: if you had never been exposed to this, or had never, let's say, come into like read about this or accidentally discovered it or something, and you're only looking at your visual perceptions as evidence, and you apply to that evidence the most logical application and the most acute, application of rationality, you will necessarily come to a conclusion that is incorrect. And if you come to the conclusion that each eye has blind spots based on logic and the evidence that you are given, you have probably misapplied logic. And I think that's fascinating because that is an example of us failing to interact with nothing, it being invisible to us. But at a conceptual level, nothing is the same way. I think part of that is because our cognition is functional and schematic, meaning that when we, let's say, look at something, we don't just see its physical properties, but we also internalize a schema associated with its potential functionality that we can interact with it. And what possible functional relationship could you share with nothing? Like, even as you look at your monitor, you know that it's like maybe a foot or two away from your face. It is not the case that you see the nothing between the monitor and you know how much nothing there is. Rather, you're looking at what you can see and seeing how the light is bouncing off of it, how it's occluding other images around you. You're looking at the properties of the things that you can see to make a determination of how much nothing is in between you and your monitor, so you know how far away it is. Even conceptually, right? Like, what's between my monitor and I? Like, okay, it's air.
Yeah.
Like, they're particles, molecules. Like, I can't see that, but I can conceptualize it. But what if you go into the void of space, right? It's like, what's there in that void? And then what really starts to like twist me up is it's like, okay, we know that the universe is expanding, right? Which means that there is a perimeter of expansion, meaning that the space inside that perimeter is itself something.
Yeah.
What is the nothing that is without space outside of that perimeter?
Yeah, that's also a weird thing. We're just like, oh, it's expanding. It's just like so there's outside of the universe. Like what?
Yeah, it's like the question makes sense grammatically, but it's like we are so ill-equipped to begin to even conceive what the hell that means.
Yeah.
Right? And so I say all that to say this: nothing is something that we are woefully terrible at conceiving, perceiving, interacting with. And so it makes sense to me that when we think, okay, when we die, our consciousness becomes nothing, we sort of accidentally attribute certain, let's say, emotional associations onto that state of existence to other conceptual states of existence that we have experienced in our past. That is some great unknown. But when you're dead, there will be no you to experience the nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
So
if we're
there
right,
won't
if
be
we're
an
right.
Yeah.
experience.
If we're right. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
I actually agree with. I mean, I agree with Unique in the sense that I mean, yeah, I was reading on that shit as well, and my brother and I talk a lot about it. And yeah, technically, if it's all about energy and recycling of matter, when we die, our conscious goes away, sure, but the matter will be recycled something else. But then that implies other very dodgy things.
Like, where does conscious come from?
Exactly, because if energy is recycled and it's just matter, how come there is this very weird thing in our heads that has fucking synapses and electric links that make us think, feel, want, etc.? It's so fucking weird.
And in the fact that it's so different. Like if it was just like, okay, the conscious just is just normal, but just like no. Everybody's consciousness is so different from each other. Like the way that we think is because like like our matter is the same as it was in the beginning of the universe, but there is something there that is like
Or at least we think there is.
we think there is
Our
because
experience leads to so. But yeah,
Yes.
because it's also weird. How else could you explain it? Why are only like some kind of specific ways that matter and energy interact, i.e., living beings? How come only specific ways in which that matter and energy interacts makes it that some things are sentient and others are not.
Yeah.
It's so fucking mind-boggling.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, he said, what if we were all just neurons, some giant space creature? That was something I thought about when I was going. Just like, what if we like it's like the universe is just like one atom in a bigger universe, which is just one atom in a bigger universe, type thing.
Well, interestingly, that's actually I've had a conversation with someone that I'm a little annoyed that we haven't developed a better means to go smaller in our search.
Yeah.
Right? It's like I think that's
Because
important. It's like what
as
are we
small
looking at, like
what is it?
like
Atometers?
electrons and like protons and
Yeah,
shit like
which
that, but it's like, and then the string theory beneath that, but it's like, can we not? What is the base element, right?
hmm
And then simultaneously, I think looking out is also excellent because this is going to sound really stupid, but I would be all about trying to map as much of the universe intricately as we possibly can, with the point of just to be safe, looking for any like perfect consistencies.
Mhm.
You know, like maybe someone was trying to save on some processing power, so they
Yeah.
copy pasted this nebula.
Yeah, it's the simulation theory.
Not likely, not likely, but still though, like that gives us more confidence that it is incorrect the
Yeah.
more that we look out. I guess maybe the problem is that I think it was Carl Sagan that said something to the extent of that, like, I don't know, at some point in time, there was a Native American standing on the coast looking out into the ocean, wondering what's out there.
hmm
Right? And it's like, maybe there are things out there that are not friendly,
Yeah.
and us broadcasting our location would not be the smoothest of ideas.
Mhm.
I don't find that too compelling. And in fact, dying by aliens.
I would rather know and die than to not know at all.
I feel the same way, honestly. Like, I'd rather know.
That's something my brother and I talk a lot about because he's very into that kind of topic, and he does not really believe it, but he's extremely intrigued by it and is very agnostic on that, in the sense that he doesn't want to pronounce himself on it, but he could believe it. So he's very interested into resurrection and reincarnation.
Okay.
And the idea that, for all you know, we're just like maybe we're part of greater beings on another conscious level, and we're just they want to experience things on this level, and so we're basically conscious of a finger and just given sentience. But anyway, that's weird. But yeah,
Also,
and it's go ahead.
I'll say Unique mentioned quarks is the small. I was looking it up as well. Quarks is the smallest thing we
Quarks.
have, which is what makes up protons and neutrons.
Yeah.
Which even that is like, but what makes up quarks? Also, he asked,
Smaller.
who's seen the 13th floor? I have not, so I don't know what it is actually.
I think I have them.
But going back to the original thing, which is the what happens when we die, like people, because people ask me like, what do you think? I'm like, well, I think that there is nothingness. That's what my belief is on it. I'm also terrified of that, and I would hope, like my biggest hope is that I am incorrect, in that it is nothingness. Like the way I would say is that I would rather there be a vengeful God and I go to hell for all eternity, because at least there's something there. It makes more sense to me.
No, that's fair. A lot of people feel that, and that's why to them the idea that there is nothing after life is so damning, because it's depressing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely.
It's I think it shows I guess the priorities, and also the variety of opinions amongst people. Because for me, how you were saying earlier, you'd rather die and know than like keep living not knowing. For me, it's completely different. Like I am fascinated by these topics, but I do not want to. I'm not considering this wasting time on them, but I do not want to waste time on them, in the sense that I don't want to dedicate my life to possibly finding an answer, because my view is that at a current level of consciousness and I guess scientific knowledge, if this is in fact a knowledge that can be acquired through science, we are nowhere near getting the answer. So I'd much rather focus on things that I do care about and find important than like waste my time trying to come up with the answer for this, because I personally think that right now we are far away from the answer, if there is one.
Well, and especially given that it's an inevitability. It's like, if you're on a plane and you're going to Italy, it's like you can freak out about it and get very uncomfortable and land in Italy all the same, or you can bring your book and your iPod
and have fun. Exactly.
Out.
Blast.
Yeah, because you're going to Italy either way.
See,
I don't know why I chose Italy.
Boy, it's a nice place.
See,
I was gonna say, go ahead, Trum, go ahead.
For me, it's like most of the, like 99% of the time, I don't think about it. My thing is, it's never something I consciously try to think about. It's that it would happen, and it was happened a lot more whenever I was younger. Is that I would just like lie down, and then it's like, well, I'm not sleeping for the rest of the night because my brain just won't get off the trying to think about what happens. Like it's just like I don't want to think about. My brain was just like, no, we're thinking about this now, and it's like, well, fuck me, I'm not sleeping.
Right. Yeah, for me it's funny because I think the thing that worries me the most on an existential level, so I'm not pondering about it all the time, but when I do ponder about these things, my main worry is actually, dying and not having achieved anything. I want
Yeah.
to leave a legacy, but I'm very influenced by the fact that ever since I was very young, I was raised in a, well, being raised in a Greek-French family, I was raised on ancient history and a lot of reading, etc. And I basically very early on took on this notion the ancient Greeks had and the Romans as well, of the only way to achieve immortality is to achieve great things and to keep people talking about you after you're dead. And actually, my main like existential worry, I should say, is the idea of just being another I guess letter on an endless sheet of all the names of human beings. That worries me more than anything else. I'd rather be someone known and acknowledged for having achieved something than just being just another, which is in a way is a kind of hubris and probably slightly unhealthy. But the idea of just being another footnote of a name in history bothers me.
What is the level that you need to leave your legacy? Like how big of a legacy is like will satisfy you?
Well, if I could get 66 million Frenchmen to speak about me at least once, I'd be happy. That's one of the reasons why I want to go into politics, amongst other things.
That's
But
it.
because I really think I can achieve things, and the idea of not achieving things is really scary to me.
Like I kind of have I think the same thing of trying to leave a legacy, but mine isn't necessarily of it has to be a mass amount of people. But mine is more the longevity of it. So my thought is like if I could do something that it goes and of course I want to be known by a decent amount of people, but it's like if I can get a decent amount of people that know me, but not just know me, but like it's leaves something behind, some kind of idea, and to where it goes, and it's like okay, their kids would know about it, and
Oh
their
yeah, no,
grandkids might know
I
about it.
completely agree with
To,
that.
to,
Yeah,
to,
yeah,
to the
no,
point,
that's
the point of it, it doesn't matter how many people. It is just that the thought of somebody that is born long after I am dead will have heard about me
yeah, no, I agree.
is
Completely
very interesting to me.
yeah.
I just want to clap cheeks, drink coffee, play some chucks.
See,
Love what happens.
see, Praxis is just going to become the modern day Genghis Khan and just be related to a third of the world.
But funny, kind of talking about. I don't know if I have mentioned this to you guys, but I actually had a very serious near-death experience when I was younger. And talking about we were talking. God, it sounds very dark when we say it, but we were talking about like the experience of dying earlier a little bit, like
Yeah.
what happens to our conscience and shit. Sounds very aversive. The interesting thing is that when I was very close to dying, it actually was incredibly tranquil. And so when I was, I have a sleep disorder that fortunately nowadays is not threatening physically to me, but when I was younger, it was. And that is that I had a combination of night terrors and sleepwalking. So night terrors are when you are asleep, you're unconscious, but you're panicked.
Yeah.
So you're screaming, you're freaking out. Yeah. I had that in combination with like running around while being unconscious. And when I was 17, I had an episode where I actually sprinted through my double paned window at 1 a.m. and fell 2 stories into glass and concrete.
Jesus.
And had like several skull fractures. My lungs collapsed.
Oof.
My left wrist had 2 compound fractures. The bones just like completely came through. And Jesus, what else was there? I had like 2 arteries and a tendon were completely severed because a piece of glass like impaled into my right wrist, like right beneath like where your thumb is, where all those important arteries and tendons and shit are.
Yeah.
My right ankle broke. And I had like 400 stitches worth of cuts.
Jesus, man, that's
God.
crazy.
Yeah, when people like dive through windows in movies, it does not go down like that, dude. That shit will fuck you up.
Yeah.
And I want to. I mean, I'm gonna tell the story, and we're gonna be talking about something that's grisly, but I really don't say it to sound depressing. I actually say it because I think it's really interesting. And from the onset, I'll say that played a massive part in sculpting who I am today, and so I don't regret it in the slightest. And I actually kind of look back on it fondly in a weird way. So don't feel saddened or whatever. But the experience thereafter was pretty crazy because it's like my fight or flight kicked in incredibly hard, and so I'm like screaming to get help. I'm trying to cover wounds. I'm trying to like drag myself out of the glass that I was in. And it's like as I'm moving, more cuts are opening.
Yeah.
As I'm trying to cover cuts that I had previously closed were now opening again. And it was just this like, non-stoppable and very fast loss of blood. And so I'm just like panicking and freaking out and screaming for help. And the neighbors, okay, spoiler alert, I make it. But the neighbors hear me and they ended up calling for help or whatever. But there was some moment where all of the like emotional associations with the stimuli that I was experiencing, like they were all very intense and negative. But there was some moment that occurred where those associations just stopped. Like I kept feeling what was happening, but the impact that it was having on me just vanished. And I was just like totally fine with what was happening. Just sitting there tranquil, like totally cool. In fact, that moment had happened after the paramedics arrived, and they forget what the chemical is, but they put the smelling salts, is what some people call them, like under my nose. And I remember I was like really annoyed when they did that. And like they did that, and they said they had to keep me conscious because if I'd gone unconscious, I would have died like 100%.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say, isn't that what they call like dead man's calm, which I think is when your brain understands that the physical damage is so profound that the odds of making it out are none. It makes the death soothing by releasing, I don't remember the name of the hormones,
Endorphins.
which basically calms you and makes you sleepy. And that's why I was gonna say, thank God they did that, because I think if you reach that stage in an accident, it means you're probably on the shutdown.
Right.
And
Well,
the only way to keep someone conscious is the way of making sure the brain keeps going. Because if they go to an unconscious state, then the entire body starts shutting down completely.
makes perfect sense to me because that's what my experience of it was. Is I was totally tranquil, like completely at peace, not a care in the world. It wasn't like pleasant, but it wasn't bad either. It was just like perfect neutrality.
That's fucking crazy.
So
Like,
Yeah.
it's
it was
even
not
more, like,
scary in
striking
the slightest.
to hear someone say it. Yeah.
But yeah, they ended up patching me up, and I stayed in the hospital for a while, and I ended up being okay, of course. But
God.
Thank God.
Yeah. That's insane to me. Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty wild. It's probably the craziest thing that's happened to me, other than like birth, right?
That is a I'm sorry,
Pretty
that's a quote that I have to write down. That is the craziest thing that ever happened to me, other than like birth.
Right. You gotta imagine. I don't remember it, but you gotta imagine that's pretty fucking crazy, right?
Yeah. Which is kind of like it led to the topic of us talking about nothingness and being born and or dying, where it's just like that is the most craziest thing to happen.
But the biggest number that I ended up doing, I was Christian at the time, and I ended up trying to like figure out like why did this happen to me, and the answer that I ultimately came to is like there was no reason, right? It's like shit happens, right? Like there is just certain degree of chaos that's out there,
Yeah.
and we attempt to make sense of it, and to a certain degree we can, right? There is a lot of the, what we perceive that is subject to patterns and that we can make use of. But that is the essence of our control against the chaos. And so we have a very strong incentive to look for patterns and find them even when they aren't there. And so ultimately, it's like there was nothing, right? Though at the same time, I can see that I could be wrong. And maybe that could have been like a test of faith, like my opportunity of being in the desert and like having something very terrible happen to me and then me choosing to continue having faith anyway, right? And, that would be kind of a bummer because I don't call myself a Christian anymore, though I still have a profound respect for Christians and religious individuals and so on and so forth. But
That's very funny to me you say that, because even though I probably do not qualify, for the simple fact that I'm not I'm not a practicing Christian, nor do I believe in Christian God, I still call myself Christian because to me it's more of a cultural thing. Like I adhere to first of all, the principles I think are pretty good, and also because I consider Christianity to be more than just a purely religious set of beliefs, and therefore because I adhere to the traditions and the culture. I mean, I celebrate Christmas, I celebrate Easter, I do things that people did 2,000 years ago, because they call themselves Christians. So even though I do not technically qualify as a Christian, when I go around, I still, I would call myself culturally Christian. Although I do always make the nuance. I always say I am not religious, but I am culturally Christian, to so
Sure.
that they understand my position. But yeah,
That makes perfect sense to me.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take some food out of the oven. I hear it beeping at me. One sec.
Gotcha.
Ugh.
You, thinking about that, it's like if I had a situation like that happen to me, it's like, yeah, I feel like I either would become completely non-religious or very religious if you were that close to death, you know? To where it's just
yeah.
like it's like either I'm going to throw away all like semblance of religion or I'm going to completely latch onto it. Like, huh?
I mean, I don't think I can repronounce myself because I've never come close.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's
same.
it's always these intense moments where
Yeah.
it's a make or break moment. Either you will embrace an entire new ideology. I mean, usually people embrace new ideologies, but they're either really religious or they're extremely non-religious. It's one or the other.
Yeah, I was gonna when Praxis gets back, I was gonna mention. I was like, I've never like, thankfully, I mean, in terms of injuries, I've never really had that bad of injuries. Thankfully, the way I put it is, I've never broken a bone and I've never gotten stitches, which I had to amend whenever I was younger because I used to say, well, like I've never gotten close to breaking a bone or like had to get stitches. I should have gotten stitches before because I've gotten open sword wound that I probably should have gotten stitches for, but I hid because I didn't want to, do that. So I just, super glued it up in my hand. Uh, uh, actually had the possibility of losing half of my left hand.
Jesus.
So also I've fractured bones, I'm pretty sure, and my knuckles are discolored because of reasons. But whenever I was younger, me and Weston, I mean, he was really into collecting swords, right? So we would do like he also like choreographing. So he'd choreograph these sword fights, and me and one of our other buddies, Brandon, were doing a choreographed sword fight. No, sorry, it wasn't Brandon. It was who was it? Shit, I can't remember. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it was Josiah, but we were doing one of them and do a thing where we spin. So like he does a thing where like he would do a spin attack, so I like move and I do a block on it, and well, he spun. And Weston's recording this. He had it on his old phone, but he forgot to actually save it, sadly. And it spins, and he's supposed to just hit it close to like the handles, and the blade just goes and directly strikes in between my second and third, between my index finger and my ring finger.
Were you not using blunted blades?
Yes, we were. But
Okay.
we've been practicing with them a whole bunch, so hitting them together, it had slightly, serrated them. So the blade hits my hand, it goes in a couple inches, and it's not like on the webbing area, like it's actually on my index finger, like it hit the bone on the index finger. But like
That's so fucking painful.
yeah, on the inside, like going towards my middle finger. So it hit, and I am very thankful to my buddy for his thought process. He didn't think about this, but it hit. I went down to the floor, like I just like went down my knees, just like fuck, and then you just hear just Cameron, no, and he goes and he picks the blade up, and that little moment of him picking the blade up, if he'd freaked out and went, oh god, I hit him, and just kind of like pulled away, the serratedness of it could have taken off essentially from my middle and thumb,
Jesus Christ.
because it was serrated, and thankfully just the fact that he did not pull kind of saved that part of my hand.
Yeah.
That's the like the worst injury I've had with that. Yeah, I heard Praxis, you were back. One thing I was going to mention is, like I said, I've thankfully never had really bad injuries. Like nothing even comparable to anything to your injury, correct? But the closest time I thought, well, I was like, I'm going to just die, was getting into a really bad car accident. For me, it was a simple thing. I was driving in between my hometown and the place I lived, which is just 20-minute drive in between mountains. I'd driven it hundreds of times, and it's mountainous drive, whatever. I know it like the back of my hand, and I'm going, and it's a 70-mile-an-hour road, and there's a lot of curves and stuff around mountains. Well, there had been an accident that had happened not too long before that. Somebody who like overcorrected, went off a little bit. They were fine though. It wasn't too bad, thankfully. But there was this older guy in a car in front of me who decided to go rubbernecking, which is, he saw the accident, so he slows down to like 20 miles an hour and is just looking at it. This is right after a like over 90-degree turn. Like not a quick 90-degree turn, but like a gradual one. So I'm coming around, and all of a sudden I see this car, and then like there's like half a second I go, this guy's not moving. He's also in the road. Like the car is in the road. So I'm going like, let's say like 60 because it's the turn. I slow down a bit, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna hit him. Like if I keep going forward, I hit him. If I go left a bit, I'm like I could go around him, but there's the opportunity of oncoming traffic, and again, this is a mountainous area, of going off the mountain. So my brain decides I'm gonna go to the right side, which there's the like upper scale of the mountain, so like I could slide along that, I could hit that, I should be fine, but I can go into the ditch, that'll be fine. Well, somebody else decided to stop for the accident as well, and they parked their car there. So I slam on the brakes, go to the right, and I still hit the car going like 55. And is like turning, like I take the turn, I see that car in front of me, and I'm like, I'm hitting this going quickly. And it was just that like second where like I wasn't freaking out. Like, oh my God, this is terrible, it's gonna happen, whatever. The one thought that went in my brain in that like 1 second period before I hit was, how much does disability pay?
Oh no.
And that is like, I'm like, that is such a stupid ass thing for my brain to think of. But it was just like, yeah. I was like, I don't think I'm gonna die. But I'm like, I probably could lose my legs here, Like I could break something or like completely lose a limb. And I don't know how, because like I was going relatively quickly into this vehicle. The cars are meant to collapse. They collapsed in. The front of it collapsed to the point of where the metal was touching my legs. From like it being like my legs directly down. Like if it had been any more crushed, it would have crushed my legs in. I couldn't hardly open the door because it was crushed around the side, which also pissed. Like I was sitting there, I was like, accident happened, and it just move right arm, move left arm, right leg, left leg. It's like, oh, everything's still there, huh? And then my brain finally catches up, and I just get pissed. I'm like, God fucking damn it! I just lost my truck. Now this thing isn't gonna run anymore. And it's funny, just like that. My brain just went to just being like annoyed at myself for it,
That's very weird.
Which I then turned to annoyed at because there was a police officer who was there from the previous accident, and he saw the whole thing happen. The guy rubbernecking, going 20 miles an hour in a 70, right? And as soon as I hit, he flies away. Like he drives off.
Of course. Oh.
And the cop comes up to me as I am in the car. It is leaking oil and smoking, and I can't get out because the door won't open like immediately. And he walks up and he's, "Can I see license and registration?"
Oh yeah, sure, great, bro. Not how are you okay?
And I was just like, "Can you fucking wait a second?" And I get out, and I'm walking around, like my legs are shaky from like the adrenaline is like still in me. I grab my shit, I just like throw it. I'm just like fucking like I'm pissed, and he goes and he writes me a ticket for failure to control speed. And I was like, the guy that was in front of me, like there was no way I could have predicted that or done anything. He's like, well, I didn't find it to him to be at fault. I found you to be at fault. And I'm just like, that was the closest I have ever gone to coming to blows with a police officer. I'm just like, I am beyond angry here,
That's ridiculous.
But like I said, I was very thankful. Little to no injuries. Like I had bruises from like the seatbelt. I had nothing broken, nothing fractured. I mean, the windshield had shattered. I didn't have like any cuts. I was just like, I was
still hella traumatic though, I imagine.
Oh yeah, I was extremely lucky, but I was pissed there. And then I went and there was some people nearby, and they went and this older lady gave me some like water and like had a like little seat I could sit down at, and like I sat down, and all of a sudden my body just felt like completely exhausted, and I was like, oh, that happened. And then I just felt myself just tearing up, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that happened. I almost died. Okay. Like my body didn't think of that at the moment. It was just like survival. I'm okay. I'm angry at this. Okay, now we're gonna calm down. And I almost died. Yeah. Or like not almost died, but I had the potential of dying because like I said, I wasn't injured, thankfully, but that'd be the adrenaline wearing off. Yeah.
Yeah.
The So first of all, I'm gonna say this. I was looking in chat, and Unique said your brain is really nothing more than a complex pattern recognition engine.
Yeah.
And I wanted to share that when I was younger, after my accident,
Mhm.
uh, I stopped saying everything happens for a reason and started saying every reason happens for a thing. For that exact thing that you're saying there. Anyway, point is, uh, I will say maybe this makes you feel better, but actually that night that I had my accident, a cop actually saved my life. Get
Mhm.
this. So when my neighbors called in and reported the accident, it got encoded as a fall accident.
Mm.
And at 1 a.m. in the morning, like 99% of the fall accidents are when like Grandma Matilda
Yeah.
falls over in the kitchen going for a midnight snack, and it's like she can't get up. You hit her
Mhm.
life alert. Right? That's like
Yeah.
so. So apparently, like the paramedics were kind of like ass dragging. Let's go get some coffee and some donuts and shit. And a cop went to the scene ahead of time to find me dying, and
Mhm.
was like, "Maybe skip the donuts and coffee, guys."
Jesus.
That's actually amazing though that that happened. Like
Yeah.
the fact that the one cop was just like, I'm just gonna get there a little quicker, and it very much saved your life there.
Yeah.
That was a
So
bit
that'll
fucking
offset your
crazy.
bad cop story. So
Yeah.
that there's a nice balance.
Oh, the best way to put it, how angry I still like if I see that man, I will still have a seething anger for him. Like I've worked in the food service industry for a long time, and I've never thought about doing anything to a person's food. But about a month after the accident, the cop came into the restaurant I worked at, and I didn't do anything. I will 100% say I never did anything. But I looked at it, and that's the only time I've contemplated like I want to do just terrible things to this man's food, you know. But I went, no, I can't do that. But
Give him a nice turd enchilada or something.
yeah, it's just like God. I mean, I'm serving in front, so I can't even. I couldn't really do anything. But if I could, like my balls are going in this. Like I would have no remorse. Thankfully, like I said, I've had little injuries. You know, I was telling Andreas when you were gone, I've never gotten stitches and I've never broken a bone. I had to change that saying from whenever I was younger because I would always say I've never needed stitches and I've never gotten close to breaking a bone. Well, I've done both of those now, where I've fractured bones in my hands to the point of my knuckles are very discolored, and that was because of reasons of me having anger issues and punching walls whenever I was young. Um, and then I think you caught the tail end of it of me telling the story of how my hand almost got kind of sliced up of
Yeah,
a
yeah. That sounds terrible.
serrated blade that just thankfully my buddy thought of just picking up instead of pulling, and yeah.
I have nothing remotely similar, but I'm the closest I've come to dying, which is so weird for me because my head still doesn't process it as such. We were going on a trek in Brittany, like we usually do every year with my family. It's very nice walking things to do, very nice places to visit. It's beautiful weather, etc. And most of it is most of the path you follow is nature, and across it follows the Atlantic path, and so we were walking, and literally at one point we're on the cliffside, but it's very abrupt, and I slip. So my left leg slips off the ground, and I try to catch up, but there's nothing there because I was walking slightly too far to the cliffside, and my leg just falls. But it's very steep, so it's not like you can catch yourself. And so my left leg slips entirely. My right leg catches a branch right on the edge of a path, and so I don't fall because it was actually quite a sturdy branch. So I just like my hand holds the path, and then I just go back up, and then I look down and I realize that had that bush not been there, I would have probably been down for a pretty big fall, and I don't know what would have happened. But
Hmm.
I was a bit shaken by it, but that's about it.
Yeah,
You're
that's
saying if you're not a bush, you're not no one?
No, but it's like because it's the thing that if the bush had not been there, I might very well possibly have fallen on like rocks further
mhm.
down, break my neck or something. But it's just because it didn't happen. My brain did not quite fully process it, but I was still a bit shaken. But it still feels weird to think that I mean, I'm not saying I would have died, but
Mhm.
it was pretty.
It'd
Well, it
be-
was like 30,
it would have been
20,
bad.
30 meters down. Yeah.
Don't
um,
break anything. Like, because honestly, it's not like the actual like act of it breaking sucks, but this is gonna sound weird, but like it's pain, right?
mhm.
And it's like we all experience pain in life. It's like short term, it
Mhm.
goes away. The son of a bitch is a loss of functionality thereafter. I'm sure
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
you
yeah,
probably felt that after your injury with your hand. So I
Mhm.
imagine you had to get that kind of, you know, I don't know,
I
taken care
I
of or
I
incapacitated.
I hot glued it or super glued it and
Oh my
hit
god.
it up. I've gotten multiple sword injuries where I did that.
Well, dude, after my accident, I literally had a cast on all of my appendages except for my left foot.
Oh goodness.
All
I
appendages? Wink, wink.
Yeah, dude.
You don't have
Actually,
to.
so
You don't
I'm
have
so
to.
lucky, dude. On my body,
like
there are
imagine
scars and cuts everywhere except for like my junk and like my left leg for some reason was fine. So it's
imagine
like, woo!
that imagine
Lucked out,
if
dude.
like because I mean with how bad like especially you said on your wrist that cut. Imagine if that piece of glass just hit your dick. You would just been gone.
Yeah, yeah, yes. I'm glad that I wore
As
boxers. Okay, to that
as
point.
as terrible as it sounds, you look on the bright side.
Yeah, dude. So, whew, that thankfully
Um,
that didn't happen.
Unique.
unique.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was reading that. I had the heart thing where some valves didn't seal after birth. Apparently, a heart would have just kind of blew up sometime around 18 if they didn't do surgery. That sounds
God forbid.
terrifying. Yeah,
Yeah.
I I've been thankful for like not having catastrophic bodily like shutdown or injuries. I've just had multiple sword wounds. One time, you know what a Chinese hook blade is?
Fuck.
Who's gonna tell me?
It's like a blade that like goes up vertically and then kind of like turns back down 180 degrees and then back up because it was specifically where you could hook it around a blade to like disarm, but like the very tip had a point. So what Weston was trying to we were doing a sword fight thing. He's like, I'm gonna disarm you. So he reaches out, tries to disarm it, but instead the point of it just goes directly into my hand, just slink just directly because everything else part of the blade is blunt except for the very tip. So it just stabs inward, and then he's like, I got the blade. So he yanks, and it just my hand just. I just yank my hand. He yanks my hand directly towards him. It just kind of like rips open flesh, and I'm like, ah. A lot of my injuries happen because of him.
Is it the thing I posted in YouTube channel?
Yes.
Gotcha.
You're too young to understand unique. Remember, the hospital vaguely had not much idea what was going on. I mean, I guess happening at a young age is kind of good for you don't like kind of consciously think about it, you know?
The
Dude, I
worst.
look at those and I think of Cabal from Mortal Kombat, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think the worst like that wounds I've had was I sprained my left ankle while fencing,
Hmm.
and I sprained my. I think it was left as well. My left side, Jesus, my left side's lucky, and I sprained my left ankle. Sorry, my left wrist while falling off a boat
Hmm.
on the docks because of waves. I was trying to go from the boat to the docks. A wave crashes in the boat, which makes it pull back on the crash, and I slipped my foot because then the distance increases rapidly. So I just fell down, and my wrist hit the dock as I
Hmm.
fell in the water, and so I sprained these two. But that's about it.
Yeah.
I love how these stories like indicate the different levels of culture between us. It's
Yeah.
like I like slept walk out a window. You were dicking around with swords that you shouldn't have been fucking with. And then Andreas is over here epee fencing and like getting off
Not
of a
epee,
boat.
saber, please.
Like, oh
Civilized.
my god, dude! Like I hurt my wrist sipping a nice fresh glass of wine in the hills of Napoli.
If you see some of Andre's pictures he has, it's just like, oh yes, I'm just like in this like villa up in the mountains in Italy, and I'm eating this fancy dinner, and I'm just like, you cultured fuck.
Benefits of living in Europe. Although it's never been Italy. It's been France and Greece mainly.
Gotcha.
I have been to Vienna, and actually I've been to Venice a very short time, and Rome. But that's about it, I think, in Europe. Well, London, obviously, but I don't count the UK.
That's great. I vacation in Birmingham, Alabama.
Hey, I studied in Birmingham, UK.
There's a bit of a difference, I feel like.
I'm pretty sure Birmingham, Alabama is better.
Ah,
That would be impressive. I don't know anything about Birmingham, but I just know Alabama.
mm-hmm.
You go to the beach in Florida. Aren't Unique? You're at the beach in Florida right now, aren't you? He mentioned during the stream, he's like, I kind of want to go outside. It's a nice day. I'm like, yeah, it'd be nice. He's like, I'm in Florida right now. I could go to the beach. I'm just like, yeah, why are you here? Why are you listening to me ramble? I kind of mentioned my hands being scarred up. You're in the hotel right now, gotcha. So yeah, I mean, in high school, younger, everybody, nobody's really of a complete right mindset. I don't believe. But what I did have what I would consider relatively bad anger issues. I never took it out on people, thankfully. Um, it was just one of those things where I would say, especially coming from a Hispanic background, where you were taught to bottle everything up, you know,
Mm.
of where I mean, also just being a guy in general, you're taught to do that. But it's like it doesn't matter. You don't have emotion, you know. So I was always just like nothing, it doesn't matter. I just bottle, and then it would just you get so pissed off, and it's like, what am I gonna do? I don't want to hurt anybody, so I would just go and find the nearest brick wall and hit it because I didn't want to break the wall either. That was one thing is I didn't want to hurt anything. I was just like I just need to get this out. So I'd do that. Brick walls. One time the corrugated metal fence thing that I hit a bolt on it and actually sliced open my hand really badly. That was a fun one. But I never really thought about it until like way after, which I'd gotten a lot better about just not letting myself get angry, I guess, which started with in high school doing breathing techniques and stuff to calm myself down, but also just not one being a very open book about emotions and two not caring, where it's like people don't really bother me anymore. Like put it this way, last year of high school, I had a kid threaten me with a knife and I like forgave the kid immediately after. I was like, I don't care enough, which probably isn't healthy in itself either, but a lot better than
Well,
I had most likely. I never got it checked out. I'm pretty sure I fractured my hands at some point because there was multiple times where my hands wouldn't function completely properly. And that was a fun thing to do. But yeah, take care of your mental health, people.
if anything goes wrongly in there, you can have the healthiest body ever. It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
A healthy mind and a healthy body.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Would you say healthy booty or body?
Yes.
A healthy body without a healthy booty is not a healthy body.
Oh yeah, brother, man. Now we're talking.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I had. I guess I had slight anger issues when I was younger, but not in the not to that extent.
Mm-hmm.
And also because I guess I was doing quite a lot of sports. I guess I had that like outlet to let
Yeah.
like rage go. But I don't think I was particularly. I had anger issues. No, my main issue was actually was like not socializing because I had a very close group of friends, but the issue was non-members of this group. See, I had difficult relations with a lot of school kids, but not because not I don't know. It's always hard because your brain always changes memory, but I never feel like I started things. I always feel like they came onto me and I
Yeah.
replied. But usually, yeah, basically, I did my main issue at school. I think was not so much. Was just basically getting in fights with random kids. There's never actually been. There's only well actually no. There's been one actually violent fight, and it was actually kind of hilarious because now that I look about it, I'm nearly ashamed because it basically turned into a slap contest. So what happened? It was so stupid as well. So basically, there's this girl behind me that asked me something, so I turn around to answer to her, and then there's a guy next to her who liked her, tells me to shut up and turn back around. So the first time I do it, so but I know, I guess I just didn't want to do anything. So she asked me something again, so I turn around again to explain to her, and the guy says it again, but as he's about to speak, this time I just point to him and say, "Shut up," and then I finish explaining the thing. And after class, I didn't even realize I did this thing. Like that was like half an hour into the class, and like 2 hours later, the class ends. I leave, and he gets so annoyed. As we leave, he goes behind me, starts pushing me on the head, like he like slaps my head before I could notice him. And he gets super annoyed. I walk out of the room. We walk out of the room. He starts getting super close to me, and it literally turns into a slap contest. So first he insults my mother. So you think we kids usually do. So he calls my mom names. I call his mom names. And so then we start slapping each other. And actually, there's one point where it nearly escalated. Where so at this point we're outside, thankfully, so because we could have gone into real trouble at the school, and the final hit is I punch him in the gut because I was getting annoyed, and as he's about to punch me in the face, people separate us. And then nothing happened. So yeah, that's the only like violent fight I got into. But I used to get into a lot of verbal fights with a lot of people.
I never actually, I never got into any actual fights. The one time where Well, okay, so for context, I was in like I think I was in second grade, and this is before I moved to a small town. So I was in a bigger town, um, and I remember this vividly. I'm in second grade. I'm a fucking young kid, right? I'm playing hopscotch with a buddy of mine, and the thing is, it was first grade to sixth grade at this school, right? And this kid who was in sixth grade, but he'd failed a couple times, so he actually should have been in eighth grade, which is a pretty big difference in age between us, right? For some reason, he really hated me. He also, this town had a lot of gang problems. He was a part of a gang already. So he comes up behind me and just sucker punches me in the back of the head. I'm in second grade. I just fall to the ground pretty much unconscious. I just remember kind of like blinking my eyes, just barely trying to see something, as I see two teachers and two of the high school like teachers' aides carrying him. They're each carrying a limb as he's flailing, and they're carrying him away. And then they take me to the vice principal's office, and they sit me down next to him because, of course, it's a public school. Why else wouldn't you just put the kid who just sucker punched somebody in the back of the head right down next to them? And then he looks the vice principal in the eyes and just goes, "I fucking hate him. If he hadn't crawled away, apparently I crawled away unconsciously, like without thinking. If he hadn't crawled away from me, I would have stomped his fucking head in." Other than that, I never had fights. Which I always thought I was like, okay, I'm a dorky ass little kid in high school. Like, why why didn't people try to pick on me? And then I realized, oh yeah, I'm also the kid that would punch walls. So I think they're just I mean, a couple times it did happen at school where I get out of the way, like where there was nobody around. But like looking back on it, I'm like, it was probably a thing people knew about, especially like I said, once the one kid who threatened me with a knife. So I want to read Unique's thing before I get into it. They never had a problem with anyone. Then near the end of the third year, some kid comes playground and he yells at me, calls me something, pushed down the sidewalk. Don't know what I do is calmly stand up, turn around, punch the kid in the face, just walking away. That's a Chad move right there. So this is like, I think I'm a senior at this point in high school, and we're doing a Spanish club, which is a dancing thing we did, and we were doing a performance for the town, which was just like, it was a practice performance before we went and actually, like a couple months later, we go and actually do it in San Antonio in front of a big ass crowd for competitions. And so we're doing a practice one, and this is early on, so like it's gonna be a sketch, like there's gonna be people messing up a little bit and stuff. It's just to get in front of an audience, right? Well, this little asshole, like 2 years younger than me, decides he goes up to like because it's partner dancing, so he goes up to like all the girls and just starts insulting them, saying that their trash will never amount to anything, just being a complete asshole, and makes a couple of them cry. Well, I'm pissed off at him, so I go and I'm like, hey, go fucking apologize, you little shit. And he's like fuck you, he goes and he shoves me. And I want to point out, he is also the Spanish teacher's daughter or son. Spanish teacher's son. So he thinks he's all high and mighty, and he pushes me, tries to walk away, and I get pissed, and it's just like it's like the Mob Psycho 100 meter where I just like I feel the anger building, just I'm just like, okay, push him, and well, he's smaller than me, and he kind of like goes and he bumps into a car because we're outside, and then he just turns around. I'm walking up to him, I'm like, go fucking apologize. As I'm walking up to him, and he turns around, pulls out a knife, and like just holds it towards my chest, and I'm like, this motherfucker just pulled a knife on me. And I was like, he's not going to stab me. He's not actually going to do it. Like, he's not that kind of person. In my head, I'm like, he's too much of a bitch to stab me. So, and kids at home, don't recommend doing this. I go, you fucking won't. And I grab his wrist and pull it so that the blade it just like touches my chest. And I go, you fucking won't. He didn't. He backed away and left. And I look back, I'm like, God, I was stupid. Why the fuck would you do that? Like, you had control of his wrist. You could have just stopped him from having the knife.
Chad move, but also dumb move.
Oh, it's fucking stupid. And I'm going, I was like, I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about two of his buddies.
Stab me.
Yeah. I was like, I wasn't too worried about the two kids. I wasn't really worried about him. I was worried about two of his buddies around me who were bigger than him and could have jumped me at the same time. But I was going and I was like looking around and like I got a buddy who was like I could see himself positioning himself behind them and I'm like, okay, I got back up here. Like, but after that I'm just like, well now I'm amped up. I had a knife pulled on me and I was pissed off. So like I went and I punched a wall because I'm stupid and did that. Fucked up my hand. No interest. The thing that annoyed me because I was like, okay, I was calming down. I hit the wall, whatever. Okay, I'm just like, I'm gonna wait outside because we had to go change inside the school, and I wasn't gonna go inside there with him. And I was like, I'll wait for him to leave and go change. And I'm waiting up there, and then one of the girls comes out and just goes and just like, "You're an asshole for doing that, for going up to him." Da, 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 da. And I was just like, yeah, fuck you. And I went inside, grabbed the clothes, and just left. I was like, I'll bring him back tomorrow. But when I walked inside, like I could see him talking to his mom, is the teacher there, and like I walked inside, and the entire room just gets silent. And I'm just like, I'm not here to fuck with anything. I just want to change and leave, please, for the love of God. Like I don't actually want to try shit. I just want to get out of here. I don't want to fight. I mean, I will fight if I need to, but I don't want to. You know. Yeah, thankfully never got into fight. Praxis, you ever get into fights in high school?
I really didn't, man. I'll tell you what. In high school, my deal was that I was like a little bit of a helpless romantic, and it was terrible
Oh,
because I was never getting any. And I was kind of a late bloomer on top of it, so
Yeah.
it's like and I think part of the reason why I never got into fights is I was doing soccer nonstop. Like I was always on several different teams, so normally I had like practice before school and 2 practices after school, and so.
Mhm.
But I'll tell you what, man. At the end of high school, I was so frustrated. It was like, dude, I am just gonna stop caring about women. Like I just don't care anymore. Like it's just so obnoxious. I'm not getting any attention. Why even care? I'm done. And so I go to college, and I swear to God, man, it's like the women could smell it on me, the apathy. And so then I got into a lot of fights, but they weren't really about, beating anybody up any more than they wanted to be,
Yeah.
and right where they wanted to be. You know what I'm saying?
That doesn't qualify as a fight.
The horizontal tussle.
But
I
makes
mean,
you
I don't know, man. I dropped some suplexes. That's a fighting move.
Don't worry, it still makes you Chad. 100%.
Unique said, I had an extremely bad set of dates in high school, so I stopped caring halfway through and just never looked back. So I'm kind of similar in the way, like, I dated, like, I was a super awkward kid going up into high school. Like, I'm like, I have no life experiences. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm super awkward. And, like, I think it was so I dated 4 different people in high school. One of them was not good because it was kind of grooming, looking back at it. I was, in 7th grade while she was in 10th grade.
Apparently, it's tolerable when it's a woman being the older person.
Looking back, it shouldn't have been. Because, she tried to sleep with me. And the funniest thing is it wasn't even me turning down or anything. It was me being too stupid and awkward to even realize that was happening. Which I look back and I'm like, I'm thankful I did that,
Yeah, that is kind of fucked up.
Yeah, it really was. And then other people, just weird relationships. I have some interesting stories I could tell as well with it, but not the greatest relationships. All of them kind of ended interestingly. One of my buddies looked at me and went, "Hey, buddy," because I never asked anybody out. I was too fucking awkward to do that. I wasn't ever gonna do it. They all came to me, which was weird as well. But also I realized I was like, I don't really care about these people. They just kind of asked me out, and I went, "Sure, yeah, I'd like to be in a relationship," But my buddy looked at me and was just like, "Hey, so you need to stop accepting it because you're just attracting all the daddy issues girls." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's
My favorite trait in a girl. What do you mean?
well, not the good is emo girl daddy issues. More like I'm gonna date somebody and want them to be like a father to me."
Lamau. That reminds me, this great movie by Matthew McConaughey, where he played in it. I don't remember the name. It's a Christmas romance comedy.
Mhm.
I think it's like it's basically Uncle Scrooge, but it's for romance.
Mhm.
So like 3 ghosts visit him like 3 ghosts of his ex-girlfriends. I can't remember the name. If anyone in chat knows the name of that movie,
That sounds
perfect.
hilarious, though. I haven't seen this.
Oh my god. Okay, if one day we do a movie night, we just want
I
something chill and funny. We need to watch that because
I
it's hilarious.
I have a notepad. I've been writing down some movies.
Okay, write that down. I'll Google it afterwards.
Gotcha.
And so basically, so yeah, it's just funny because he's a super famous photographer, and at some point, so he's very promiscuous, and so he gets into a relationship with one of his models, and so he's about to flirt, we're about to do it, and he goes, he basically says everything right about her, and her having daddy issues, and she goes, "Oh please, I didn't even have a dad." This is just proving the point. It's so fucking high.
Yeah.
I need to Google a movie.
Yeah,
So fun.
that's about how it was. Just like, yeah, I'm good. And then like pretty much I got so I dated and then it all ended terribly. Not terribly, but not great, And then I was just like, I don't care to actually I mean, I didn't before that, but I was like, I don't care to actually look for a relationship, I was like, none of this has ended well, and like I'm fine being not being in a relationship. Like it's not something that there's people I know where it's just like I've been single for 2 months. I need to be in a relationship. I'm like, dude, I've been single since it was junior year in high school. Like it's been since I just haven't cared to try that hard, Which I mean, it's probably not necessarily the greatest thing, but I'm just like, eh.
Yeah, I totally get you because I remember we were talking about this a bit as well in the last podcast towards the end.
Mhm.
I basically the same here. I don't really look for relationships simply because I just can't get that connection going.
Yeah.
Like most people I meet, including girls, it's not there. I can't connect. There's too much. I don't know if it's cultural difference or etc. I just can't connect. Everything feels a bit fake, and that's why I'm mainly I'm not saying an occasional Tinder date doesn't happen, but basically long-term relationships, and just I'm not looking for any right now because I know I'm going to move back to France, and I know I'm going to be able to find much more meaningful ones once I'm there. But yeah, so I'm not actually looking for anything until I'm back to France.
I have no shame to admit this. I genuinely have not even been on a date with somebody since junior year of high school.
To be honest, man, it's like I think it's healthier to not be looking for something. So I feel like more often than not, when you are after a concept and not a person, that is what leads to you getting infatuated with the concept more than the
idea of it. Oh no, sorry, I misspoke. I don't mean like I'm actually when I mean actively looking for a relationship, just actually finding someone that I can bond with and hopefully that will lead to something.
Yeah.
Not like actively seeking relationship to seeking relationship.
Yeah, you don't need. I mean, you could just drop a thought one weekend. You don't need to get into a whole
no.
I mean, there are bars for a reason.
No. What I mean more is I am. I guess I maybe a bit young, I guess nowadays for that kind of thing. But I'm 20.
I mean, you can RKO a hoe anytime.
I know, but I'm saying,
you're 22.
Eventually, no, I'm 22, but eventually, I do want to have kids, etc. And I don't think you can, there's no really starting too early for that, especially at 22. I think so. Eventually, I know that, but personally, I want to end up with something more serious eventually. It's just, it's just what I mean is not. I'm not like so engrossed with a concept that I will fuck it up. It's just hopefully I will meet someone that with whom I will bond and will lead to this, as opposed to just like actually looking for it regardless of what.
Yes,
because you can always just drop a choke slam on a hoe.
See, I've been I was completely fine. I was just like, I genuinely don't even want if somebody was interested, I'd be like, am I really that interested in them? There's a couple times for some early college people are just like, hey, so if you want to go out and date or whatever, and I'm just like, I'm not really interested in them, So
he's got a power slam a ma'am, you know what I'm saying?
No, I was just like, I just don't care to put in the effort if I don't care in the first place, I think it's one thing with me is I realized after all those relationships in high school, I'm very much the kind of person where it's like I need to have a connection to the person before I even think of a relationship,
no, I mean that's definitely yeah, I definitely agree with that. Basically, you don't if you're not feeling it, you shouldn't try it. Basically,
Andreas, you ever put a chick in the Boston Crab?
Literally, no. Metaphorically, I'm not quite sure what you mean, so I'm going to say no.
No, I mean literally. You don't know Chris Jericho?
I know what the Boston Crab is.
I mean, it's a nice way to mix it up.
I was gonna say, you see, and the other thing with me was I was completely fine. Like it did not bother me at all. The worst thing, and this is a little personal thing. The worst thing is after all that time, and then you kind of talk with somebody, and then it's like, this is going very well, and then just not good. It does not work out, is how I'll put it. And then it's just like, well, shit. Now I was actually like looking forward to this, and then just kind of disappears. Just like yeah, I didn't care for a while. Then it's like this would be nice, and then it disappears. And it's like, well, shit. Now I kind of want a relationship,
Yeah. It's I think basically I'm pretty sure we reached the same conclusions last time.
Mm.
But yeah, basically, if you're
Yeah.
not, you shouldn't try if you're not looking for one, and also you shouldn't look for a relationship and then find people. You should always find the people and hope that it could lead to a relationship.
Yeah, that's the biggest red flag for me is when a
Yeah.
chick says that she's like she wants kids.
if
like
she,
in the
if she
God.
does, I want.
future. It's like
If her first statement is I want to
marriage.
create a relationship, I'm like, you're there yet? You're there? Like if that means in her head she's already like she's moved into with you. She's having kids and she's planning the wedding. That's what it means.
Yeah, it's like I want those things potentially with someone, but I want it to be natural and organic. It's not done for its own sake.
That's
That
exactly
sounds
right.
like a disaster.
That's unhealthy. Yeah. Well, that's why so many marriages end up in divorce, right? Because people they
Also-
want the end goal and they don't build up in the process, so it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Also, why people get trapped into toxic relationships because they really want this relationship. They want the idea of a good relationship, and even if it's not healthy or not a good relationship, they're like, well, this is what I wanted. I wanted to be with somebody, and then they kind of just stay in that until
I think
something
we
can
were
get them
also
out.
saying that I'm just reiterating at this point. I think we were saying last time, but it's always good to know because I guess Praxis wasn't there. I know personally, I'm lucky because there's also like for people who, for instance, who don't have good relations with their family or are really lacking some sort of human contact. Relationships is literally putting on your partner everything from every single human and profound contact you can have. Whereas for me, for instance, I'm very lucky because I have a great relationship with my brother. We're very close. We do lots of things together. We plan on doing more things together. Like we want to move back to France together.
Phrasing.
We just generally want to spend as much time as possible together. And so we're very lucky because we have that aspect of like I'm not I don't feel the need of more human contact because I already have a brother I can basically I have no secrets from. We spend a lot of time together. We always have fun together. We basically never really argue. So there's also that advantage of it. If you have already people close to you, be them your family members or very close friends, you have that extra advantage of not having that extra need.
You see,
Where-
I like human contact, and also I don't really have anybody super close by, so I'm just like, I like human contact,
There.
Hey,
Butts, dude. Sorry, did I say that?
To avoid any misunderstanding, by human contact I mean like profound relations.
yeah, no,
You and your
yeah.
brother,
Yeah, you and your brother having some profound relations.
An intellectual, like what the ancient
Yeah,
Greeks would call what is it? Shit.
I don't think it would talk about you and your brother when it compared to things the ancient Greeks did.
Shut up.
Yeah, you weren't trying to fit into his barrel.
God, shut the fuck up. No, the Greeks were very, very precise and interesting semantics. Had I think it's 4 or 5 words for love.
Yeah.
So there's sexual attraction and love, which is eros, which we get erotica from. There's phili, or philos, which is like bond and friendship, but also family relation. And then there's a few other which I don't remember. Basically, yeah, what I mean is
Kleos is one of them, right? Like
Kleos is one of them as well, I believe. Yes. Oh, and actually, no, isn't Kleos glory? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, basically, so if you have the chance of having other people in your life that provide you some aspects of human interaction, everybody needs. You don't dump as much pressure on the relationship with a single partner, because if your partner is your best friend and your lover and the mother or father of your children and the single person to whom you devote everything, etc., it puts so
and your
much
slam
stress.
piece.
And your slam. It puts so much stress on the single relationship that it's very easy for it to break, or to like just put too much pressure. Whereas if you have if you spread, I guess, your human connection,
Gotta spread that love out there, brother.
Sure, yeah, I'll shut up now.
No, please. I'm vibing.
What else? Have any of y'all taken the love language test before?
I don't think so.
So it's just there's a whole bunch of different ones of it, but it's such it just tells you what your love language is, which is what the fuck are the five love?
Uber? Like I don't even want to know.
Well, no, it's like physical touch, um, acts of service, gift giving.
Those don't sound exclusive.
I can't remember what the other quality time and something else.
Yeah, okay, I'm thinking of the same app. I
I know.
Praxis has a lot of self-quality time.
You better believe it, dude.
I love myself some self-quality time with some physical touch.
Everybody needs a hand, steady hand.
Damn right, brother.
Okay, I think Twitch TOS coming.
Why? Dude, we're just talking about love, man.
Yeah. You sure this wasn't a BDSM test? We've all taken that as well. It's posted in my Discord, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, maybe in Grace, I can't remember. Those were fun as well. Those fucking tests. So, anything else y'all wanted to talk about, or it's been 4.5 hours if y'all wanted to start.
Say that's great. Like, final positive touch to finish with on, I think.
Huh?
Yeah, dude.
The first like finish with finishing, hell yeah. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and get some shills, some plugs out there, Mr. Praxi, if you'd like to tell everybody where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me in your mom and at twitch.tv/birdsaren'treal.uk.gov.exe or at twitch.tv/praxis_streams. You can try that one too.
Do you want me to post them in chat? I can find the links if you want.
If you wouldn't mind, actually, yeah. Other than that, so you have your Twitch. Do you have anything else that you want to plug up or?
No, I think that about does it. I actually don't have any other social media, believe it or not.
Gotcha. Unique asked, if you mix Skittles and M&Ms, do you get S&Ms?
Oh yeah, dude.
Yes, I'm just gonna say yes. Andreas, where can they find you?
Yes. Well, you may find me at Imperator Andreas Augustus, twitch.com, where I will stream, well, anything from strategy games to FPSs and other stuff, and that's about it, really. I mean, I have the other social media, but I barely use them, so Twitch is it.
If you're wondering where to find me, you're fucking here. Either you find me on twitch.tv/Mexican Shrimp or on YouTube Mexican Shrimp, as I am posting these VODs on YouTube, so that we have so that it doesn't disappear after the 14 days on Twitch, just to have a little bit of a log of the podcast if anybody else ever wants to go back and watch old ones of us bumbling about,
Yeah, like, comment, and survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and comment, or we'll kill you.
And we'll kill you, or we'll kill you.
Or that's why it's like, comment, and survive.
Gotcha. But yeah, I think.
For you.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never actually gotten into the Game Grumps personally.
Oh, they're hilarious.
But yeah, I think any last words y'all want to say before I send us out?
It was a pleasure. Really had fun.
Yeah, I
didn't say anything.
You didn't. Smash that like button and subscribe for.
Subscribe. Share the love.
But thanks for having me on, guys. This was fun.
Yeah, no, that was definitely fun.
Yeah, love to have you on.
A blast.
Yeah, love to have you on anytime. Whenever.
Oh, unique.
that smash the like button.
I inoculated your mother, brother. Oh.
I'm trying to get this right up quickly before it devolves.
Yeah, dude. You got a TOS countdown coming, dude. It's a time bomb. You better type the raid command in fast, brother, man.
I'm gonna go ahead and send y'all over to Rasmus, aka Ethan. Good man. You might know him from some KRS action, playing some Valorante. So I want to say much love to everybody here, whether you've been commenting, lurking, or watching the VOD, whether you're on YouTube or anything. Much love for all of y'all. I'm doing a heart with my hands, even though you can't see it. Anything y'all want to say before I click that button?
I'm gonna go play League.
Send the love over to Ethan. Peace out.
Bye.
Peace out, Girl Scout.